Chapter 954 Palace Study Room. Your Majesty, Jinyao Territory first distributed a limited edition free magic game helmet to the nobles and believers of various empires and kingdoms in the entire human world through the Temple of Light. Free? Rex the Great frowned on the throne. The entire human world? Even if it's only a part of it, the cost is quite amazing. Yes, it's really amazing. According to my preliminary estimate, this investment accounts for almost 70% of the entire early income of the Yellow Dragon wine, or even more. Old Kovac's voice was emotional. When I got this data, my first reaction was that Third Royal Highness was crazy. He didn't keep such a good source of income like the Yellow Dragon wine, but he made a magic game and invested such an amazing amount of money. But now the first sale of the magic game has caused an uproar in the entire world. Old Kovac smiled bitterly. The Magic Game Helmet Order Conference in Jinyao Territory almost caught up with the grand occasion of the Triennial Human World Trade Conference. Even the always arrogant elves came, and this is just the beginning. For the income of the Magic Game helmet itself is still a small part. The charging cost of the Magic Game helmet can theoretically continue indefinitely. It's conceivable what huge and long-term benefits this Magic Game will bring. If the dragons are the creators of the Magic Game, then Third Royal Highness is the second mother who truly gives this game a broad vitality. Such vision, such courage, such talent, whether it's the Government Council of the Empire, the Department of Commerce, or even the entire human world. There's no second person who can match him. It's been 30 years, and this is the first time I've heard you praise a person like this. Rex the Great took a deep breath and nodded. He's indeed dazzling, too dazzling. Will he be even more dazzling? Old Kovac's lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but when the words reached his mouth, it became, I don't know. Ancient Inheritance, Mechanic Grandmaster. Church of Light, Yellow Dragon wine. Rex the Great didn't say a word, but his brows moved slightly. Never mind these, why even? Rex the Great didn't say the name. Vuku out, but his heart was pounding. The real show, the magic game, was exactly the real show that Arthur mentioned. Compared to an outsider, Rex the Great knew much more about the inside story of Ryuzaku. He had never heard anything about the Yellow Dragon wine or the magic game before. He only heard that the dragons and the Island of Storms had formed an alliance about a year ago, and that the dragons and the Dragon Knights were using some kind of ancient fantasy in the Island of Storms. What did this ancient fantasy have to do with the magic game? What does it have to do with the ancient alchemy civilization? In that case, even the dragons, I don't know. Old Kovac answered, and his head drooped even lower. He didn't know if this answer was referring to Rex the Great's why, or the name that he didn't say. You really don't know. Rex the Great glanced at him with an ambiguous smile, as if he saw through the old minister's mind. Because you're just old Kovac, and he is Arthur. Arthur Roland. Old Kovac added a little superfluously, but it made Rex the Great fall into deep thought. His right index finger on the armrest of the chair kept tapping. As an old minister who had served for many years, old Kovac's heart was a little cold. There were only two situations where His Majesty would have this habitual thing. The first was uneasiness. The second was murderous intent. No matter which one it is. Old Kovac felt chills down his spine. Rex the Great waved his hand, and old Kovac bowed and retreated. Unknowingly, a drop of cold sweat rolled down his forehead. The Emperor of the Long Huang Empire stood up and paced back and forth in his study. Suddenly, he turned his head and saw the portrait on the wall. The dignified and beautiful woman was bathed in the moonlight that shone through the window lattice, looking at him with a smile. Under the same moonlight, Ziyuan Palace, under the laurel tree in the garden. This is the last etiquette lesson. Veronica smiled and sat down. It's a pity that Innie didn't come today. I prepared her favorite rose cake. Chenrue glanced at the empty plate and smiled. So, I solved this regret on her behalf. Veronica, glanced at him reproachfully. You didn't even leave some for Innie. Men can't be so selfish. Huh? Chinrue held two delicate pastries in his palm. Teacher was tricked. I secretly hid 2 pieces in my space ring. You. Veronica smiled and shook her head. Suddenly, a small cup was stuffed into her hand. Teacher, this is the pudding I made before I came. It's a very novel snack. Try it. You made it yourself? Veronica looked at the strange fruit fragrance in surprise. She scooped up a piece and put it in her mouth. Her eyes lit up. It's delicious. As long as teacher likes it. I'll make it for you often in the future. Veronica looked at the pudding in her hand. Her eyes suddenly reddened and she lowered her head. Teacher? It's nothing. I just feel warm. Veronica raised her head. The abnormality in her eyes had disappeared. She was still smiling. Teacher is very happy. I haven't felt this way in a long time. Teacher, if you want, I can always be with you. What if? Veronica's smile became even more indifferent. I've already fallen into the abyss where I can't see the sun. Abyss? Chinrue looked straight into her eyes and slowly stretched out his hand. Then I'll use these hands to pull you out of the abyss. Veronica's fingers trembled. She slowly raised them as if she wanted to reach out to him. The hands that he stretched out finally changed direction and touched his face. The hand gently stroked his face. It was just like the warmth in Arthur's memory. However, in Chinrue's senses, Veronica's emotions at this time were filled with uneasiness and fear. There was also a trace of an unusual aura that had been hidden for a long time. This trace of aura was extremely familiar to Chinrue. Destruction. This warm hand stroked his face. It was like a sharp blade moving back and forth across his throat. As long as the other person thought about it, he would be beheaded if Chinrue was still the original Arthur. Chinrue didn't avoid it. He just stared into her eyes. At this moment, he had a feeling of being in a trance, but his memory became clearer. In the academy, the teenager met Veronica, who was like an elder sister. The teenager who lost his mother when he was a child was deeply attracted to this teacher. There was no coercion of identity, no extra evil thoughts. There was only the desire for care and closeness. True feelings could always move people. Veronica, who had always been a bit unsociable, finally accepted this younger brother. At first, it was a very pure brother-sister relationship. That was the happiest 2 years of Arthur's life. As he grew older, the teenager's mind quietly changed. In his life, except for his mother who died of illness, no woman could replace Veronica. He had long regarded this elder sister as the woman who would accompany him for life, until the announcement of the marriage. That warm hand went away. The teenager's vision was blurred by tears. Braving the rain, he rushed back to the Long Huang Empire. Then he knelt outside the bedroom of Rex the Great for 3 days until he fell into a coma and became seriously ill. Unfortunately, he still couldn't change the result. Veronica seemed to see the past in his eyes. Another emotion began to appear, entangled with destruction and fear, and they were in a stalemate. The aura of destruction became more and more intense, as if it would break out at any moment. Chinrue's star power was ready. However, unexpectedly, there was no killing or destruction. Only 2 trembling lips were gently printed on his face. Although there was a veil, he could still feel the warmth, as if even his soul could melt in it. The warmth gradually faded. You are going to the Rio Empire tomorrow. This is my farewell to you. After you get married, don't come here anymore. Treat Princess Rambus, Innie, and Rolla well. Teacher. Chinrue clearly felt that the power of the fierce struggle didn't weaken at this moment. Instead, it became more intense. Her other hand, which was hidden behind her back, was clenched into a trembling fist. Strange cracks had already appeared on the skin on the back of her hand. Her fingers, which had been pinched into her palm, had penetrated deep into her flesh. Traces of blood seeped out and dripped onto the ground. Looking at that gentle smile, if he didn't know what just happened, he would have thought it was just a very ordinary kiss. Calm and warm. It was another familiar feeling. In his memory, the fragments that had been broken were gathering bit by bit. Go, I'm not feeling well. I need to rest. Veronica's voice sounded very calm. Chinrue gently stroked the face that was just kissed and looked at her deeply. Veronica, wait for me. At this moment, he didn't call her teacher, but directly called her by her name and turned to leave. After a few steps, a few petals around Veronica suddenly turned into powder silently. Chinrue didn't seem to notice it. He still didn't look back and walked all the way out of Ziyuan Palace. At the moment when Chinrue's figure disappeared, the space around Veronica suddenly changed, turning into a blood-red world. A terrible roar came from her throat, and a fierce power surged out, like some kind of fierce beast raging. For a moment, the sky fell and the earth cracked, and the whole space was trembling. With the eyesight of the palace maids in the distance, they couldn't see this at all. Even if they looked carefully, they could only see that the shape of the shade under a tree was a little distorted, and the falling petals disappeared one after another. They didn't know the real changes in the space. After a long time, the terrible turbulence in the blood-red space stopped. Only the vaguely graceful figure was left, holding her shoulders with her hands that had become terrible claws. She sat down trembling and curled up her body, like a lonely goose with broken wings. Under the deep moonlight, a pair of star-like eyes in the distance was silently watching this scene. Chapter 955. Teacher, what's wrong? The young man looked at the strange woman and asked in surprise. Teacher is fine. The woman's voice was calm and gentle, but the trembling of her shoulders betrayed her. The young man keenly noticed the woman's abnormality. Although she was forced to marry his uncle, in his heart, she would always be the closest and most cherished sister and teacher. Even a little pain seemed to stab his heart. Teacher, tell me what happened. Teacher is really fine. Her smile was still as warm as the moon. I know. I'm useless. You must hate me. The young man, who was originally a little cowardly, finally became angry and shouted, I was stupid. I should have brought teacher out of the academy earlier. It's none of your business. The woman shook her head and sighed. This is all fate. My fate was decided from the moment I was born. Even if teacher hates anyone, I won't hate you. Little Arthur, you are teacher's closest person, the only one. Go, don't meet teacher again. Teacher is an unlucky person. Anyone who gets close to me will be met with misfortune. I don't believe in misfortune. I'll bring teacher away now. Leave this damned cage, even if I have to give up everything. Everything. Hate everything. Destroy everything. The woman's shoulders shook even more violently. She couldn't help but murmur that was as cold as the abyss. Bear the greatest hatred. Don't leave any flaws in your heart. Teacher, what did you say? You. Go. The woman's body was on the verge of collapsing. Her breathing became rough. Teacher. The young man quickly came over to support the woman. The woman took a deep breath and her body became stable again. She reached out a hand and gently stroked the young man's face. Her eyes were as deep as the sea, so gentle. Although the other hand hidden behind her was trembling and dripping blood, this hand was still warm and gentle. Goodbye, little Arthur. No matter where you are taken, please live. My student, my younger brother, the only one I can look up to in the endless abyss, that ray of sunlight, that warmth gradually faded. Although he didn't understand what happened, he could clearly feel the farewell and sadness. The young man's vision couldn't help but be blurred by tears. Then a spatial crack appeared and the young man disappeared into the crack. Before he disappeared, he vaguely heard a terrifying roar and the sound of space exploding. In his memories, his consciousness became hazy and clear several times before finally returning to tranquility. Chinrue slowly opened his eyes. So, this was the truth of that year. The real culprit of Arthur falling into the demon realm was actually Veronica. In fact, before Veronica lost control and destroyed everything, she used all her strength to release the power of space to banish Arthur. Her true intention was to save his life. Even at the last moment, his deep blue eyes were still as gentle as water, wrapped in endless destruction and hatred. There was a trace of remaining gentleness. It was just that Arthur's luck was too bad. He was actually banished to the demon realm by the power of space. Because his body was too weak, not only did he lose most of his memory, but he was also on the verge of death. At this time, Chinrue's soul crossed over and merged with the last consciousness of Arthur to be reborn, becoming the current, brand new Arthur, Chinrue. Because it was a fusion and not a complete devouring, Arthur still had a certain residual soul consciousness. Due to the problem of strength, this kind of remnant was not felt at first. The higher the level of strength, the clearer the feeling of this consciousness. The stronger the strength, the more difficult the road. Every slight difference was enough to affect the overall situation. In order to reach a higher level, Chinrue must solve all unnecessary factors, and Arthur's consciousness was one of them. Veronica was the biggest obsession. Now it seemed that this obsession was indeed worthy of its name. In fact, the obsession that was enough to affect him was not only Veronica, but also another man whom Arthur respected and hated. The human heart was the most unpredictable thing. It seemed that the most difficult task was not the last stop, the Holy Mountain of Light, but the first stop, the Long Huang Empire. However, he had now temporarily left the first stop and was heading to the second stop, the Ryo Empire. That person had a fiancée who had been waiting for 7 years, and she was also an old friend whom he had met several times. Now that the sales scale of the magic game had been formed, the popularization power of the Church of Light was indeed extremely powerful. The magic game was far beyond the coverage of the millet wine. Although Chinrue was no longer in Jinyao territory, there were Isabella, Samuel, and others. Even if he left, the development and growth of the magic game was not a problem. Rala, Peglio, and Dodo became the accompanying guardians this time. Rala got Ms. Innie's whisper. The main purpose of this trip was to supervise something between someone and his fiancée. Master Slime had been a little tired of staying in Jinyao territory during this time, so he loyally expressed that he wanted to follow his master. In fact, he planned to eat, drink, and have fun. Master Poison Dragon was originally going to bring his wife to join this tour group, but Miss Emerald Long stayed in Jinyao territory for a retreat because of her breakthrough in strength. Crobolus had originally completely digested the power of the law fragment, and she was only a step away from the kingdomization. During the meal a few days ago, Miss Betty suddenly showed her power and snatched all the food. Then she began to retreat in an epiphany. This kind of breakthrough made Chinrue speechless. The attack of a foodie? As for the security issue, there was no need to worry. Now there was a dragon's secretly guarding the Jinyao territory. That was the dragon's cooperation representative, Saint Dragon Groas. Although he was regarded as a mortal enemy by the Elf King's father-in-law, and although he was defeated by Chinrue, this demigod dragon's elder was still quite good to the juniors like Rala and Chinrue. With his protection, there would basically be no problems in Jinyao territory. At worst, he could bring Isabella, Samuel, and others back to Ryuzuku. Veronica, wait for me. We will meet again. I will face you, the real you. Perhaps with the real me, with these hands. Chinrue's mouth showed a smile. Master, don't smirk. What's there to look at with your hands? You are about to lose this game. The voice of the slime sounded. Peglio's smug laughter came from the opposite side. Haha, what magic card king. Weren't you very arrogant before? Didn't Master Poison Dragon eat up your main force now? Io, Rala, you are helping this guy to cheat. It turned out that the ancient magic card game of Fate Duel was being played in the car. Peglio was actually a rookie, but now he was really at the stage of entering the pit, so he was quite interested. When Chinrue was distracted, the Poison Dragon sent a large team to set up an ambush and killed Chinrue's main force. the glorious knight captain led by the Golden Emperor. The poison dragon's army pursued and attacked the originally detected castle location. The fairy Miss Long next to Chinrue couldn't stand Master Poison Dragon's smug look the most. She gave him a lightning with just the right amount of power. As a result, Master Poison Dragon's hair stood up, and he became a punk-style afro. Don't be happy too early, rookie. Chinrue shook the fairy Miss Long's jade hand, indicating that there was no need for his wife to play tricks on this kind of rookie. Sure enough, Master Poison Dragon soon couldn't laugh anymore. After his team arrived at the location, there was no castle but a large number of defense towers, which led to the annihilation of the entire army. At the same time, his lair was demolished by a team of Silver Queen with a few champion swordsmen while healing. They demolished all the defense towers, farmhouses, lumberyards, and other defense and resource buildings. Poison Dragon had hundreds of producible soldiers, but he had no money to build them. He could only watch the most junior champion swordsmen carry out illegal demolition in his own sphere of influence. The buildings that were built and upgraded with hard work were demolished one by one. This process was quite heart-wrenching. Master Poison Dragon completely lost his temper and directly admitted defeat. Cunning human. The so-called publicity is just to attract your attention, rookie. The real killer is at the back. As long as the method is appropriate, even the smallest power can change the entire battle situation. Chinrue said meaningfully. It was unknown if he was talking about the card game or something else. The fairy Miss Long glanced at the dejected Master Poison Dragon and continued to lean comfortably on Chinrue's shoulder. Master is really handsome. Master Slime quickly flattered. He secretly took out a bottle of wine with one hand and took a sip. This was Paglio's wine, although they were riding in a carriage. In this independent space prop, the degree of bumping was greatly reduced as if they were in an ordinary house. At this time, someone knocked on the door. It was Proyo. Proyo looked like a young man in his early 20s, but his true age was actually in his 30s. His strength was Pseudo-Saint Demon Emperor. He was the Deputy Legion Commander of the Dragon-Scale Legion of the Empire and was appointed as the captain of the escort team. There were also 2 Saint Demon Overlord powerhouses, Bedell, Kato, and dozens of elites of the Dragon-Scale Legion. They all had to listen to Proyo's command. Proyo was capable and had a relatively hardy temperament. He gave a good first impression. After all, he was also Fei Er's fiancé, so Chinrue's attitude was relatively friendly. Dodo's hand extended a few meters and opened the door. Proyo was slightly stunned when he saw the magic cards on the table. Then he said, "Your Highness, we have arrived at Qingyang Shao." At the same time, in another place, another Chinrue showed a meaningful smile, and a terrifying red light flashed in his eyes. As the most trusted guardian of the Archbishop of the East District, Solange, he had a secret order that Solange had just received from the top. The mission of this secret order was not only aimed at the East District, but also the person in charge of all areas of the mysterious church. There was only one sentence: kill the 3rd prince of the Long Huang Empire who went to the Ryo Empire to hold a wedding. Arthur Roland. Chapter 956. The wedding team of the Long Huang Empire entered the Yangshao Kingdom and was welcomed grandly by King Robin 19. Although the Yangshao Kingdom was a famous mercenary kingdom in the human world, its territory was not vast. Many of its territories were bordered by the Long Huang Empire. When Robin I founded the kingdom as a mercenary, he received strong support from the Long Huang Empire. Therefore, the Yangshao Kingdom had always existed as a vassal state of the Long Huang Empire. Compared with the founders of the ancestors, the current Robin 19 had a big belly and a big smile. He didn't look like a mercenary at all. He was a complete king. In the face of the arrival of the 3rd prince of the Long Huang Empire, Robin 19 didn't dare to neglect and held a welcome ceremony with the highest reception standards. Not only because of the prince's identity, but also because Arthur was the lord of Jinyao who controlled the magic game and yellow wine. In addition, he had the title of one of the 3 human mechanic grandmasters. Such a big shot was likely to be the king of the Long Huang Empire in the future, so it was absolutely necessary to have a good relationship. Qin Rui politely declined Robin XAX's kindness to hold a grand banquet for him. He only stayed for a short while before leaving and headed toward Garten City. Before leaving, Qin Rui gave Robin 19 a few bottles of the best yellow dragon wine, plus a long-term supply list of yellow wine, which made Robin XAX's fat face smile. The route of the team's journey was through Garten City to the Mirror City of the Roya Kingdom, then through the portal of Mirror City to the Starlight Kingdom, then from the Starlight Kingdom to the Jadeite Forest. The carriage was equipped with the best mutated warhorses of the Long Huang Empire. They were the best in speed and endurance. Even at night they could see clearly. It was far from what a civilian car could compare with. It could greatly save the journey. As a matter of fact, because of the assistance of the Church of Light in the magic game, Qin Rui saved a lot of work and set off earlier than planned. He still had plenty of time. It wasn't that he was in a hurry to get engaged to the Ryo Empire, but he wanted to make a trip to the Jadeite Forest to meet the 2 grandmasters again. As for the gift that Fanoa had mentioned, he didn't really take it to heart. These 2 were his true friends in the human world. When he first met them, he had only just reached the level of mechanics quasi-grandmaster. The 2 grandmasters gave him selfless guidance and help. In the end, he successfully advanced to the grandmaster level. Because of that, he defeated Saman and Eucalius in the life and death battle of the Demon Realm's mechanic master competition. Now, Qin Rui's mechanics had faintly surpassed the 2 grandmasters, and his combat power was far better than the 2 of them. However, regardless of his strength and mechanics, a friend was a friend. Friendship wouldn't change because of high or low status. The galloping carriage suddenly stopped. The pause was so abrupt that even Qin Rui in the carriage space felt it. He immediately notified Rala and the others to keep the space. Then he heard the sounds of chaos and fighting coming from outside the carriage. "Your Highness, please don't leave the carriage." The Saint Powerhouse, Bedell, said in a deep voice, "We were attacked by an unknown force. General Proyo is commanding the battle." Qin Rui stretched out his head. With just a glance, he had a panoramic view of the surrounding situation. It was a concave terrain with higher mountains on both sides. The ground in front and behind was filled with huge rolling logs that were burning. The air was filled with the scorching smell after the magic circle was activated. The fire illuminated the nearby corpses, both human and horse. It seemed that the enemy used the terrain to launch an attack to block the convoy's path. Judging from the power and layout of the magic circle, it was by no means an ordinary bandit, but a premeditated ambush. Under Proyo's command, the knights restrained their war horses and formed a circle, protecting the carriage in the center. In the darkness, the sound of countless arrows piercing through the air could be heard. They flashed faintly, probably enchanted arrows. Bedell's wand slammed into the ground. The arrows seemed to have hit an invisible shield, breaking apart and falling to the ground. A strange mechanical sound rang out, and in the midst of the piercing sound, there was an even sharper whistling sound. "Giant ballistae!" Bedell's expression changed. Giant ballistae were a type of huge, complicated ballista, originally used to deal with giant magical beasts like dragons. It took a lot of time to load them up, but their power and destructive power were terrifying. Although giant ballistae were powerful, they were still inanimate objects. If he was alone, Bedell had many ways to deal with them. But now his duty was to protect the carriage, which meant that he could only take them head-on. From the moment he heard the sound of the giant ballistae to the moment he reacted, only a split second had passed. Bedell had no time to react. His wand glowed brightly, and the power of his domain surged out. Thick earth shields appeared in the air, floating in front of him. In the next second, the sound of the earth shields being penetrated could be heard, followed by an explosion. The ground trembled, and almost all the earth shields were shattered. Luckily, the last 2 layers only had large cracks, barely withstanding this arrow. Many knights nearby were injured by the force of the explosion. Damn it, it's giant ballistic bolts imbued with the strongest explosive magic circle. Another saint-level swordsman, Cater, couldn't help but curse. Giant ballistae are strictly controlled contraband military equipment, even in the army. Where did these bastards get them? Proyo immediately ordered the knights to dismount and place their horses behind them, further reducing the radius of the circle and preparing for battle. Bedell had forcefully activated the power of his domain to block this attack. Not daring to be careless, he waved his wand again, causing the ground to tremble. Tall and sturdy walls rose from all directions, protecting the carriage in the center like a city wall. The sound of gears and sharp whistling rang out again. This time there was more than one giant ballistae. Several layers of the earth walls were penetrated, collapsing under the force of the explosion. However, the innermost layers were not damaged. Bedell was proficient in earth magic, and his ability to adapt was extremely fast. This earth wall spell, which had been condensed with the power of his domain, was indeed the best way to defend against giant ballistae. After a round of futile shooting, the sound of the giant ballistae temporarily stopped. After all, the loading of these ballistae was their greatest weakness. However, ghost-like figures began to appear from behind the collapsed earth walls, charging toward the carriage. After failing to shoot, the enemy had resorted to close combat. The knights near the carriage were all elites of the dragon scale army. They did not panic, nor did they act rashly. They only waited quietly for Captain Proyo's orders. The phantoms were already quite close. At Proyo's command, the swordsmen in the front row waved their swords in unison and slashed out at an angle. Straight slash, horizontal slash, straight slash, and horizontal slash again. These swordsmen were at least at the master level. Rows of sharp winds crisscrossed in an orderly manner, forming a huge net. Before the phantoms could even get close, they were turned into countless pieces. Shinrue could see that these knights had a power similar to magic tattoos on their bodies. When combined, they could unleash a power several times greater than their own. This was especially so for these well-trained and battle-hardened elites. They advanced and retreated as if they were one person. Even if they were to face a saint-level master, they would still be able to put up a fight. Combining forces was what humans were best at. In this aspect, the demon world was much weaker. Sometimes it depended more on individual strength. Generally speaking, due to the difference in lifespan and physical strength, demons were superior to humans of the same level. The elites of the dragon scale army in front of him had taught Shinrue a lesson. In the blink of an eye, they were like a meat grinder, killing more enemies than they had on their side. Bedell, who was beside the carriage, suddenly raised his head. He saw countless spots of light appear in the night sky. These spots of light instantly magnified. They were actually meteors that were emitting flames. Meteor shower! Bedell exclaimed. Meteor shower was a powerful fire element spell. It was extremely destructive to fixed targets on the ground. There were more than 100 of these meteors. Even at this distance, he could feel the terrifying fluctuations of the fire element. It seemed like there was a powerful fire element spellcaster among the enemies. The carriage could not move now. Like the giant crossbow earlier, Bedell could only take it head-on. He immediately raised his wand high, aimed it at the sky, and quickly chanted a spell. Just at this moment, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. He saw a golden light flash, flying towards him as fast as lightning. Only then did the sound of the air being torn apart. An arrow! This arrow was imbued with a powerful domain power, and the timing was extremely precise. Bedell was condensing his magic to resist the meteor shower in the sky, so he had no time to react. A spellcaster's close combat ability was almost zero. If this arrow landed, Bedell would be severely injured even if he did not die. He would also be unable to resist the meteor shower falling from the sky. The carriage and the people nearby would all be melted into meat paste. Ding! This arrow was blocked by a giant sword. The one holding the sword was another saint-level expert, Cater. Indeed, Cater did not disappoint Betel's expectations and took the arrow for him. Betel's magic surged out, and the meteor shower in the sky quickly slowed down. It seemed to be resisting some kind of power, and they were in a stalemate in the air. The golden light flashed again. This time the target was Cater. 5 consecutive arrows formed a line. The arrow in front accurately shot into the tail of the arrow behind, which was equivalent to nearly 5 times the force. Cater swung his giant sword horizontally, and his entire body was sent flying more than 10 meters. Before he could recover, dozens of golden lights whistled through the air toward Betel, who was locked in a stalemate with the meteor shower. Cater could not save him in time. Betel knew that things were not looking good. His body instantly appeared in midair, and this teleportation caused the meteor shower to fall even faster. Betel hurriedly stabilized his defensive magic and shouted, "Take His Highness and leave this place!" If he continued to stay here, he would only be passively attacked. He had to abandon the carriage. But just as Betel finished speaking, the golden lights that had missed seemed to have eyes of their own. They actually turned in an arc and chased after Betel, who was in midair. Betel was shocked. At this critical moment, the golden lights suddenly stopped and revealed their true forms. They were arrows made entirely of golden metal. What happened next left everyone dumbfounded. The dozens of sparkling arrows instantly turned into flying ash. These faintly glowing ashes rapidly retreated, following the trajectory of the arrows as if they were being replayed. In the blink of an eye, the faint light had already returned to the place where the arrows had been fired. A mournful cry rang out, but it only lasted for half a second before it suddenly stopped, and there was no more sound. Betel, who was in midair, had the clearest view. It was a slender figure who had tried several times to avoid the retreating light, but to no avail. The moment the light returned to his body, he let out a scream, and his body had already turned into ashes. Betel felt the pressure on his head loosen, and the hundreds of burning meteors also turned into ashes in the blink of an eye. They were blown away by the night wind and scattered without a trace. What kind of power was this? It was actually so powerful. The slender figure was obviously a powerhouse at the peak of the saint level, but he turned into ashes in an instant. Judging from the state of the ashes, this power was not like magic, but more like a kind of poison. Everything just now was naturally the masterpiece of Paglio, who was sitting on top of the carriage. He only needed to move his fingers to deal with these weak assassins. Master Poison Dragon took a sip of wine and winked at the humans in a show of force, looking like a villain intoxicated with success. "I'm powerful, right? So what if you have the strength? You can only act like a coward." Chinrue had an indifferent expression, but Rala glared at the poison dragon and then retracted her gaze. "Anyway, if I were to make a move, even 10 Paglio would be defeated." She couldn't be bothered to argue with this guy. Only the slime looked dejected. Such a good opportunity to pinch a soft persimmon and make a contribution was missed because he was greedy for the last half bottle of wine. "The enemy has retreated." Betel clearly saw that after the powerhouse who shot the arrow was killed, the ghostly shadows seemed to have received some order and quickly retreated, including the Fire Saint level mage who released the meteor fire shower. Cater stepped forward and bowed to Paglio together with Betel, who had landed on the ground. Both of them had obvious awe in their eyes. Others might not know, but as saint-level powerhouses, both he and Betel could feel that it was the seemingly careless man next to the Third Royal Highness who had defeated the enemy, turning a peak saint-level powerhouse into ashes with a wave of his hand. The Guardian of Arthur was far stronger than a saint-level, a super powerhouse. Seeing that the enemy had retreated, the knights raised their swords and cheered in victory. Rala whispered in Chinrue's ear. I felt the fluctuation of water teleportation. Those people should have escaped using a one-time teleportation array. Shinrue nodded, looking deep in thought. Proyo didn't hear Rala's voice. He just frowned and said, I feel that something is wrong. I feel that the enemy retreated a little too quickly. General, you're worrying too much. Betel shook his head indifferently. I saw it very clearly. The enemy leader was killed by Sir Guardian, who brought His Royal Highness. Their morale plummeted, so they retreated. I just have the intuition of a commander. I hope I'm wrong. Proyo nodded. When he was arranging for the soldiers to clear the road obstacles, Paglio suddenly frowned and stood up. Chapter 9:57. Just as Paglio stood up, an angry roar came from a distance. This voice was so loud and clear that it could pierce through one's soul. The knights felt their hearts palpitate, and their sword-wielding hands trembled as they clutched their chests, revealing expressions of discomfort. Even Projo and the two saint-leveled experts were no exception. Shinrue was not affected because of Dodo and Rala's protection. Paglio snorted coldly and let out a deep roar. Dragon roar. Although this dragon roar was not very loud, it carried an incomparably powerful power. It completely defeated the strange power of the opponent's roar, and everyone's abnormality suddenly disappeared. The angry roar immediately found the direction of the dragon roar, and it approached in the blink of an eye. Paglio's figure flickered and disappeared from the top of the carriage. In the blink of an eye, the night sky in the distance lit up with a dull sound, accompanied by angry roars and violent collisions. The moonlight in that space became distorted, and one could imagine what kind of fierce battle was taking place. Shinrue concentrated his eyesight and gazed over. He saw Paglio fighting fiercely with a figure. The man had silver hair, wore black full-body armor, and held a dark red sledgehammer. His strength was comparable to the poison dragon who had reached the middle stage of the kingdom, but his figure was surprisingly short. A dwarf! Shinrue suddenly remembered that this area was the location of the Black Rock mountain range. When he and INA's Iron Shield mercenary group went to Garten City, they passed by the Thick Earth Castle, which was the dwarf's territory nearby. In a forging to prove his skills and innocence, Shinrue realized the quasi-Grand Master of Mechanics made a friendship with the dwarf King Ophiage, and accepted the Sacred Leaf Badge to represent the hill dwarves in the Emerald Forest Sea. The dwarf who was fighting with Paglio should be a super powerhouse of the dwarves guarding the hill. Generally speaking, dwarves would not take the initiative to attack humans unless it was out of self-defense. Why would they attack him, the Prince of the Holy Empire? At this time, there was a heavy and overall sound in front. It was the sound of footsteps. It seemed that a large number of enemies were approaching. Dwarves. It's the elite shield warriors of the hill, dwarves. The scouting knight in front rushed over and reported, "There are thousands of them." The knights were all moved, and Proyo revealed a solemn expression. The dwarves were very good at close combat. The elite shield warriors were the main infantry force of the dwarf race, and their combat power was even above that of the dragon scale army. Moreover, there were more than 1,000 of them, and there were definitely some saint-level experts among them. There was a great disparity in strength and numbers. Their super elites were being held up, and their chances of winning were almost zero. Proyo immediately ordered, "Immediately clear the path of retreat behind us, abandon the carriages, and retreat at full speed in the direction of Chaoyang and Shao Kingdom." Using the speed of the war horses to shake off the dwarves was the only way out. This is bad. General, there are many enemies rushing out from the mountains behind us. It's the bear cavalry of the hill dwarves. We're surrounded. The bear cavalry was a unique cavalry of the dwarves. Their mounts were not war horses, but war bears that the dwarves raised. They were fierce and violent, had strong offensive and defensive abilities, and were best at fighting in the mountains. They were a natural deterrent to war horses. Damn it, the hill dwarves have actually colluded with the assassins. Proyo gritted his teeth and said, "The situation is extremely critical now. We can only take the risk and break through. I will lead the warriors of the dragon scale army into 2 teams of cavalry to distract the main force of the dwarves. Betel, Cater, and the Guardian will protect His Royal Highness and wait for an opportunity to escape up the mountain. Proyo's decision was equivalent to sacrificing himself and the elites of the dragon scale army to cover for Chun Rue's escape. Betel and Cater were moved at the same time. Chun Rue suddenly said, "I think that the dwarves are not necessarily the assassin's accomplices. There must be some misunderstanding here. No matter what, His Highness must first get out of danger." Proyo frowned. "Every minute we waste, His Highness will be in greater danger. You are all the most loyal and heroic warriors." Chinrue shook his head. "I won't give up your lives in order to escape. Besides, it's not the time to despair yet. Projo, I order you to immediately send someone to try to contact the dwarf's shield warrior in front. If you can't communicate, retreat immediately. His Highness, now is not the time. This is my order." Proyo sighed and lowered his head. "Yes, sir." The surrounding knights clenched their swords tightly. No matter what, this third highness had already won everyone's respect by staying behind to live and die with them. Even if they had to shed their last drop of blood, they would still stand in front of His Highness. Soon the knights sent out at the front quickly spurred their horses and reported. "The dwarves have not responded at all. They are only continuing to advance, full of hostility." The knights who were scouting at the back also reported. "The bear cavalrymen have spread out to form a semi-encirclement and are approaching." The heavy footsteps in front were getting clearer, as if they were stepping on everyone's heart. There was also a faint roar of beasts behind. The knights' hearts were heavy. Chinrue's expression remained unchanged. Rala gently leaned on his shoulder as if she didn't hear these sounds. Sir Dodo's morale was high. "Finally, it's my turn to show off. These soft persimmons are really giving me a handsome uncle. What is it called in the magic game? That's right, farm merit points." The elite dwarven warriors with big shields appeared in the sight of the knights. The dark teams were all heavy infantry, wearing heavy armor and holding steel shields and battle axes or war hammers. Although they were generally short, they caused great pressure to the humans. The knights at the back were even more nervous because the horses had shown varying degrees of shock, which meant that the dwarves' warbears were approaching. Although these knights were the elites of the Dragonscale Legion, the Dragonscale Legion was not the strongest Dragon Claw Knight Legion after all. Facing the warbears that were naturally restrained, even the well-trained war horses could hardly suppress their panic. "We can only fight to the death. Your Highness, I'm sorry that I can't escort you to your destination." Proyo pulled out his long sword. His eyes were full of fighting spirit to the death. "Don't move without my order." Chinrue walked up slowly, took out a device that seemed to be a magic loudspeaker, and began to shout, "Dwarfs Warhammer, why are you pointing at your friend?" "I am a good friend of the late Grand Master, Rick." The dwarven army seemed to have received some order and stopped. A black-bearded dwarf, who seemed to be the commander, walked out of the team. "Despicable and cunning humans! The dwarves will no longer believe you. I think you've misunderstood something. You're Takelin, right? I've heard Rick talk about you before he was alive. You're a good drinker, and once you almost burned off your beard for drinking. How do you know?" The black-bearded dwarf was taken aback. Seeing the strange looks in the eyes of the dwarven warriors behind him, he quickly corrected him. "Nonsense, I was careless when I was forging. The story of Takelin's beard was actually learned by Chun Rue from Aina in the dwarven thick earth castle last time." This time, the black-bearded dwarf was caught off guard, and the oppressive atmosphere eased a little. Chinrue took the opportunity to say, "Dwarf friend, my destination was Garden City, but I was ambushed by assassins here just now. You can see that there are roadblocks and corpses here that have not been completely cleared. I am not afraid of war, but I am not willing to be the target of this fellow. I hope that my dwarven friends can sharpen their eyes and see clearly who is a friend and who is an enemy." Teiklin hesitated for a moment, and another angry voice sounded in the distant sky. Don't believe his sophistry. This dragons clearly have terrible poison power, and they must be the ones who poison them. Kill all those humans first, then go to Thick Earth Castle and inform Teiklin to come and take down this poison dragon with me. Poison? When Chun Rui heard these two words, he immediately understood the possible changes that might have happened in Thick Earth City. The poisoning of Thick Earth City, the ambush of the squad, the attack of the dwarves, all these things were connected and formed a whole chain of events. Even if the poison dragon's poison power was just a coincidence, every part of this incident was definitely not a coincidence. This was a carefully planned killing. The dwarf in the distant sky suddenly changed into a huge dwarf, which meant that his entire body had become much larger, but his body proportion had not changed. He still had short arms and short legs. The iron hammer in the dwarf's hand turned into a pure flame, almost as dazzling as the sun, and its power surged. Not to be outdone, Paglio turned into a huge poison dragon wearing heavy armor, and the battle between the two sides became more and more intense. The strength of this dwarf was at the same level as Paglio. Logically speaking, as a dragon's, Paglio had the star-sealing, star-strengthening power and quasi-divine equipment like the Overlord armor. He should have one easily. However, the dwarves had a very special talent, which was to double their combat power against giant creatures. In other words, the bigger the creature, the stronger their combat power. With this talent, the dwarf was evenly matched with Paglio, and it was difficult to tell who was superior for a while. As soon as the dwarf powerhouse said this, Teiklin no longer hesitated. He immediately returned to the team and issued an order to attack. The shield-wielding warriors in front began to charge, and the bear cavalrymen behind quickly surrounded them. At the same time, several special breaths firmly locked onto the two saint-level guards, Betel and Kader. They were obviously the saint-level dwarves. There was no doubt that this was a dead end. The palms of the Dragon-Scale Legion's knights were sweating while holding their swords. The only exception was the Chun Rui couple and the slime. Dodo, don't move. Chun Rui stopped the slime who was eager to farm merit points and said to Rala, My most beautiful and moving Miss Guardian, please make a move. I don't want to see casualties, including the two guys in the air who are delaying us. Oh, Ms. Fairy Dragon glanced at him with a smile. She was obviously satisfied with his adjectives. Under the surprised gaze of a group of knights, she slowly stood up straight. Chapter 958. Facing the dwarven army that was surrounding them, Rala stretched out her slender index finger and gently waved it in 2 circles. There wasn't any special power, but all the dwarves suddenly paused, and the 2 armies stopped at the same time. It wasn't as simple as stopping. Under the moonlight, it could be clearly seen that their bodies were actually slowly becoming shorter. Even the bear riders were no exception, sinking into the ground. The angry shouts of the dwarves and the startled roars of the war bears rang out everywhere, although they had only sunk halfway into the ground before stopping. Their bodies suddenly became several times heavier, and they couldn't move at all. For a moment, all the dwarven army froze where they stood, even those who were emitting the aura of a saint-level fighter. The people near the carriage were also stunned. This mysterious, veiled beauty had only stretched out a finger. An entire dwarven army had such a powerful, large-scale attack, and the people on their side hadn't felt or been affected in the slightest. Betel was especially shocked. He had graduated from Starlight Academy and made a name for himself at a young age. His affinity and sensitivity to the earth element was the strongest, and he was known as a genius in earth magic. Compared to ordinary practitioners, he felt more things and was even more surprised. This was clearly the undulation of the earth element. Gravity spell? Caving spell? Swamp spell? That wasn't right, although it was the power of the earth element. It wasn't any form of earth magic that he understood. The power produced by the combination and transformation of the earth element was so powerful that it made Betel shudder. The old dean of Starlight Academy, his teacher, Carlyle, had once said that this was the strongest source of elemental power. The source of elemental power was no longer restricted to any form of magic, and could use the purest and most powerful elemental power with just a wave of one's hand. But this realm was almost unattainable even for a super fighter, and only the legendary elemental king could possess it. Betel had no doubt that if this spell had been an attack like the Flower of Death, then the dwarven army, including the saint-level fighters of the dwarves, would all be killed in an instant. No wonder the third prince was so calm. It turned out that the seemingly weak, veiled beauty beside him actually had such terrifying power. What was even more shocking was that Rala didn't even look at the dwarves. She just opened her right hand and pointed at the dwarves and the roaring dragon in the sky. Everyone felt a wave of dizziness wash over them. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield in the distance had enlarged and appeared in the sky. However, they soon realized that the space around them seemed to be wrapped up by something. The power of the battle between the two super-level experts did not leak out at all. The two, who were fully engrossed in the fierce battle, didn't notice this anomaly. Suddenly, the silver-bearded dwarf shivered as he felt a bone-chilling cold coming from the flaming warhammer in his hand. He subconsciously looked at the warhammer in his hand and found that the warhammer had been frozen into ice along with the raging flames. From a distance, it looked like a frozen red torch. The dwarf was extremely shocked. This floating fire warhammer was a powerful rune weapon, equivalent to a quasi-divine weapon. Moreover, it was infused with the power of his kingdom in his strongest state, but it was actually frozen. Water and fire elements were mutually restraining and opposing elements. It might not be difficult to extinguish the fire, but it was 10 times more difficult to freeze the fire than to freeze other elements. Moreover, it was a repressive instant freeze. This chill had spread in an instant, and the blazing power of the kingdom began to cool down quickly. Even the soul faintly felt solidified. The silver-bearded dwarf was a battle-hardened person, so he immediately gave up the floating fire war hammer decisively. Paglio, on the opposite side, felt that the most threatening warhammer suddenly lost its power. He was overjoyed. As he was about to knock down the opponent, his body suddenly twisted strangely. He had inexplicably left the battlefield and returned to the original carriage top. Rala! The familiar space transfer power made the poison dragon couldn't help but yell. I was having a good time fighting, and I was actually automatically returned to the city at the critical moment when I was about to take down the enemy. What? The fairy Miss Long glanced at Paglio, as if she didn't hear it clearly. Master Poison Dragon looked at her eyes, and his heart was creeped out. He was suddenly speechless. Well, I'm a hero. A good dragon knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. The dwarf also noticed the disappearance of the opponent. He turned his gaze to the mysterious woman with glasses and veil, roaring and moving toward this side. It must be this woman who used a shameless sneak attack trick. As long as I defeat her, floating fire can return to its original state. However, the dwarf teleported several times in a row, but he could only flash in place. He couldn't get out of the space at all. Amidst the horror, Zola's palm that was facing the sky slowly turned down. The dwarf suddenly felt dizzy as if the whole world was reversed. Before he could stabilize his body, the sky seemed to collapse and he fell down involuntarily. Boom! The silver-bearded dwarf's huge body fell to the ground, leaving a huge crater full of cracks. The dwarf flipped over and was about to jump up, but the invisible pressure from above was as heavy as a mountain. He couldn't even stand up. The silver-bearded dwarf roared, and the runes on his armor lit up with a strong light. His whole body burst out, and he finally barely supported his body. A few strands of purple hair in front of Rala's forehead fluttered slightly, and her 5 fingers moved down. The silver-bearded dwarf only felt that the pressure suddenly increased several times. His body trembled, and his knees could no longer support him. He fell to the ground again with a bang. The enlarged body began to shrink to its original state. Even the black armor on his body began to distort and deform. The shining runes were extinguished one by one. It could be seen how terrifying the pressure was. The dwarf struggled unwillingly, but he could only support half of his body at most. He could no longer stand up. This scene almost petrified the dwarves. Hodhek, who had always been regarded as the strongest super powerhouse in the tribe, was defeated so easily, while Master Poison Dragon was gloating. He couldn't help but feel a little dejected. A dragon is really infuriating compared to a dragon. The strength of the madwoman has improved again. If this continues, it is only a matter of time for her to break through to demigod. I absorbed the law fragments given by the human, and I just reached the middle of the kingdom after working hard. I'm afraid it's hopeless to turn the tables in front of the madwoman, let alone the bewitching human. The human knights around the carriage looked at Rala with extreme awe. It turns out that this is the most powerful guardian beside His Royal Highness. Okay, Rala. Chinrue's voice sounded. If this goes on, I'm afraid the silver-bearded dwarf will be seriously injured. The forest dwarf, Born, was his good friend, and he also had some friendship with the hill dwarf in the past. The purpose of asking Rala to suppress the audience was to clear up the misunderstanding, not to deepen it. The fairy, Miss Long, put down her hand as instructed. The silver-bearded dwarf only felt the pressure was relieved, and he sat on the ground, panting heavily. The position of the dwarf army slowly rose, and they automatically returned to the flat ground from the fallen soil. The previous heavy feeling also disappeared. Until now, how could the dwarves not know the strength of the enemy? They clenched their weapons, but no one ran away. Dwarven braves, if my guardian wants to kill you, it's easy. Chinrue's amplified voice sounded in time. However, I won't kill my friends like this, even though I will be misunderstood by my friends. I just want to get to the thick earth castle as soon as possible to see what happened to my dwarf friends and provide them with as much help as possible. The silver-bearded man got up and stared at Chinrue from a distance for a while. What's your name? Human. Arthur Roland, the third prince of the Long Huang Empire. The dwarves looked at each other, and almost without exception, they all showed surprise. The silver-bearded Hodhek blurted out, Mechanic Grand Master! For the dwarves who regarded forging as their life, no prince could compare to the weight of these words. One by one, the weapons finally dropped down. A few hours later, the elite team of the Dragonscale Legion and the dwarves rushed to the thick earth castle in the Black Rock Mountain. Along the way, Chinrue learned from Hodhek that about a year after he left the thick earth castle last time, the power of the dwarves had changed greatly. The dwarves were divided into 3 types according to their living habits: hill dwarves, cave dwarves, and forest dwarves. They lived in the thick earth castle in the Black Rock Mountain Range, the Golden Palace in the Red Stone Mountain Range, and the Stone Fist Village in the Emerald Forest Sea. The 3 types of dwarves came from the same source, and each had its own strengths. The hill dwarves were best at forging. The cave dwarves were proficient in mining and refining. The forest dwarves had a close relationship with the elves, and they had unique rune crafts. At that time, there was a sudden earthquake in the Red Stone Mountain Range, causing the cave dwarves' residence, the Golden Palace, to collapse. Their kin suffered heavy casualties. At the invitation of the Hill Dwarf King, Fug, the Cave Dwarf King, Ink, led the cave dwarves to leave the Red Stone Mountain Range and migrate to the Black Rock Mountain. The 2 dwarven forces merged into one. After the merger, the dwarves became more powerful. With the addition of the cave dwarves, the rich mineral resources of the Black Rock Mountain Range were further developed. However, due to the increase in the number of people, the demand for various materials, especially food and wine, greatly increased. This made the dwarves relax the restrictions on trading with humans. Just a few days ago, a group of humans came to Thick Earth Castle and offered to trade food and ale for equipment. They had even paid half of the food and ale in advance as a down payment. This kind of generosity was quite rare among dwarves when it came to trading with humans. The dwarves received a large amount of urgently needed food and ale, and today was the day of delivery. As promised, the other party brought the remaining half of the food and ale. The dwarves believed it without a doubt, and even held a grand banquet. However, at the last moment of receiving the goods, the humans suddenly attacked without warning, killing the accompanying dwarf elders and dwarven warriors, and stealing a large amount of equipment. At the same time, a large number of dwarves were found to have been poisoned, including the dwarf king, Ofug, and Ink. It turned out that the remaining portion of the food and wine that was delivered today was mixed with a batch of poison wine. This incident alarmed the two supreme dwarves of the dwarves. One of them, Strickland, stayed to guard Thick Earth Castle, protecting and trying to cure the poisoned dwarves. On the other hand, Hodheck personally led the shield bearer and bear rider to hunt down the enemies. In the end, they found traces of the enemies and tracked them all the way here. They mistakenly thought that Chenrue and the others were the murderers, and a fight broke out. Chenrue now completely understood the whole story. The reason why the assassins poisoned the dwarves was not because they coveted the equipment. According to Rala, the assassins who ambushed the carriage had escaped using a one-time teleportation circle. It seemed that both groups had the same goal, to lure the dwarves here and reap the benefits. This meant that the assassins had already grasped the protection power around him. This power was definitely not Proyo's group, but the guardian of the ancient alchemy civilization. The most obvious one was Paglio, who had attacked in the conference hall of the palace. The supreme dwarves should have been targeting Paglio, but the enemy did not expect that there was an even more powerful guardian like Rala beside Chenrue. As a result, they suppressed the whole scene and easily crushed the opponent's plot. On the other hand, if it were not for Rala's super strength, perhaps Chenrue and the others would have already been killed by the dwarves. At that time, they could even push the death of Arthur to the dwarves. This was a meticulous plan, and the ambushers were definitely not ordinary assassins. So, who was the mastermind behind the scenes? Royal Brother? Royal Brother? Black Death Apostle? Or someone else? Chapter 959. After entering the Thick Earth Castle, Chenrue followed Hodheck to the square and saw a large number of dwarves lying on the ground. Most of them were groaning in pain, and some of them were unconscious or even dead. Dwarves originally had considerable resistance to magic and toxins, but this toxin seemed to be specially developed for dwarves. The toxin was very strong. The poisoned dwarves were foaming at the mouth, and their skin showed a strange dark silver color. The herbs and detoxification runes of the dwarf doctors had no effect. Paglio, do you have a way to eliminate these toxins? No problem. Paglio sniffed and showed an indifferent look. These toxins are too low level. If I were the one who poisoned them, these dwarves would have turned into smoke and disappeared. When Hodheck was fighting with Paglio earlier, he noticed that the poison dragon had a strong poison power, so he immediately thought that the poison dragon was the one who poisoned him. Master Poison Dragon deliberately mentioned this, as he was obviously holding a grudge. When the silver-bearded dwarf heard that, his face turned red, but he held it in and didn't roar. Although the dwarves were a bit grumpy, they were not fools. Not to mention that the woman's strength was enough to destroy the entire Thick Earth Castle. Just the fact that the dragons had the detoxification ability was enough to make them humble. Don't be stingy, Sir Guardian. Chenrue laughed and patted Master Poison Dragon's shoulder. Hurry up and help the dwarf friend detoxify. Hodheck glanced at Chenrue gratefully and bowed to express his gratitude. Although Chenrue was a national-level powerhouse, this prince also had the identity of a mechanic grandmaster. What was more valuable was that he ignored the past and came to help the dwarves, so he deserved this bow. Paglio's method of detoxification was very special. In fact, he used his own poison to assimilate the toxins in those dwarves. Then he absorbed them all. Although it was more energy-consuming, it was great for supplementing and enhancing the poison. The poison dragon just walked a few laps among the poisoned dwarves, and the dwarf symptoms were greatly reduced. Although they were still unconscious, they were out of danger. About 10 minutes later, most of the poisoned dwarves had been treated. Paglio wiped the sweat off his forehead and shook his head. This is really embarrassing. I'm used to using poison to kill people, but today I actually became a lifesaver. Stop showing off. Shinrue looked at the guy who obviously had the word smug written on his face. I know you can do it, Sir Guardian. Thank you. The strongest of the dragons. It was a misunderstanding before, and I, Hadek, apologize to you. Dwarves were straightforward when they spoke. The poison dragon saved so many tribesmen, so Hohek only felt guilty and grateful. Another early-stage dwarf expert, Strickland, also expressed his gratitude. Forget it, I had a good fight with you. Master Poison Dragon sneered, then he frowned again. However, the poison of those guys seems to have undergone some kind of mutation. I can't do anything about it. Hohek saw that Paglio was referring to the two unconscious dwarf kings, Ofk and Ink, as well as several elders. Elder Azga, whom Shinrue had dealt with last time, was also among them. He was taken aback. Sir, please find a way to save them. It's not that I don't want to help, but the poison of these people is very special. It may be due to their strength, but their poison is different from ordinary dwarves. If I use my method to forcefully remove it, their lives can be saved, but their consciousness may be completely lost. It's up to you to decide whether to treat them or not. Strickland almost pulled his beard off. How can this be? Ofk and Ink are the leaders of the dwarves, and they are also the strongest and most courageous warriors. If they completely lose consciousness, it will be even worse than death. Paglio shook his head, pointed to the golden patterns that faintly appeared on Ofk's skin, and said, Look, his poison has penetrated deep into his soul. Once this pattern spreads all over his body, he will definitely die. Ah, by the way, that Ink may be a little better. He should have some kind of poison resistance talent, so he should have no problem keeping his life. But the possibility of losing consciousness is still very high. I really can't have the best of both worlds. So the decision is up to you. Hohek and Strickland were anxious. Shinrue, who had been observing the poison dwarves, said, Move them to a separate room, let me try. Both super dwarf powerhouses knew that this prince was an alchemist grand master. Maybe he really had a way, so they immediately ordered people to move off and the others to a room. Sir Hohek, Sir Strickland, these dwarf friends are dying. I must cast a secret art of life, but this secret art has a greater risk. It can't be disturbed by any power, so I don't know if you can avoid it. Secret art of life? Hohek and Strickland looked at each other, obviously confused. Shinrue smiled slightly. You too, don't you trust me? Those dwarves outside are alive because of your highness. You are the benefactor of our tribe. So how can we not trust your highness? Your highness, please do your best to save them. Ofk and the other dwarf corps leaders were indeed in danger. Since there was no good way, they might as well let this grand master try. Hohek and Strickland left the room. Shinrue asked Dodo to guard the door, and he carefully took out a tool to set up a shielding space enchantment. Then the crown of thorns appeared on Shinrue's head, and a holy aura exuded. Divine favor draws holy power, dispels all evil power, purifies and transforms physique. Cast once per hour. Can choose to purify or transform mode. Can lock on multiple targets. The crown of thorns was able to restrain and dispel all evil powers. Actually, there was no such thing as good or evil. The so-called evil was just a way of saying it. When it came to poison, the crown of thorns was unquestionably the bane of it. Shinrue chose the purification mode of divine favor. Waves of pure, holy light shone on Ofk and the others. The dark, golden patterns on Ofk's body seemed to be alive, and they quickly retreated when encountering the holy power. The power of divine favor was extremely powerful, especially with Chun Rui's body of glorious light as a medium. Soon, the holy light enveloped Off's entire body, and the patterns had nowhere to hide. With a screeching sound, it finally turned into smoke and disappeared under the light. After the patterns completely disappeared, Chinrue clearly felt that the extremely weak vitality of Off and the others gradually recovered. Their almost interrupted breathing began to become even, and they were obviously out of danger. There was only one exception, and that was the king of the cave dwarves, Ink. When the golden patterns on Ink's body were shown by the power of divine favor, although there were some signs of evaporation, most of the patterns converged and condensed into a special blood color. At the same time, a terrifying aura of destruction was about to be released. Chinrue seemed to have expected this. In fact, this was the real reason why he wanted this single room. He had long noticed Ink's abnormality. The analytical eyes showed race, dwarf soul transformation, comprehensive strength assessment, S+, S++, physique, S+, S++, strength, S+, spirit, S++, speed, S++. Analysis, berserk, poison transformation, blood sacrifice soul. Danger level, low. Ink actually hid part of his strength, and he was only one step away from the kingdom. The most important thing was not this, but the soul transformation and blood sacrifice soul. Chinrue had only seen these two attributes on one person, and that was Veronica. The supreme king of the cave dwarves actually had the power of the abyss. From this point of view, the destruction of the Golden Palace, where the cave dwarves resided, might have other mysteries. Not only today, but the poisoning of the thick earth castle and even the entire assassination, Ink, who had the power of poison transformation, was probably the real culprit behind the scenes. There was an extra mask on Chinrue's face, the god-eating mask. He wanted to control Ink and understand the whole conspiracy. At the same time, he wanted to understand the mystery of the soul transformation and the blood sacrifice soul to save Veronica. The yellow light on the god-eating mask flashed. The puppet power had been activated. Ink's originally unconscious and motionless body trembled. His eyes suddenly opened, and a strange blood-like light appeared in his pupils. The yellow light and the blood light were entangled, and it was hard to tell which one was stronger. The god-eating mask could transform the target whose strength was lower than itself into an obedient puppet. Chinrue had tried it many times before. Now, facing Ink, whose strength was lower than himself, it was the first time that he encountered such a strong resistance. The power of the crown of thorns seemed to be very strong against Ink. The god-eating mask soon gained the upper hand. The blood light gradually became weaker. Chinrue clearly felt that the blood light had merged with Ink's soul. Once it was completely eliminated, Ink's life would also dissipate. This was the power of the blood sacrifice soul. So stubborn. Chinrue's heart was a little heavy. He put away the puppet power of the god-eating mask. As soon as the powerful control disappeared, Ink could no longer care about the unconscious. His eyes were full of blood light. He jumped up and rushed toward Chinrue with a low roar. Chinrue waved his hand. A red light flashed, and two smoke-like strange chains appeared beside Ink's body, exuding the breath of flames. Before Ink could get close, he was already tied up by the cross-shaped chains. These two chains looked illusory, but they had a powerful binding power. Ink was frozen in the air for a moment. Ink was not willing to be tied up like this. The dark golden patterns on his body turned into blood red. His body doubled in size. His palms turned into beast-like claws with a faint poisonous smell. His strength increased by several times, but he still couldn't get rid of the shackles. This was the law of the true flame shackles that Chinrue absorbed. The struggle of the shackles would activate the strange power of the shackles and devour their flesh and blood. However, Ink seemed to not feel the terrible devouring power. He still activated his fury talent and struggled desperately. Chinrue pointed at Ink. 2 more translucent silver chains appeared outside the red smoke. These were the thought-binding chains given by Raphael. They were powerful artifacts that could confine souls and spirit power. These days, Chinrue had already successfully analyzed the thought-binding chains and could use them freely. However, he still needed a considerable amount of time to absorb the law and fuse the true flame shackles into the prohibition of wind and fire. As soon as the thought-binding chains appeared, Ink let out a terrifying roar. His struggle suddenly became smaller. Obviously, the soul confinement had a stronger restraining power on Ink. Chinrue moved his mind. The crown of thorns continued to maintain the oppressive divine blessing. The puppet power of the god-eating mask was activated again. The eye-analytical eyes made a soul communication sound. If you want to live, give up resistance. Become my servant. With his current strength, it was a piece of cake to kill Ink. What he wanted to do was to control. Haha. Ink laughed disdainfully. My Lord Sosbach is a higher existence. His control of fear is second only to the Lord of Hatred. I have already accepted my Lord's great will. How can I yield to a lowly ant like you? Chapter 960. Terror Dominator Sosbach? Chinrue snorted. Even if Quiriana, the Terror Dominator, comes here, I will make her kneel and surrender. Ink didn't expect the opponent to be so rude, even after knowing the name of the supreme Terror Dominator. His expression became even more ferocious, and he kept roaring. Chinrue didn't say much. The power of divine favor shone on Ink's body and increased the power of coercion. Ink was controlled by the true flame shackles and the thought-binding chain, so he couldn't struggle or dodge. A trace of ruthlessness flashed through the eyes of the Dwarf King. A human-shaped blood vapor appeared on the surface of his body. There were 2 obvious silver marks on this blood vapor. Then it exploded, and the blood vapor disappeared without a trace. After the blood vapor disappeared, the pupils of the Dwarf King Ink returned to their normal black color. He looked extremely tired, and his skin also became solidified because of the disappearance of the blood marks. Your Highness Ink, are you okay? Chinrue quickly asked. Ink's hoarse voice sounded extremely weak. Thank you, human friend, for freeing me from the worst nightmare. After saying that, a crack suddenly appeared on Ink's face. Then, cracks appeared on his entire body. His body collapsed and turned into scattered gravel before disappearing into the air. Chinrue was shocked. After the abyssal consciousness that controlled Ink was destroyed, Ink was also turned into ashes. This kind of complete annihilation was useless even with the resurrection potion. Tell me, what's the deal with the blood sacrifice soul and soul transformation? Underground altar, destroy, golden underground palace. Ink used all his strength to say the last few words. His voice was extremely weak. If it wasn't for Chinrue's extraordinary hearing, he wouldn't be able to hear it at all. He didn't know if it was the answer to that question. Before he could think about it, Ink's body and soul had completely disappeared. Chinrue turned his head as if he sensed something. He saw the other Dwarf King, Orf, watching this scene with his eyes wide open. He immediately put away the god-eating mask and other things and said, Your Highness Orf, you don't need to explain, human friend. When I woke up, I saw you fighting with that evil power. Now I understand why Ink poisoned me. Thank you very much for helping Ink. You freed his soul and returned to the embrace of Mother Earth. Chinrue nodded. It seemed that the culprit who poisoned Orf and the elders was Ink. He immediately smiled and said, Let me show off my credit. I not only helped Ink, but also saved all the poisoned dwarves, including your Highness. I only have one condition. What your Highness saw just now, there are a few fragments. Please forget them. Orf. Under Hordheck and Strickland's anxious gazes, the door to the room opened. After Orf and Orf, the Ind-eating King, the King and the King of Ling Sect King, Steth, king and king and king and Damin, and the king, 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 Damin, king and Damin, Damin, king sled. Dominating or Damin, king, said. After whispering to Orphig for a while, the two powerhouses looked shocked. Then the expressions on their faces changed quickly as they looked at Chenrue from time to time. The three of them used their power to force their voices into subtle sounds to communicate secretly, but Chenrue could guess it even if he didn't deliberately eavesdrop. The purpose of Ink's poisoning this time should be to get rid of Orphg and become the only dwarf king. He could take over the hill dwarves' nest and control them, and then drag the entire dwarf race into the abyss of depravity. Chenrue had dealt with Orphg, the young dwarf king. He knew that Orphg was a typical hill dwarf. He was straightforward, kept his promises, and swore in the name of the previous dwarf king. Therefore, Chenrue was not worried that some secrets would be leaked. Moreover, what Chenrue showed was only the power of the props and not his own strength. When the truth of Ink being controlled by the evil power was revealed, Orphg and the two super-ranked dwarves thought of the many abnormal movements of the cave dwarves after they migrated here, especially the inexplicable disappearance of some dwarves. They could not help but be frightened. How many of the cave dwarves, including the hill dwarves, were also controlled by this strange power? This was a matter of life and death for all the dwarves in Thick Earth Castle. Orphg had seen Chenrue use the divine power to dispel the evil, so he immediately asked Chenrue for help. The power of the abyss and the crown of thorns, divine favor, seemed to be mutually restraining each other. Under the purification power of divine favor, those who are eroded by the power of the abyss could not hide. However, divine favor had just been used, so it needed an hour to cool down. After an urgent discussion, they decided to select an army that was not infected by the evil power, and then use this army as a base to clean up all the dwarves. After everything was prepared, the dwarves entered the heavily guarded castle hall in batches for the poison inspection, stayed for a while, and walked out again. This process repeated until the early morning when all the inspection was completed. Proyo and others did not know about these actions. Under Chenrue's instruction, they had been isolated by the dwarves. Just in case, they also left the poison dragon to monitor them. Rala and Dodo assisted Chenrue as assistants and could take action on his behalf when necessary. There were more than 1,000 dwarves who had been identified as problematic by the purification power of divine favor, and 90% of them were cave dwarves. Unlike Ink, whose soul was completely integrated with the consciousness of the abyss, most of the dwarves had not been eroded by the power of the abyss for long, and they gradually recovered under the purification power. However, some of them had already infiltrated their entire soul and could not be cured, so they were temporarily imprisoned. After dealing with the hidden danger in Thick Earth Castle, Orphg immediately shifted his focus to the underground mine of Thick Earth Castle. In Ink's dying words, Orphg only heard the words underground altar clearly, but these words alone were enough to make him feel like he was facing a formidable enemy. After the merger of the hill dwarves and the cave dwarves, under Ink's suggestion, the cave dwarves who were proficient in mining and refining were responsible for the mining of resources. The original underground mine of the hill dwarves was also greatly expanded, and the cave dwarves were responsible for it. When Orphg was cleaning up the dwarves, he had already sent a group of elite shield warriors to block the entrance of the mine, prohibiting anyone from entering or leaving. As Orphg had just recovered from his poison and worked hard all night, even the dwarf's body was tough, but he couldn't support it. He was now recuperating in the palace. Under the strong request of Chenrue, accompanied by Rala and Dodo, he followed the two super dwarf powerhouses into the mine. The cave dwarves were indeed the most powerful miners. Compared with the period when the hill dwarves took care of it, the size of this mine had doubled. It was much larger than the main mine pit of Dark Moon's mine Shillong. The entire mine pit was like a magnificent underground city with complete equipment such as cable cars, magic locators, lowering cables, and so on. The layout was also quite exquisite. There were almost no safety hazards. Chinrue and others descended all the way on the cable car. They felt that the ventilation and lighting of the mine pit were very good. They didn't see any abnormalities along the way, but unexpectedly there was not a single cave dwarf in the huge mine pit. It seemed dead silent. Even Hodcock and Strickland were surprised by this. The cave dwarves' working hours started in the middle of the night, so it should be a busy time right now. How could there be no one here? There must be something fishy going on here. About half an hour later, the cable car descended to the bottom of the mine pit. The bottom was circular like a wide square. There was a huge dwarf statue with a cross pick on his shoulder and an oar in his hand. It was the landmark of the cave dwarves. Hohek said, "His Royal Highness, please wait here with the two guardians. Strickland and I will go nearby to investigate." Chinrue nodded. Hohek and Strickland were familiar with the terrain of the mine pit. Moreover, the super powerhouses were extremely fast. Even if this mine pit was huge, it wouldn't take much time just to search. Soon, Hohek and Strickland returned to the original place. They frowned a little. The two of them went around all the tunnels and excavated caves, but they found nothing. "Your Highness, we didn't find anything here. Let's go back to the castle." "Wait a minute." Chinrue was measuring and engraving something underground. Next to him, Rawless skillfully used elemental power to irrigate and locate the position, and Slime skillfully encouraged his master. "Your Highness." Hohek and Strickland were experienced veteran powerhouses and immediately recognized the engraving mark. Ancient Runes Magic Circle. It turned out that the prince of the Grandmaster Alchemist was also an expert in magic circles and ancient runes. The two dwarves couldn't help but show a look of amazement. "Your Highness, could it be this statue?" Strickland saw that the runes engraved by Chinrue were all around the cave dwarf statue and immediately guessed something. "If I'm right, the space we see in front of us, which is this mine pit, has been replaced by a very special force. What I have to do is restore the dislocated space." Chinrue took a deep breath. "Sirs, please be careful. I'm going to activate the power of Restore." After saying that, Chinrue nodded to Rala. Rala snapped her fingers, and countless golden spots lit up on the ground like stars. The spots were connected in a special order, and in an instant the scene in front of them changed drastically. The originally brightly lit flat ground, which was empty except for the statues, suddenly turned into hell. The air was filled with the nauseating smell of blood. The ground was littered with bones and corpses. Some of them were dwarves, some of them were humans. The place where the dwarven statue used to be had turned into a blood-red altar. Damn it! Hohek and Strickland looked at everything in front of them with anger in their eyes. Chinrue's face became dignified. He had seen similar altars in two places. One was in the Demon Realm's White Feather Estate, where Sikali slaughtered the entire town Massimo's living beings as a sacrifice. The other was in the Nightmare Volcano in the Plain of Nightmare, where the Orc clan great wizard Longmetal sacrificed countless humans, orcs, and half-orcs. This altar was much larger than the White Feather Estate, but it was slightly inferior to the altar in the Nightmare Volcano. Besides, it did not have the blood-stained abyss text in the volcano altar. In other words, the construction of this altar had not yet reached that step. The smell of blood became stronger and stronger. Gradually, it turned into a surging river of blood, hovering around. The space also began to change, and a new space enveloped the location where everyone was. The area of the river of blood became wider and wider. In the blink of an eye, the central altar rose into the air, and the ground under their feet became an endless sea of blood. It looked strange and terrifying, and a destructive breath surged out. Chapter 9:61. The change in front of them made everyone vigilant. They flew up one after another to avoid contact with the blood sea under their feet. Since it was inconvenient to show his strength, Chinrue was brought up by Dodo and floated in the air. The blood river became more and more turbulent, and the air was full of suffocating blood and heat. It was as if they were in molten lava. Even their vision was distorted. In the blood sea, a little crystal light appeared. It was some red flowers. The petals were like clear crystals, exuding a strong vitality. They bloomed in the high-temperature blood river, but they were not affected by the temperature at all. They looked coquettish and strange. Flower of abyss. Chinrue shouted in a deep voice. This kind of flower could cause further mutation of the abyss creatures. Although there was a time limit, the effect was extremely terrifying. Rala was telepathic with him. Clusters of purple electric light flew over. The blood splashed, and the flower of abyss turned into crystal light spots and shattered. However, in the tumbling blood river, the shattered crystal light reassembled into the shape of a flower. It seemed that the flower of abyss could be reborn continuously in the blood sea. It was simply an immortal existence. Rala frowned, and the electric light disappeared. Her purple hair began to move without any wind. As it fluttered, waves of blue ripples spread around. The hot and suffocating air quickly began to cool down. It was a kind of bone-chilling cold. Although dwarves had a natural deficiency in the perception of magic elements, both Hodcock and Strickland could clearly feel the extremely pure and powerful elemental energy lingering around Rala. Once this energy erupted, even if the two of them joined forces, they would definitely not be able to withstand a blow. Under the effect of this powerful cold force, the flow of the blood sea slowed down. The tumbling waves also subsided, and the water surface gradually solidified. Soon after, the entire blood sea actually condensed into a blue ice surface. The suffocating heat and destructive breath were sealed by Rala's kingdom power. The power of the sixth elemental kingdom was indeed extraordinary, especially the offensive and defensive methods of the magic element. Not only were they powerful, but they were also ever-changing and unpredictable. Chinrue secretly thought that if it were him, if he didn't use the polar transformation, he definitely wouldn't have done as well as Rala. Hohek thought of the scene where he was easily suppressed by Rala in the previous battle with the poison dragon, and the awe in his eyes increased. It seemed that the lady didn't use her true power at that time. Otherwise, it would be easy to kill him. At this moment, the altar in the sky emitted wisps of blood-red mist. The mist condensed into a huge head. The specific facial features couldn't be seen clearly, but one could feel the hideous appearance from the consciousness, especially the pair of ghostly green eyes that were faintly glowing with bloody light. It made people involuntarily feel a sense of fear. Sir Dodo, who had always bullied the weak and feared the strong, was so scared that he was trembling. "Who are you?" Hohek suppressed the surprise in his heart and shouted, "How dare you ignore the demigod contract and manipulate and harm my dwarf tribe?" The demigod contract was initiated by the three supreme angels of the Holy Mountain of Light. It was a convention unanimously recognized by all races in the human world. It restricted the demigod, here generally referred to the super powerhouses of all levels, from interfering in the affairs of the ordinary world. When Aesiril forcibly descended into the Emerald Forest Sea that day, the elves once questioned Aesiril on the grounds of the demigod contract. Aesiril even specially explained, "Humph." When the head heard the words demigod contract, it let out a contemptuous sneer. A wave of power that penetrated into the soul surged out. A large area of the frozen blood sea suddenly cracked, and the sea began to boil again. Rala snorted. The kingdom was obviously impacted by the violent backlash. Miss Long's eyes showed a rare solemnity. A short-handled wand appeared in her hand. It was the quasi-artifact Secret Shadow made by Chinrue. Secret Shadow wand. Double the power of all magic elements, double the casting speed, immune to soul attacks. Additional skill limit break territory. has a chance to ignore the opponent's magic defense or immunity, limited to once every hour, automatically repair damage. Before Zola could take action, several blood springs suddenly spurted out from the blood sea. The blood springs wrapped countless coquettish flowers of abyss, fell on the floating ice surface, condensed into figures, and quickly became clear. These creatures were tall and burly with ferocious looks. The muscles all over their bodies showed strange patterns like armor. They had a pair of bone wings on their backs. Their bodies were steaming with flames, and they were holding an exaggeratedly huge sword in their hands. Lord of Abyss! The familiar image made Chen Rui blurt out. When he was still a demon overlord, he had personally faced such a terrifying enemy in the White Feather Estate. Compared with the power of hatred at the beginning, the Abyss Lords in front of him released a deep power of fear. Chen Rui did not know what Chen Rui was thinking. The Lord of Abyss was already at the top of the pyramid of ordinary abyssal creatures. Chen Rui looked up at the huge head. Thinking of the previous conversation with Ink, he vaguely guessed the name of this head, or more accurately, the name of this projection. The aura of fear and powerful power exuded by the Lord of Abyss made Hodhuck and Strickland feel a huge threat. They simultaneously tightened their grip on their weapons. In Hodhuck's hand was the floating fire warhammer, while Strickland's weapons were a round shield and a double-edged battle axe. In the blink of an eye, the two had turned into fire and silver light, rushing toward the Lord of Abyss, who was waving the huge sword. Among the abyssal creatures that Chen Rui knew, excluding the Dominator level, there was no special power of territory or kingdom. They only had the most primitive and instinctive attacks. However, this kind of attack was also the most terrifying. In the illusion of the ancient alchemy civilization trial that Chen Rui experienced, the Lord of Abyss could easily kill the demon overlord level giant crystal beast. That was actually the lowest level of the Lord of Abyss without any leader. Then, in the image that Chen Rui saw in the Ferris wheel of the Island of Storms, the chief-level Lord of Abyss commanded by Quiriana could even kill the demigod powerhouse of the ancient alchemy civilization. This must have something to do with Quiriana's own power bonus, similar to the super system's star enhancement and star sealing bonus. Similarly, the Lord of Abyss summoned by the huge head was not an ordinary character. It was more powerful than the one that Chen Rui encountered in the White Feather Estate last time. Hodhuck's floating fire war axe was engraved with powerful fire runes, which could launch a powerful flame attack. However, the physique of the abyssal creatures was very special. Not only did it not restrain the opponent, but it also encouraged the opponent's ferocity. Strickland's war axe and shield did not have this defect, but his strength was lower than Hodhuck's. Under the siege of the Lord of Abyss, the two had been hit several times in the blink of an eye. Their armors were cut open by the sword chi of the giant sword, and clusters of blood splashed out. The dwarves were brave by nature, so they did not panic because of this. Instead, their fighting spirit soared, and they erupted with more powerful power. However, because their strength was inferior after all, they were obviously at a disadvantage. The rest of the Lords of the Abyss rushed toward Zola and Chen Rui. Two of them stood in the distance and launched their swords at Chen Rui. The sword chi in the air brought the stormy waves of the blood sea and attacked Chen Rui. Dodo, who was on Chen Rui's shoulder, sensed the fear of the Lord of Abyss the most. Sir Slime didn't care about his handsome image anymore. He just stuck to his master's shoulder and did not dare to move. He fully displayed the good quality of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Fortunately, Mistress Rala did not disappoint the slime. The fairy dragon drew a circle with secret shadow in her hand, and a translucent round shield suddenly appeared around herself and Chen Rui. The Lord of Abyss that rushed in and the sword chi in the distance collided with the round shield and were all bounced away. Rala's shield wasn't just a simple defense function. At the same time that the demon Lord of the Abyss was repelled, specks of fluorescent light were attached to the figure and sword energy that were repelled. The fluorescent light instantly captured and locked onto the enemy's movements. Immediately afterward, a dazzling purple light flashed. An extremely sharp lightning had swept through all the nearby Lords of Abyss in the blink of an eye. Like a chain rope, it connected the enemies into a string. The Lords of the Abyss all paused and stood still as if they had lost their minds. They were suddenly torn apart by the waves brought by the sea of blood below, turning into countless crystal fragments that scattered everywhere. They were the fragments of the Flower of Abyss. After Rala dealt with the enemy, she glanced at the Lords of Abyss that were besieging the dwarves. The 5 fingers of her left hand that did not hold secret shadow began to dance quickly. Those Lords of Abyss were like puppets controlled by silk strings. Their movements became involuntary, and their offensive suddenly slowed down. The 2 dwarves were in a dangerous situation. They suddenly felt that the enemies around them were different, and the pressure was greatly reduced. They immediately seized the opportunity to use their axes and hammers with all their strength. Several Lords of Abyss were cut in half, shattered, and almost scattered into broken crystals. The whole battle only lasted for a few minutes, and Rala's attack lasted less than a minute. Those few moves seemed simple, but they contained the profound and mysterious use of elemental power. The huge head witnessed this scene, and its indifferent eyes did not waver in the slightest. Those scattered broken crystals began to slowly condense again. Obviously, it was about to birth another Lord of Abyss. Rala immediately waved her secret shadow wand, and the power of the 6th elemental kingdom skyrocketed. Countless golden lightning appeared in the air, condensed into a stream, and struck the huge head. #yen% and the huge head said 2 words. Its voice was awe-inspiring as if it carried boundless fear, making people shudder. Everyone did not understand what it meant. Only Chen Rue, who had activated analytical eyes, heard clearly that the 2 words were, "and the language of the abyss." As soon as these 2 words came out of his mouth, the golden lightning was instantly shattered by the voice that arrived first, even though it was launched later. With just a simple shout, Rala's strongest attack was broken. Not only that, under this shout, the entire sea of blood boiled. The steaming blood quickly rose into the air, condensed into a blood cloud under the sky altar, and poured down like a downpour. Everyone below felt the huge power contained in this blood rain. They did not dare to be careless, and they all used their defensive means. Hodhek raised the floating fire Warhammer high, and the flames that were fused with the power of the kingdom burned. His whole body became a dazzling man of fire, and the nearby sea of blood evaporated under this temperature. Strickland's double-edged battle axe rubbed against the edge of the raised shield, creating silver sparks. The runes on the shield were activated by the silver sparks, and the dwarf's whole body was suddenly plated with a layer of silver mirror light, making him look indestructible. A 6-color rainbow floated above Rala's head, enveloping Chinrue and herself. In the blink of an eye, the blood rain poured down, and the flames on Hodhek's body immediately dimmed. Green smoke kept rising, and the terrible blood rain actually penetrated the power of the kingdom fused with the floating fire without any resistance. Hodhek's runic armor had been seriously damaged in the battle with Rala, and now it could not withstand the blood rain. It began to rapidly corrode, and in the blink of an eye, the dwarf's face showed a terrible wound. Although he gritted his teeth and did not make a sound, he could not withstand it. After holding on for a while, he could not bear it any more and fainted. The second to faint was Strickland. His silver mirror light defense was also extremely fragile in the face of the blood rain, and a large crack appeared in an instant. However, the shield allowed him to hold on for a while longer than Hodhek, who was stronger than him, but he could not resist the terrifying power of the blood rain either. Just as the dwarf was about to be annihilated by the blood rain, the 6-color rainbow quickly extended, blocking the death. It was Rala's help. The rainbow, condensed by Rala's 6-elemental origin power, had a defense that was far better than an ordinary kingdom. It blocked the blood rain completely. Although the blood rain was blocked, the fairy Mistlong was also under tremendous pressure. Especially after expanding the range to protect the two dwarves, a lot of sweat had seeped out of her forehead, and the secret shadow in her hand was also trembling a little. The enemy's strength is too strong, except for the demon realm's dragon Emperor Augustus. This is the first time she has faced such a powerful enemy. At the critical moment, Qin Rui's figure instantly appeared in the sky, withstanding the blood rain. He yelled from the analytical eyes, "Sasbak!" In the ears of the giant head, this sentence was surprisingly the unique language of the abyss, and its name was even called out. It couldn't help but be slightly startled, and the power of the blood rain also slowed down. At this time light was seen. A strong and dazzling light bloomed from the white, jade-like crown like the sun. Divine favor, with the body of Glorious as the medium. The divine favor was released at the maximum power. The light shone on the blood rain, and the blood rain vaporized. Even the eyes of the giant head squinted because of the dazzling light. The image of the altar gradually dimmed, and at the same time the giant head and the entire blood sea space dimmed. After the blood sea dissipated, everyone returned to the environment at the bottom of the thick earth castle's mine pit. The ground was still covered with corpses, and the original altar had been torn apart. Qin landed from the air and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. It was not that he really repelled the strong enemy just now, but because the power of this altar was limited, the opponent could no longer maintain the projection under the purification power of the divine favor. It was the projection of one of the three abyss powerhouses, the Lord of Fear, Sasbak. Chapter 962. The power of the blood rain was very overbearing, and it contained some kind of terrifying, corrosive power. The two powerful dwarves were seriously injured. Fortunately, with the crown of thorns, divine blessing, and divine healing, and with the help of Chun Rue, Hodhek, and Strickland's injuries were soon under control, and the corrosive power was also eliminated. However, in order to fully recover, they had to rest for a long time. Before they completely recovered, they could not use their power, which was equivalent to losing the ability to fight. After the altar in the underground mine was completely destroyed, the dwarves also cleaned up the corpses. At this point, the crisis of the hill dwarves was finally completely resolved. Hodhek, Strickland, and the dwarf King Orf expressed their most sincere gratitude to Chun Rue and the others. First of all, if it was not for Chun Rue's timely rescue, Orf would have died. If Ink had been the only one in power, the whole thick earth castle would have probably become the second golden underground palace, and even the whole Black Rock Mountains would have become the second field of nightmares controlled by the Abyss sect. The consequences would have been unimaginable. Then, in the underground mine, it was Chun Rue who removed the disguise of the altar. In the following dangerous battle, thanks to his guardian Rala, he repelled the terrible and evil unknown strong person. Chun Rue blamed Rala for repelling Sasbak. In addition to the dwarves who were poisoned, he also saved two super strong dwarves. No matter how you looked at it, they were the great benefactors of the dwarves. In fact, this time, Chun Rue resolved the hidden abyss crisis in the thick earth castle, and it was very likely that it was the last part of the whole ambush plan. Even if Arthur could resolve the misunderstanding with the dwarves before, facing the dwarf King Ink, who was turned into the abyss, it was very likely that he would die in this poisoning crisis that broke out among the dwarves. This was indeed a terrifying killing trap. Unfortunately, the planner did not expect that Chun Rue's guardian or even himself would have such a powerful strength. Not only did the killing plan fail, but a long-term conspiracy against the dwarfs was also shattered. Then, Chun Rue learned a thing that couldn't be ignored from Ulf, Hohek, and Strickland were the super guardians of the hill dwarves, and the cave dwarves also had two super guardians. According to Ink, after the collapse of the underground palace, the two guardians went to the Emerald Forest Sea to look for the forest, dwarves adjacent to the elves, to discuss the reconstruction of the underground palace. Later, the super guardian, who contacted the forest dwarves received the news from Ink that the cave dwarves and the hill dwarves had merged. He did not return immediately. Instead, he tried to dig out some treasures buried in the underground palace and would only return to the Black Rock Mountain after he finished. Now, it seemed that there was definitely something wrong with Ink's words. The two masters had either fallen, and the earthquake disaster in the Crimson Rock Mountain Range was very likely not a natural disaster, but a man-made disaster. There was probably something fishy about the collapsed Golden Radiance underground palace. However, after seeing how terrifying the enemy was, coupled with the fact that Hodheck and Strickland were heavily injured, they no longer had the ability to investigate the Golden Radiance underground palace. There was one thing that could be said to be urgent, and that was to go to the Jadewood Forest Sea's Stone Fist Village to warn the forest dwarves. Regardless of whether the two guardians of the cave dwarves really went to the Stone Fist Village or not, they had to inform the forest dwarves of what happened in the Crimson Rock Mountain Range and the Black Rock Mountain Range. First, it was to avoid the same mistake. Second, it was to unite the power of the forest dwarves and go to the Golden Radiance underground palace in the future to eliminate the evil power that poisoned the dwarves. This time, I'm going to the Ryo Empire, and I'm going to the Jadewood Forest Sea to visit Grand Master Finoa and Master Bernard. If you trust me, leave this task to me. Shinrue was also a little worried about Bernard's situation. If the two cave dwarf guardians of the Golden Radiance underground palace really went to the Jadewood Forest Sea, as Ink said, it would bring a terrible disaster to the forest dwarves. Shinrue could not allow this to happen. Even without Finoa's invitation, this trip to the Jadewood Forest Sea was necessary. Of course, you are a partner that the dwarves can completely trust. The dwarf King Orpheus said sincerely, Your Highness Arthur Roland, the dwarves will always remember your friendship and kindness. Shinrue blinked his eyes. What if there is no Roland or your Highness? Orpheus was stunned and could not react for a moment. At this time, the dwarf king's teacher, the wise elder Aska, came forward and whispered a few words to Orpheus. Orpheus seemed to wake up from a dream. No matter who you are the dwarves' friend and benefactor forever. Since we are friends, you can drop the superfluous title of benefactor, my dwarf friend. Shinrue smiled. I have a request. Please keep our friendship a secret. Actually, I have some other secrets. It's like I'm deliberately keeping them away from the guards, so I can't tell you now. I just want to say that in my heart, the dwarves are indispensable true friends, no matter if they are forest dwarves, cave dwarves, or hill dwarves. Orpheus was very straightforward, so he did not question further. He nodded and went forward to give Shinrue a big hug. After a short rest, Shinrue once again saw Proyo and the others who had been kept away from him. Seeing that Prince Arthur was safe and sound, Proyo heaved a sigh of relief. Your Highness, the dwarves did not make things difficult for you, right? How could it be? Shinrue shook his head confidently. I successfully completed a deal with the dwarves. I cured the poison dwarves and got a batch of valuable superb equipment and ores. Your bravery and loyalty left a deep impression on me. As a reward, each of you can pick a set of armor and weapons later. Although the dwarves' forging techniques could not be compared to the mechanic Grandmaster Arthur, they were also world-renowned. To be able to get a set of superb equipment produced by the dwarves was quite a valuable asset even for the elite knights of the Legion. Everyone was overjoyed and saluted together. Thank you, Your Highness! The superb equipment and ores were actually given by Orpheus. In return, Shinrue gave Orpheus a batch of superb millet wine and highly refined forging materials. That kind of superb millet wine made the dwarf smile, and the 100% refined pure ores were also good things that were hard to buy with money. They were sold at an astonishing price at the auction. Purely based on the market price, Shinrue's reward far exceeded Orpheus's gift. The dwarf-produced equipment also covered up Shinrue's actions last night very well. As the prince himself said to Proyo and the others, it was just a deal. Royal Highness Arthur was a mechanic, grandmaster, and a businessman. Otherwise, how could he make the Jinyao territory the business focus of the entire world? Therefore, the deal to save the dwarves was completely reasonable. Proyo said, "Since the misunderstanding with the dwarves has been resolved, let's hurry to Garten City as soon as possible, Your Highness." Chinrue didn't immediately order to leave. His tone changed. "Everyone should have seen the assassination I encountered previously. The enemy's layout is quite terrifying. First, they ambushed us. Then they used the method of poisoning the dwarves to lure the dwarves to kill each other. If it weren't for my guardian's powerful strength, everyone would have died in the hands of the dwarves. It can be seen that the enemy we are facing is extremely cruel and cunning. We are likely to encounter more and more terrifying killing traps on the way. I want to ask everyone, are you determined to fight to protect me?" "Yes," Proyo and the knights shouted in unison. The two saint powerhouses also nodded. "Thank you for your loyalty and courage." Chinrue smiled knowingly, then I announced a decision. "In the following journey, I will be separated from everyone." Separated? Everyone was taken aback. Proyo's expression changed slightly. "Your Highness, what do you mean? Although our strength is not as good as the few guardians, our loyalty is definitely not inferior to them. We can sacrifice our lives to protect your Highness at any time." "You're wrong." Chinrue shook his head. "You are not a burden. On the contrary, you are an indispensable force for me to reach my destination safely this time. My plan is for you to pretend to protect me and go directly to the Ryo Empire. The real me will disguise, hide my identity, and choose a safer path to move forward." Proyo reacted the fastest, showing a look of understanding. Chinrue looked solemn. He pointed to Dodo on his shoulder and said, "My guardian has the talent of transformation. He can change into my appearance and go with you. In order to further confuse the enemy and protect your safety, I will let the powerful dragons join the team. As for Ms. Rala, she will protect me and go secretly. We will find a place to meet before officially entering the Blue Brilliance Empire's capital." "Your Highness, it turns out that you want us to attract the enemy's attention," Proyo explained to everyone. "Creating a diversion is indeed a very good battle plan. However, Your Highness's safety, creating a diversion? It's obviously a covert plan." Chinrue smiled and glanced at the fairy Miss Long. "Do you think Ms. Rala can't guarantee my safety?" "Your Highness misunderstood. If even Madame Rala can't protect Your Highness, then we can only be a real burden there." Proyo noticed the unfriendly gaze in the fairy Miss Long's eyes, and he smiled bitterly. "If this is the case, we will act according to Your Highness's orders. For you, this mission is not easy. You are likely to encounter more dangers." Chinrue patted Proyo's shoulder, and he glanced at the two saint powerhouses and the knights. "I order you, if you encounter any situation, save your own life as the first choice." Everyone looked touched. "Yes, sir." Master Poison Dragon, who had already gotten the support, took a sip of wine with dissatisfaction. "Just keep pretending. You guy who values love over friendship. That's not right. You throw me and Dodo to be targets. And you two can be so carefree and lovey-dovey." Dodo looked at his master with a pitiful look like an abandoned pet. After two sparkling, crystal-clear rubies appeared in Chinrue's hands, Master Slime immediately became energetic and stretched out 5 fingers. After thinking that it was still not enough, 10 fingers suddenly appeared on one of his palms. He actually began to bargain. In the end, Master Really Handsome successfully sold himself for the price of 10 fire crystals. Unscrupulous Master's note: fire crystal is one of the cheapest magic materials in the human world. Chapter 963. Turin Kingdom, Cloud City. The sunset glow on the horizon glowed with a soft and beautiful brilliance. It was like the skirt of the sunset, showing the final beauty of the day to the world. a man and a woman were walking intimately on the street of Cloud City hand in hand. The man and woman's appearance and temperament were very ordinary. They seemed inconspicuous in the crowd. No one would have thought that the ordinary-looking man was the third prince of the dragon-bright empire, Arthur, whose name had shaken all the countries. Chinrue's camouflage could change into anyone. Even a fake god couldn't see through it. Rala's transformation was equally brilliant. At this time, even if an assassin walked face to face, he wouldn't know that the two of them were the assassination targets. The wedding team, led by Paglio and Dodo, had already passed through Garten City to the Mirror City of the Roya Kingdom. The team would reach the Starlight Kingdom through the teleportation portal of the Mirror City. Then they would go directly to the Ryo Empire from the Starlight Kingdom. This was the fastest route. Chinrue left the team with the fairy Miss Long to fly alone. His first destination was not the Ryo Empire, but the Jadeite Forest Sea. Therefore, this time they chose the fastest route to the Jadeite Forest Sea. From the Sunset Shadow City of the Yangshao Kingdom to the Turin Kingdom, the Baiqing Kingdom, and other places. Then they would go to the Jadeite Forest Sea by water. After dealing with the dwarfs and elves, Chinrue would enter the Ryo Empire through the Jadeite Forest Sea. Anyway, after Paglio and the others arrived at the Ryo Empire, they would slow down and wait for the real protagonist, Arthur, to come and meet them. Then they would go to the Blue Glory Kingdom's capital to attend the wedding. Chinrue and Rala crossed the border of the Sunset Shadow City. When they arrived at the Cloud City of the Turin Kingdom in 2 days, it was already late. At this time, there was still a long way to go to the Silver Shuttle City at the border of the Baiqing Kingdom, so the two decided to stay in the Cloud City for one night. The Turin Kingdom was a small country. Although the name of the Cloud City was nice, it was located at the border. It was far from the prosperous cities of the Yangshao Kingdom, let alone the Longhuang Empire. It could only be regarded as a barren, small town. The only commendable thing was the handicrafts here, which were quite exquisite. Rala, do you like this earring? Yes. This necklace suits you. Yes. This dress? Yes. Rala, What happened? I like them all. Although the answer was very simple, Miss Long's heart was as sweet as if she had drunk honey. As long as Chinrue chose it, it would be approved without exception. Chinrue looked at Rala's beaming expression and suddenly understood. She didn't just like these gifts. She liked this kind of life and this kind of feeling. He liked it too. Love could not be a stormy sea or an agitation that could cause one to hover between life and death. It was more like the calm water, the warmth of helping each other in times of need. He had gone through several life and death situations and racked his brains to finally end the war in the realm of devils. Then he released magic games in 2 worlds to fight against the abyss. It was not for some great ambition. He just wanted to protect the people and the happiness that he cherished. For this reason, he would face the unknown dangers ahead and continue to move forward. Boss. Rala's eyes lit up and she picked up an item. I want this. Wrap it up together, Chinrue said. Rala shook her head. I'll pay for this one. I bought it for Duo. Chinrue looked at the delicate little toy and thought of the cute little phoenix daughter who would leave saliva marks on his face every day. His heart was warm, and he couldn't help but hold Rala's hand tightly. Thinking of Duo, Rala and Chinrue now had a deeper understanding. And Athena and the others? Chinrue nodded. Rala gently leaned on his shoulder. Next time, bring Athena and the others out together. Chinrue knew that it was actually difficult. Jia, Catherine, and Athena all had important positions. It was almost impossible for them to leave their posts for a long time, especially the 2 empresses. Perhaps one day they can completely unload the heavy burden on their shoulders. Then they can truly relax. Both of you, these are the goods you have chosen. The owner of the boutique was an old man with a smile. He looked at the man and woman, who looked like a couple with a smile. Sir, it's 4 black crystal coins and 12 white crystal coins. The little toy that the madam bought is 3 purple crystal coins and 7 white crystal coins. Minus the odd number, it's a total of 4 black crystal coins and 3 purple crystal coins. Thank you. Chinrue and Rala paid the money, and the boss kindly added, "Both of you should be from other places, right? It's getting dark now. Hurry up and find a hotel to stay in. Don't go out at night. I'm going to close immediately." Chinrue was taken aback. He asked curfew at night? Even if it's a curfew, it's still early now. It's not a curfew. There's a situation during this time. Even the guards don't dare to come out at night easily. Rala carefully noticed the abnormality of the streets outside. When they first entered Cloud City, it seemed quite lively. After visiting a few shops, there were actually very few pedestrians. Most of them seemed to be in a hurry, as if they wanted to hurry back. 2/3 of the shops were also closed. Chinrue asked curiously, "What's going on here?" "Since you came to Cloud City, you haven't even heard of this? This is a famous ghost city." The boss looked around and said carefully, "Every night, the area around Cloud City will be shrouded by a mysterious power. This power is gloomy and terrifying. It can absorb the souls and vitality of humans. Even if you walk outside, the power in your body will be devoured completely. Legend has it that some kind of terrible vengeful spirit is causing trouble. Those who go out will have their flesh and soul sucked dry. Also, legend has it that it's a curse, cursing the darkness behind the light. This situation has existed for many, many years. I don't know the exact time. There have been many daring adventurers who purposely went out at night to find out what was going on. The next day, they were found to have turned into a pile of bones. After such incidents happened, no one dared to try it anymore. Even the people from the church advised everyone not to go out at night. The Radiant Knights from the Temple of Light in the capital had come to investigate a few times, but to no avail. You've come at the wrong time. This week is the time of year when the strange power is the strongest. You'd better find a hotel to stay in. If you're late, it'll be dangerous. The curse that has plagued the city for many years? Vengeful spirit? After leaving the shop, the fairy Miss Long's eyes seemed to flicker. Chinrue could see that the boss kind warning did not make Rala wary. Instead, it made her interested. For the scientist fairy Miss Long, the vengeful spirit was just an undead creature with stronger spirit power. The curse was just another form of magic and elemental attack. It was rare to encounter such a research subject, so how could she miss it? As for the vengeful spirit or curse, Chinrue didn't care. He had the super system and many abilities, and Rala had the 6-element kingdom. The strength of the two had already reached the peak of the kingdom. Even if there were really vengeful spirits or curses, it was nothing to be afraid of. "Let's find a place to rest and have a drink first." Chinrue's words made Rala stunned. Then she was kissed on the back of her hand. "Then, when it's dark, let's go see those so-called vengeful spirits together. Master Valley." The last title reminded Rala of the past when Chinrue first entered the Rainbow Valley as an assistant. Her eyes were filled with tenderness. She softly said, "Oh," and leaned her body closer to him. Late at night, there was no pedestrian in the Cloud City. Even the guards guarding the city gate stayed in the fortress at the top of the city wall and didn't dare to come out. In fact, at night, no one dared to enter or leave the ghost city or cause trouble in the city, except for the 2 new tourists in the city. It's indeed a very strong resentment. It's somewhat similar to the breath of the undead. No wonder it's regarded as a vengeful spirit. Rala carefully felt the rich, dark power in the city. However, it doesn't feel like a pure undead breath. Chinrue added, "This breath has a certain corrosive effect on the soul. It's easy to make people hallucinate, but it doesn't cause too much substantial damage. This should be the reason why it's regarded as a curse." Rala nodded, closed her eyes, and fully activated her perception. It's a very strong, strange power, and it has a lot of interference with perception. However, The shining direction of the dark elements tells me that the source should be outside the city. Then, let's solve this mystery. The two didn't need to teleport. They just maintained a certain speed and flew hand in hand. Relying on Rala's perception, they approached the source of the strange power step by step. It was a ruin spread all over the forest. The location of this ruin was obviously the outer suburbs of the Cloud City. It was quite far away, but the strange power actually enveloped the entire city. Chinrue frowned. The scale of this ruin is very large. It looks like some kind of dilapidated ruin. It's quite old and it's lifeless. I can't feel any breath of living things at all. Wait, there's a special power breath here. It seems to be its ancient runes. The breath is quite hidden. I seem to have found a hub. Rala added. She waved her hand, and a huge broken pillar buried in the rock on the ground slowly stood up. Rala's movements were very careful. Under the moonlight, Chinrue saw a faint circular special symbol on the broken pillar. After the broken pillar was erected, Chinrue's mental power clearly felt the changes around him, as if a switch had been turned on. Of course, not everyone had the same perception as Rala and him, especially the understanding of ancient runes. It was even more impossible to find this hub in the broken stone ruins. This is a game of finding a pattern. Despite the change in appearance, the purple eyes of the fairy Miss Long were very familiar to Chinrue, just like a child who found an interesting toy. I know, it's like the Big 9 grid game you played last time. You have to calculate the right number and open them one by one. Let me see. This kind of problem-solving and thinking was a kind of enjoyment for Rala. Chinrue didn't disturb her, but he just looked around. This forest was very large, but it couldn't completely cover the ruins. Chinrue had been to the Travant ruins of the Wind Shadow Empire in the Fallen Angel Empire. Compared with the scale of this ruin, it was far inferior. 35 meters west. This, then 12 meters north. Rala had quickly calculated the order and position of the hubs. As she waved her slender hand, the objects were erected one by one. These hubs had strict order requirements, which seemed very complicated, but Chinrue and Rala were both proficient in ancient runes, and their magic circle level could be called Grand Master level. This level of problem was not difficult for them. Chinrue noticed that there were traces of movement around these hubs. It seemed that Rala was not the first person to open the hub, and the circular symbol could be seen in several places in the ruins. It was like a cloud. Cloud City? A rumbling sound interrupted Chinrue's thoughts. It turned out that Rala had successfully activated all the hubs. The erected objects began to glow and connect with each other, interweaving into a strange pattern. The light was fleeting, and the terrain below began to change rapidly. A strong mental power surged out, mixed with resentment that eroded the soul. It was vast and boundless, just like the resentful souls that Chinrue encountered at the bottom of the demon realm's sea of death. The scene below gradually became clear. It was originally a kind of space shielding power, but now it had been removed by Rala. A road could be seen leading to a place like the square in front. The square was faintly glowing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless cold lights whistled and flew toward Rala in the air at an extremely fast speed. A black shadow flashed below. Someone is here. Chapter 964. Although the cold light's momentum was fast, Chinrue was faster. He appeared in the air like lightning. He drew a circle with his hand, and waves of water ripple-like power rippled out. He swung away all the cold light, even though it was launched later. Chinrue was now using a disguised face. Although he only had the strength of soldier level on the surface, he could exert his power at will. Rala glanced to the ground. The flashing black shadows only felt that the weight of their bodies suddenly doubled, and their speed suddenly slowed down. In the blink of an eye, they had lost the ability to move under the powerful gravity. The strength of those black shadows were all at the demon overlord level. They were also considered the top saint in an ordinary country, but unfortunately they had no resistance in front of Rala. The rich and huge spirit power here aroused the interest of the fairy Miss Long. She intended to keep them alive, so she didn't kill them. The people in the square in the distance were obviously also alarmed. A few more people rushed over here. Before they even saw the opponent's figure, they were suppressed by the gravity and couldn't move. Chinrue and Rala had already moved to the sky above the square. In the center of the square was a circular building similar to an altar. It was also the source of countless resentment power. A figure who seemed to be the leader was standing in the center of the building in a loose black robe. He was carrying out a sacrificial ritual. There were no other people around. In total, there were no more than 10 people in this secret realm. The black-robed leader raised his head abruptly and saw the 2 people floating in the air. Chinrue and Rala also saw the mask on the black-robed man's face. The mask was white, and only the eyes were vaguely exposed. The black-robed leader's eyes flashed with horror. He noticed that someone broke in earlier, but he still didn't stop the sacrificial ritual. Unexpectedly, the enemy broke through here so quickly. The black-robed leader immediately pointed to the ground, and the ground near the altar quickly assembled like bumpy blocks. Cylindrical objects like turrets rose quickly. The turrets ejected countless lights. Flames, lightning, and ice with various colors and brilliance intertwined in the blink of an eye, shrouding Rala and Chinrue. Rala drew a circle with her finger, and a translucent circular light shield appeared around her, wrapping herself and Chinrue. When the flames hit the light shield, they slid away as if they hit something slippery on the water surface. This was not a simple defense. As the attack continued, the color of the sliding flames began to change. They were actually controlled by Rala and shot back toward the turrets one after another. The ground trembled, and the turrets were all turned into powder. The black-robed leader was taken aback. This kind of elemental magic column contained the great power of the rune circle in the center of the ruins. Even a super powerhouse didn't dare to face it. Rue actually destroyed it with such incredible means. This was the power of the 6 elemental kingdoms. This was Rala. Chinrue was amazed by the sight. Rala's giving him a taste of his own medicine was different from Shura's special power. It completely used the understanding of the power of the origin of the elements. This was a real qualitative understanding. In this regard, Rala had surpassed Chinrue with the super system's golden finger. The 6 elemental kingdoms still had many mysteries and killer moves that couldn't be reflected in ordinary sparring. If they only fought with the same level of strength, Chinrue might not be able to defeat Rala. Of course, this situation would never happen. Rala's movements were very fast. After dealing with the turrets, she blinked her eyes, and the temperature around the black-robed leader suddenly dropped. Circles of floating ice crystals appeared, and the leader's body began to solidify quickly. The black-robed leader's body suddenly became invisible. He actually ignored Rala's freezing power and instantly got out of the range of the ice crystals. Rala was slightly surprised. The ice crystals instantly turned into a purple electric arc and swept toward the black-robed leader. The black-robed leader's long robe shook, and the surrounding space suddenly turned bloody red. The purple electric arc seemed to have fallen into the mud. It had no way to exert force and gradually dimmed. Rala flicked her fingers, and the dim electric arc turned red and suddenly exploded. The entire bloody red space was shattered by the power of this explosion, but the scattered bloody color reassembled into the black-robed leader's figure. Rala didn't expect the opponent to still be unscathed after taking the explosion head-on. She snorted coldly. Her 5 fingers turned slightly, and the 6-color light condensed. The surrounding air seemed to be completely solidified under the huge elemental power. This blow must be an earth-shattering killer move. Wait a minute. Chinrue's voice sounded, and Rala's power suddenly paused. The black-robed leader took the opportunity to spread his body, turned into a bloody light, and fled into the distance like lightning. "Don't chase." Rala looked back at Chenrue and flashed back to his side. At this moment, the black-robed leader's figure had disappeared without a trace. "Why? Do you know that person?" Fairy Miss Long asked curiously. The battle just now only lasted for less than a minute. She could be said to have the absolute upper hand, but the black-robed man's methods were strange and unpredictable. He was clearly weaker than her, but he still couldn't take him down after changing his attack several times. I'll explain it to you in detail later. There was a reason why Chenrue didn't let Rala kill. Although he couldn't estimate the specific strength of the person just now with his perception, the analytical eyes had already listed the opponent's detailed data. Race, human, soul transformation, comprehensive strength assessment, D SS physique, SS D, strength SS D, spirit, SS plus D, speed SSD. Analysis, eyes of deceit, body of concealment, soul of blood sacrifice, heart of hatred. This detailed data is exactly the same as one person, the woman from Ziyuan Palace. If it's her, why is she here? Chenrue couldn't help but have doubts in his mind. Suddenly, there were muffled groans all around. The black shadows from before fell to the ground one after another, turning into light smoke and dissipating. They obviously used some kind of suicide method. When these people saw that their leader escaped and they were far from being the enemy's opponent, they didn't hesitate to end their lives. They didn't even leave their bodies behind. Their decisiveness and ruthlessness were evident. Black Death Apostle? Chenrue frowned and slowly descended to the ground. He looked at the huge altar. The center of the altar was actually the circular symbol of the cloud. It was covered in dark red and looked very oppressive. This altar was different from what Chenrue had seen in the Nightmare Volcano or the underground of Thick Earth Castle. It didn't have the feeling of destruction or blood. Instead, it was filled with the spiritual power of resentment, as if it had been accumulated for many years. Could it be that this was an ancient battlefield or burial ground where many people died? But looking at the ruins, it looked more like a palace. That kind of ceremony just now was a bit like a real sacrifice. As he was thinking, Rala suddenly looked around. Chenrue also felt that there was a large group of people rushing over. This time we can catch someone alive. Chenrue and Rala looked at each other and saw through each other's thoughts. More and more people rushed over. There were actually hundreds of people. Beams of dazzling light rose into the sky, illuminating the entire square as if it was daytime. The momentum of these people was actually so great. In the blink of an eye, people rushed out from all directions and surrounded Chenrue and Rala. These people were holding magic crossbows and carrying various weapons. Their movements were concise and swift, showing that they were well trained. A man in a gray robe came out from the crowd. This man had short black hair, a slender figure, and a few scars on his cheeks, making his expression even colder. He held a sword in his left hand, but his right hand held a magic staff. It seems that our luck today is really good. We have such a big harvest as soon as we arrived. The man pointed his sword at Chenrue and Rala. Descendants of evil, you finally revealed your dark figure. 1 minute. Surrender immediately. This is your only way to survive. If not, I will represent the light and make the final judgment on you. Even without analytical eyes, Chenrue could feel that this man's strength was only one step away from nationalization, which was S++. Besides, his eyes were sharp and his body was faintly exuding a murderous aura. He was obviously a veteran. This kind of strength was not enough at all. However, in analytical eyes, there was an analytical data that caught Chenrue's attention. Body of light blessing. Chenrue found that he seemed to have misunderstood something, or rather, he was also misunderstood by the other party at the same time. He asked tentatively, "You are from the Church of Light?" "You know the answer." The man sneered. "You should have heard of my Hughes means. I will never leave you with any luck. You still have 40 seconds. Chief Inquisitor Hugh. Chinrue thought of a familiar name. In the last Snow Dowlet incident, he had fought against many higher-ups of the Church of Light, but he had never seen this Chief Inquisitor. Hugh was obviously a practical person. In other words, he was the butcher's knife of the Church. He would do anything to eliminate the dissidents. The combat power of the referees was far from comparable to those civil servants and ordinary knights. Even the glorious swordsman Pari was far inferior to Hugh in terms of ruthlessness and unscrupulousness. However, Hugh's strength was insignificant to Chinrue. Chinrue thought about it and said, "Sir Hugh, this is a misunderstanding." 30 seconds. Hugh smiled coldly and slowly raised his hand. The referees around him tightened the triggers of their magic crossbows. Chinrue sighed and bowed gracefully to Rala. "Ms. Most Beautiful Guardian, it seems that you have to help these hot-blooded referees calm down." Rala blinked her eyes, and everyone around her shuddered at the same time. Then they felt that their hands and feet were stiff, as if they were frozen. Even the chief judge, Seuss, was no exception. Seuss was an expert in both magic and martial arts, and he immediately sensed the terrifying elemental energy. His heart jumped, and he immediately activated a rune on his staff. The rune gave off an intense light that turned into a pillar of light that shot into the sky. In an instant, a figure appeared in the pillar of light. It was a man with golden hair and a blue robe. His body glowed with white light, and he had 6 pairs of white wings on his back. Race: human overall strength, SSS constitution, SSS-strength, SSS-spirit, SSS speed, SSS-. Analysis: light, water, healing, sand of time. Danger level: high, unlike Raphael, Camel, and the others who had obtained angels. This person should be a human who had obtained the title of an angel. Chinrue gave this person a scientific name: false angel. As soon as this false angel appeared, he sensed the cold energy that Hugh and the others were suffering from. His eyes flashed, and Hugh and the others felt the chill lessen, and they could not help but heave a sigh of relief. However, the false angel frowned. The cold energy that Hugh and the others were suffering from was water elemental energy, and it was clearly only at the kingdom level. Even with his own power, he could not completely dispel the effects of the cold energy. This meant that the enemy's control of water elemental energy was above that of a demigod who specialized in water. The false angel's gaze immediately fell on Rala. He naturally did not pay much attention to a warrior level ant like Chinrue. However, what the false angel did not know was that this ant had the ability to destroy all of them. Chapter 9, 65. Chinrue bowed to the fake angel and said, "So it's the angel of the church. This is all a misunderstanding. We just happened to pass by." "Sir Keller, don't listen to their excuses." Hugh's voice sounded. "When we arrived, the ruins had just been opened. Only this man and woman were inside. There is no doubt that they are the descendants of evil." Descendants of evil? This word that Hugh repeatedly emphasized attracted Chinrue's attention. In this case, the black-robed leader was the so-called descendants of evil. What did these words mean? Keller's eyes were filled with murderous intent. In an instant, he had already condensed a huge power of the kingdom. Rala felt the strength of the other party and revealed a dignified expression. The power of the 6th elemental kingdom began to rise rapidly. At this moment, 2 silver lights lit up in Chinrue's hands. These were 2 silver-white chains that seemed to be faintly discernible. Even the strong light around Cook could not cover the brilliance of these 2 silver-white chains. As soon as Cook saw these 2 chains, his expression changed, and he blurted out, "Thought-binding chains!" The appearance of these 2 chains made the fake angel's attention completely turn to Chinrue. "Sir, I said that this is just a misunderstanding." "Sir Keller." Hugh did not understand the meaning of these 2 chains. He felt Keller's murderous intent rapidly decrease and quickly asked. Cooler ignored Hugh. He just stared at Chinrue with burning eyes and asked, "You should have one more thing, right?" Chinrue did not answer immediately. He just looked around and said, "Sir, don't you think that there are too many people here?" "Hugh," Keller immediately said, "evacuate everyone." Hugh was taken aback and did not dare to ask more. He immediately issued an order for all the referees to quickly leave the ruins. Chinrue had an insignia in his hand. It was a circular insignia. This time, even Seuss recognized it and exclaimed, "The sacred ring insignia!" This badge was not an ordinary item. It represented one of the three supreme angels, Raphael. According to Theseus' understanding, only the patriarch of the blessed sanctuary, the Saintess Eudora, had one. He did not expect that this sinful descendant would also have one. "It really is you." Kyul had completely restrained his aura. "Why are you here?" Chinrue smiled bitterly. "I told Lord Seuss that I was just passing by. This is all a misunderstanding." Seuss was bewildered and asked carefully, "Sir Kyul, this is, you should call him, His Holiness." Cooler smiled, although the formal conferring ceremony has not yet been held. "It turns out to be." Hugh finally understood, and he no longer had any doubts. He immediately saluted Chinrue. "Your Highness Arthur." Seuss was a high-ranking member of the church, so he naturally knew that the new master of the Crown of Thorns, Prince Arthur, had been conferred the title of the Holy Son of the Church by Raphael. At the same time, he would also be the successor of the Pope. The Inquisition was under the direct control of the Pope, so Hugh showed great respect to the future ruler of the Church, who was also his immediate superior. "You flatter me. I have not officially been conferred the title. Just call me by my name." Chinrue seemed to have thought of something and said to Rolla, "Help me remove the transformation spell first." Zola pretended to wave his hand cooperatively, and Chinrue changed back to the original appearance of Arthur. He returned the salute to Seuss and said, "I was originally rushing to the Blue Glory Empire this time, but I was assassinated in the territory of the Yangshao Empire. I even fell into the trap set by the opponent. I was almost mistakenly killed by the dwarves, so I made a plan to divide the troops. I will find someone to pretend to be me and the escort team and continue to move forward." So that's how it is. Kyul nodded approvingly. "You are indeed resourceful. You are indeed a talent that Lord Raphael values." "You flatter me, Sir Kyul." Chinrue said a few humble words and changed the topic. "I arrived in Cloud City in the afternoon. I heard that there was something strange here at night, so I came with the Guardian to find out what was going on. I didn't expect to meet Sir Seuss, and it led to a misunderstanding. Your Guardian is quite powerful." Kyul looked at Rolla with admiration. The Guardian of the ancient civilization was indeed extraordinary. However, since it was the Guardian of the Holy Son, it was equivalent to the power of the Church. Of course, the stronger the better. Rolla tilted her head slightly to show respect to Kyul. Although the fairy Miss Long was quite close to becoming a demigod, being close to a demigod and being a demigod were two completely different concepts. If it was a one-on-one battle, Rolla was no match for Kyul. It would be good if she could escape. But then again, if both sides really fought, Chinrue could kill everyone including Kyul with a crimson polar star transformation. He chose to reveal the identity of the Holy Son because he had his own considerations. In fact, before Sir Seuss arrived, we had fought with several black-robed men. One of the black-robed leaders was defeated by my guardian and escaped. The rest of the black-robed men committed suicide. Not a single one was left alive. Their methods were quite decisive. What is the origin of these people? This is originally a secret of the Church. Seuss thought for a moment, then looked at Kyul and replied, "But for His Holiness Arthur." Your Highness, sooner or later you will have this information, so I don't have to hide it. Does Your Highness know about the Cloud Empire?" "The Cloud Empire?" Chinrue's heart skipped a beat and nodded. Sir Glalin once told me some of the past events of the Cloud Empire. The human world once had 3 holy empires, namely the Long Huang Empire, the Ryo Empire, and the Cloud Empire. The crown of thorns that Chinrue currently possessed was the holy relic of the Cloud Empire. However, the fate of the Cloud Empire was very miserable. It was completely controlled by the Black Death Apostles. The citizens of 30 towns in the country were all brutally and secretly sacrificed. After this matter was revealed by the survivors who escaped, it shocked the entire human world. Under the call of the Church, almost all countries, led by the Long Huang Empire and the Ryo Empire, joined forces to destroy the Cloud Empire and resolve this terrible disaster. Since it's like this, I won't go into details. Cloud City is the ruins of the soaring Cloud Empire. It was once the sacrificial center of the cultists, where the resentment of countless people who were sacrificed gathered. Due to the special dark ritual at the beginning, the resentment has not dissipated for countless years. Until now, the area around Cloud City is still filled with terrible spiritual power. Every night, it will spread out and affect all living creatures. Originally, after the reconstruction, it was a prosperous city, but because of this reason, it gradually fell into ruin. Now, the Cloud City of the Turin Kingdom is already in dire straits. Every year during this week, the power of resentment will continue to increase. According to the latest investigation, this is caused by humans, because this time is the day the Cloud Empire perished. In other words, the remnants of the Cloud Empire that were completely eroded by the darkness back then are likely to be the descendants of the royal family who are deliberately carrying out some kind of evil ritual. Therefore, I specially invited Sir Kyul to lead the elites of the Inquisition to rush here to prepare an ambush. I didn't expect to meet your highness. Ritual, the descendants of the royal family of the Cloud Empire, the black-robed leader, resentment, blood, sacrifice in his memories. The words seemed to ring in his ears again. This is all fate. My fate was determined from the moment I was born. Suddenly, Chinrue understood something. Unfortunately, I didn't catch the leader. Let me try to eliminate the resentment here. Chinrue's thoughts turned quickly, and the crown of thorns appeared on his head. Rays of holy aura were released, and the dense resentment in the surroundings immediately began to decrease. Divine favor! Seuss's eyes lit up, and Kyul also nodded slightly. As expected of the owner of the crown of thorns, the owner of the glorious body. Although he was only at the warrior level, he could exert such a powerful divine favor. However, when the crown of thorns' divine favor power disappeared, the resentment began to return to its original density, and there were no signs of it weakening. Arthur, don't waste your energy. Color shook his head. Although the power of the divine favor can restrain the resentment here, the amount of resentment is too great, and the ritual left many hidden dangers, so the crown of thorns alone can't dispel these evil forces. Chinrue showed a look of pity and asked, Master Kyul, when I used the crown of thorns just now, I received some strange feedback. It seems to have words like soul transformation, blood, sacrifice soul, abyss master, and so on. What do they mean? This question was the real reason why Chinrue got close to the people of the church and revealed the crown of thorns. There's such a thing. Kyul was shocked and showed a look of shock. What is the specific feedback? I'm not sure. The information is fragmented. I think we must first understand the meaning of those words. Kyul looked at Seuss, and Seuss immediately understood. I'll go and organize the judges to clean up the traps and altars in this area. After Seuss left, Kyul's eyes fell on Rala again. Chinrue smiled slightly. Master, this Miss Rala is the highest guardian of my inherited civilization and my wife. She will never betray me, so there is no need to avoid her. Kyul pondered for a moment and finally said, This involves some real ancient secrets, so I have to be careful. You have heard Glalin talk about the past of the Cloud Empire, so you should know about the Black Death Apostles. The Black Death Apostles worship evil creatures that destroy everything. These creatures are called abyss, and in the ancient language, it can be interpreted as taboo. Chinrue nodded. When he asked Tetanus about the abyss, the old man with 10,000 years of knowledge thought for a long time and only answered with the word taboo. The beliefs of these heathens are extremely terrifying, especially the fanatics. The degree of madness is terrifying. The Cloud Empire once had a terrible blood sacrifice that shocked the world. Countless living people were slaughtered, and blood flowed like rivers. Their lives were sacrificed to the abyss creatures. The abyss creatures are not in our world, but sealed somewhere. The purpose of the Black Death Apostles is to let these creatures break the seal, enter this world, and destroy everything. Chinrue had a deep understanding of this. The ancient alchemy civilization he inherited was destroyed by the abyss creatures. He thought of a new term he had seen in Skywheel and immediately asked, "By the way, Master, there is another term. What is the main plane?" You should know that in addition to the surface world where we are, there is also the demon realm in this world. Legend has it that these two worlds were originally one. The gods have descended here many times. The vitality here is the strongest, and it is collectively called the main plane. However, apart from the main plane, there are many other small worlds in different dimensions. Some of these worlds have intelligent life forms similar to ours, but there are basically no miracles to be seen. The abyss is sealed in one of these small worlds. Chinrue seemed to have understood something. There was already a rough structure map of the universe in his mind. The gods descended on the main plane, and the rest were small worlds. The abyss creatures were now in a small world, trying to use various methods to return to the main plane. On this side, Kyul had already continued to explain. The supreme ruler of the abyss is the ruler who can command the abyss army. There are 3 rulers in total, named hatred, fear, and despair. Some of the Black Death Apostles with special strength or physique can bear the will of the Dark Ruler and undergo some kind of mutation. They are called soul mutation. Soul mutation is divided into high and low levels. The low levels are affected by the ruler's will, while the high-level soul mutation can be transformed into a terrifying half-abyss or full-abyss creature. They can even leave the altar and other facilities and directly project a powerful projection with part of the ruler's power. As for the bloodstained soul, it can be understood as the existence of the abyss ruler passing soul power and strengthening the control of the rulers through the main altar. In other words, the more power the main altar sacrifices, the stronger the will that the ruler passes to the soul mutation, and the stronger the power it can display. Main altar? Chinrue noticed one of the key words. The main altar is an altar that is directly sacrificed to the ruler. It contains special rules and the strongest power, and can automatically absorb all the sacrifices of the secret abyss altars. In theory, each ruler only corresponds to one main altar. Chinrue's eyes lit up. So, as long as we destroy the main altar, we can cut off the ruler's control over the Black Death Apostles, especially the soul mutation. At least it can greatly weaken them. Kyul sighed, but this is easier said than done. The main altar has always been the biggest secret of the Black Death Apostles. For so many years, we have been trying to find and destroy the main altar, but we have never found anything. The information you obtained from the Crown of Thorns may be very important. If there are more relevant hints in the future, you must pay attention. Actually, my knowledge of the Abyss is quite limited. If you have more questions, you can ask Lord Raphael in the future. Chinrue nodded, a strange look in his eyes. At least he could confirm what the biggest mission of his clone Shura in the mysterious church was. Chapter 966. After the ruins incident, Chinrue didn't stay in the Cloud City anymore. He left straight away. False angel color gave Chinrue a good impression. Although he was called an angel, he was a human after all. Unlike Raphael, Michael, and the others, he didn't have that kind of lofty and arrogant aura that regarded the common people as ants. However, there was a saying that once a mask was worn too much, it was easy to become the real face. Therefore, Chinrue would often take off his mask in front of his family and friends and show his true self. The most important thing would never change, no matter how the world changed. Chinrue suddenly raised his head and looked straight at the blue sky. Those angels and even gods that need to be looked up to. What kind of face did you have before you put on this mask? Do you still remember? What are you thinking about? Rala's voice interrupted Chinrue's thoughts. In front of him was the endless sea, and he was leaning on the mainmast of the devil's snare ship. In his arms was the beautiful and moving fairy Miss Long. Chinrue took a deep breath and calmed down. He gently stroked her hair. It's nothing. Really? And actually, Chinrue smiled and kissed her face. I'm thinking about how to satisfy our Rala's little wish. Oh, the fairy Miss Long's face suddenly turned red. This little wish was to give birth to a younger brother or sister for the duo. For this little wish, the fairy Miss Long had been very diligent in the past few days. According to Kia's original words, she was eating alone a lot. Due to lifespan and the environment, the stronger the demons were, the more difficult it was to have descendants. Chinrue's body was that of a human, although the strong in the human world also had the rule that the stronger they were, the more difficult it was to have children. But in general, their fertility was much stronger than that of demons. In the past, Chinrue's strength was not good enough, and he was busy running for his life, so he didn't think too much about this aspect. Now he had a stable family. Besides Athena, Kia, Rala, Jia, Catherine, and Isabella had a total of 6 lovers who had a substantial relationship. The frequency of Papa could be described as hardworking. So far, there was only one daughter, Duo, and it was little Phoenix who parasitized Catherine using her talent secret technique and was born in her mother's body. Is it because it's difficult for humans and alien races of the demon realm, to reproduce? Or was it because his soul had been reborn? Or was it because of the super system? Chinrue had been unable to figure it out. But the issue of descendants should be left to fate. Anyway, now that I have Duo, she is my dearest daughter. No matter what, I am also a real father. I have a wife, children, friends, and a home. This life is worth it no matter what. Chinrue kissed Rala again, hugged her tightly, and stood leaning against a mast, feeling the sea breeze blowing. His eyes were particularly calm. Rala leaned on his chest, feeling his strong and powerful heartbeat, feeling the tranquility and warmth in his heart. She only felt that her heart was also warm. There was a strong happiness that couldn't be melted. Chinrue and I'm really happy. I no longer have to rely on desperately training and research to dilute the loneliness. After living in ignorance for so many years, I really feel alive now. It's really good. Oh, you have to hold me tightly like this for the rest of your life. What? Fairy Miss Long spoke again, but she didn't speak because she unceremoniously bit a clumsy imitator. Ouch! My hand! Looking at Fairy Miss Long's angry look, Chinrue blew at the back of his hand with 2 circles of teeth marks with a bitter face. He suddenly leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Let's go. Let's try to fulfill that little wish." Fairy Miss Long's face suddenly turned red. She only felt that her ears were itchy, and her body couldn't help but feel a little weak. Chinrue laughed, carried her up, and walked to the cabin. The unromantic Sandmen on the side naturally turned a blind eye to it. They continued to refer to the sea map seriously and drove the Devil's snare ship forward. Their destination was the Emerald Forest Sea. The Devil's snare ship sailed very fast. In the early morning 2 days later, they had already seen the vast and lush forest sea. After docking, Chinrue put away the Sandmen and the Devil's snare ship and took out a special green leaf map of the elves that Finoya had given him. The green leaf map was different from ordinary magic maps or compasses. According to Finoya's introduction, It was a precious map unique to the elves that was made with the breath of nature. It would not be disturbed by the strange force or enchantment of the Emerald Forest Sea. The center of the map was the Silver Moon, immortal capital of the elves. Like a compass, no matter where the holder went, the needle of the green leaf would always point to the correct location of the immortal capital. If he went to the Silver Moon, immortal capital to find Finoya, he would be able to find the Stone Fist village of the forest dwarves. Chun Rue took Rala to the Silver Moon, immortal capital according to the direction of the green leaf pointer. The area of the Emerald Forest Sea was extremely large, far exceeding the territory of an ordinary kingdom or even an empire. The forest was full of towering ancient trees and strange plants, which contained countless unpredictable dangers. Zola spread a trace of the dragon race's breath at the kingdom level, and the approaching predators retreated one after another. But there were also many carnivorous plants that relied on instinct to hunt and did not eat this trick. Once the prey reached the predatory range, they would immediately attack. Although it was difficult to pose a threat, they had to be careful. Chinrue and Rala moved forward hand in hand. Both of them had the strength of the nation level. Although the strange force in the Forest Sea had a lot of restrictions on space power, and they couldn't move with full strength, the power of Rala's 6 elemental kingdom was very wonderful. Chinrue seemed to be wrapped in wind elements and moved with the wind. He didn't need to use any power, and his body was carried forward by Rala. This speed was much faster than the ground mounts, or even the elves' silver Pegasus. Chinrue secretly sighed at the mystery of the magic elements, but for a magic idiot like him, he could only sigh. About 6 hours later, Rala's high-speed figure suddenly stopped. Chinrue also keenly sensed the abnormality in front of him. It was a huge ancient tree that required at least 20 people to hug. This kind of ancient tree was actually not rare in the Emerald Forest Sea. On the surface, it looked no different from ordinary trees, but both Chinrue and Rala could feel the pure and powerful life force. Race: Trent overall strength assessment, SS physique, SS-power, SS-spirit, S+ speed, C analysis, earth element, super gardener, entanglement power, boundary barrier danger level. Average: this was the first time Chinrue saw a nation-level power with only C speed. Treant? These huge ancient trees also had a special talent, super gardener. Along the way, they saw that the plants in this area were especially lush, which should be related to this talent. It seemed like the Treant was an expert in farming. Seeing the two of them stop moving forward, the Treant slowly moved. Its huge body trembled, and a lot of soil fell quickly. Many birds on the branches were startled and flew away. At the same time, a special boundary power quickly spread out with the Treant as the center. It was like countless layers of translucent walls, which scattered the space into countless fragments and blocked the way. 2 eyes slowly opened on the huge tree trunk. Its facial features were very vivid, and its eyebrows and beard were lush branches and leaves. From afar, it looked like an old man. I don't know how old this tree is, but judging from the long breath of life, Rala is probably just a little girl in front of it. The Treant moved its limbs, in other words, the trunk. Similarly, slowly, that big mouth moved, making a gurgling sound as if it was burping. In front is stone, fist. The rhythm of the words was very slow. When the word stone fist fell into Chinrue and Rala's ears, their eyes lit up. Stone Fist Village? I initially wanted to go to the Silver Moon Immortal Capital first, then go to the Stone Fist Village through Finoya. I didn't expect to come directly to the destination. The Treant on the other side continued to speak slowly. Village. Village. I'm in a hurry and you're still so slow. It's really like an anxious wind meeting a slow doctor. I'm so anxious. In front is the Stone Fist Village. Passage is prohibited. The Trent's speaking speed suddenly became faster. In fact, it wasn't that the Trent's speed became faster, but the flow of time became faster, making the sentence become coherent. Chinrue really couldn't stand the Trent's speed. so he activated the time rule. We're friends of the forest dwarves. The dwarves are now in great danger. Please let us pass to help the dwarves. No matter who, no one is allowed to pass. Then, can you help me pass the message? My friend is the mechanic Grand Master of the dwarves, Bernard. No, you can't take a step forward. Chinrue explained for a while, and he did not hesitate to waste his power to activate the time rule to speed up the conversation. However, the Treant didn't seem to be very good at speaking, and his temperament was very stubborn. He wouldn't change his mind once he accepted his death, so he wouldn't allow them to pass. Chinrue was helpless. He could only look at Rala. We can only go through. Try not to hurt him. Rala, who had been preparing for a long time, nodded and held Chinrue's hand tightly. The index finger of the other hand moved slightly, and the wall of the barrier suddenly cracked. The two of them instantly moved into the crisscrossing space plane. Then, with a few cracks and a few turns, they easily broke through the barrier's protection and appeared far behind the Treant. This distance was already quite far. With the Treant's speed, he couldn't even turn around in time. However, countless vines suddenly burst out from the ground like countless whips, wrapping toward Chinrue and Rala like lightning. This kind of speed didn't feel like the Treant's slow speed at all. When looking closely, they were actually roots. This scene made Chinrue's mind suddenly come up with terms like Lanroa Temple and Grandma. He couldn't help but shiver. This kind of talent similar to tentacles seems very abnormal. Without waiting for the tentacles to wrap around them, Zola's beautiful purple eyes blinked quickly. The roots that filled the sky suddenly stagnated and turned red. In the blink of an eye, they were already scorched and turned into ashes that dissipated. Immediately afterward, many roots broke out of the ground, almost endless. Rala blinked again, and the originally hot air suddenly became cold. The ground quickly froze, and the ice was as hard as steel. The roots could no longer break through and fly out. The Treant seemed to want to turn around and continue attacking, but his movements were too slow. By the time he turned around, the two enemies had already disappeared from his sight and perception. Just as Chinrue and Rala got rid of the Treant, several more Treants appeared in front of them. Without saying anything, they released the barrier. It was very likely that the Treant in front had used some special method to send the message that someone was invading. The Treants should be a very peaceful race, and their defensive abilities were quite outstanding. When a few Treants worked together to activate the barrier, the effect would be doubled. Even Rala couldn't easily break it. However, the Treant's attack methods were relatively weaker. Most of them only knew how to entangle. Of course, this entanglement was also very fierce and beastly. However, for Chinrue and his wife, it was far less troublesome than the barrier. A faint yellow flame steamed from Rala's body. With a wave of her hand, a huge energy blade was inserted into the barrier. This sharp blade vibrated in a strange rhythm, and cracks began to appear on the blade's surface. However, it was not only the sharp blade that cracked, but also the barrier created by a few Treants. The cracks spread more and more, and finally the entire combined barrier and the sharp blade collapsed at the same time. At the moment when Rala broke through the barrier and broke through the line of defense, several air-piercing sounds rang out. The momentum was extremely fast, like lightning. Rala frowned, and the space around her immediately solidified. Dozens of air-piercing objects stopped a few meters in front of her. It turned out that they were silver arrows. Although Rala stopped these arrows, the other party's reaction was very fast. The air-piercing sounds came whistling again, and the dozens of arrows that were shot from behind actually hit the tail of the arrows in front of them accurately, causing some kind of explosion that caused the space to tremble. Unfortunately, the other party still underestimated Rala's power. No matter what changes these arrows had, they could not shake the power of Rala's defense. Chinrue raised his eyebrows slightly. This kind of magical archery was definitely not the work of the Treants, but the elves. After the Treants' barrier was broken, Chinrue had already sensed the elves hidden in the forest. There seemed to be a large number of elves rushing over from afar. According to the trance in front, this should be the Stone Fist village where the forest dwarves were. Why were there so many elves? Chinrue had stayed in the Silver Moon immortal capital for a long time, and he had even personally killed the church's four-winged angel Isuril in the outskirts of the immortal capital, so he was not unfamiliar with the elves. Judging from the archery that Rala encountered just now and the equipment of the elves in front, it should be the regular army of the elves. What exactly happened in the Stone Fist village? Chapter 967. I'm Grandmaster Finoa's friend. I've been invited to the immortal capital of Silver Moon. Chinrue didn't want to repeat the mistake he'd made with the hill dwarves, and he was eager to know what had happened to the Stone Fist village. He immediately raised the green leaf map up high and said loudly, "This is the green leaf map he gave me." Finoa had said that the green leaf map could not only point out the direction, it was also a form of identification. As long as Chinrue showed the map to the official elven encampment, such as the Violet Orchid Port that Chinrue had gone to with Starlight Academy's vice dean, he would receive the highest treatment from the elves and be led to the immortal capital of Silver Moon. However, there was a change in Chinrue's plan this time. He didn't go directly to the elven encampment, but took a detour into the forest from another direction. The whistling sounds of the arrows suddenly stopped, as if there was some sort of communication. The roots of the trance also slowly retracted, but the arrows of the elves in the forest were still aimed at the two of them. No one came forward. Chinrue gestured for Rala to land on the ground and wait patiently. After a while, a familiar voice sounded from afar. "Old friend, is that you?" It was Finoa's voice. "Of course." Chinrue was surprised and overjoyed. "Sir Finoa, is this how you welcome your old friend Chinrue?" The name Chinrue was completely unfamiliar to the human world. Only a few close friends and relatives knew its true meaning, and Finoa was one of them. Without any further questions, he quickly walked out of the forest and appeared in front of Chinrue. "You're finally here, my friend." The elf grandmaster walked forward and hugged Chinrue. This hug was just a shoulder touch, but to the elves, it was already a very intimate etiquette. This scene made all the elves in the forest put down their hostility. "This is my wife, Rala. The last time you and Bernard came, she was cultivating and didn't meet you. However, I remember specifically mentioning her and her father." Finoa was shocked. His gaze towards Rala immediately became respectful. He gracefully performed a very formal and solemn salute and said, "It is an honor to meet you, beautiful lady, the descendant of the legendary king of heroes." Rala knew that this elf was one of Chinrue's few good friends on the surface. She smiled and returned an ancient sorcerer's greeting. When the elves in the distance saw Finoa's salute, they were all shocked. They were secretly guessing the origins of this powerful female magic caster to be able to command such respect from the grandmaster of the tribe. Finoa asked Chinrue, "Why are you here?" "I've ordered a few elven residences to keep an eye out for your arrival. I didn't expect you to choose this path. I'll explain it to you later." Chinrue looked at the heavily armed elven soldiers behind him. "Is this the Stone Fist village where Bernard is? Why are there so many elven warriors? Did something happen?" Finoa nodded solemnly. "The forest dwarves are indeed in trouble. You've come at the right time. Let's see if you have a way to solve the problem at the Stone Fist village." Chinrue and Rala followed Finoa into the forest. Along the way, they encountered some treants and many elven warriors. After passing through the forest, they saw a huge basin. It was the Stone Fist village of the forest dwarves. "So you helped the hill dwarves and cave dwarves solve the crisis, and specially came to Stone Fist village to warn them?" Finoa listened to Chinrue talk about his experiences in the Black Rock Mountains and sighed. "Unfortunately, you're still a step too late." Chinrue thought of the appearance of the elven army and had a bad feeling. Could it be that the forest dwarves have already... Look at me! I've been so busy with the dwarves these past few days that I can't express myself properly. Finoa patted her head. Things aren't as bad as you think. Although the forest dwarves were deceived by the fallen cave dwarves and were almost completely controlled, the prophets of our elven race have encountered the invasion of the Jadeite Forest Sea by evil forces. After a period of investigation, we've locked on to the Stone Fist village. Last night, the elven super guardian was dispatched to rescue the imprisoned forest dwarf king, Ibak. Then, we launched a long-planned surprise attack on the Stone Fist village. We completely controlled the area, destroyed the evil altar, and captured all the fallen in one fell swoop. It seemed that the elves were quite powerful to be able to detect the existence of the abyss and control the forest dwarves in one fell swoop. Chinrue heaved a sigh of relief. So that's how it is. How's Bernd? Many forest dwarves were eroded by the evil forces and lost their sense of self. Although Bernd wasn't eroded, he was seriously injured in the battle. Finoa's mood suddenly became gloomy at the mention of his old friend. The elven healers are now taking care of the injured. He's not in good condition, and I don't know if you have a way to save him. Chinrue was taken aback. Take me to see him immediately. The forest dwarves had lived in the Jadeite Forest Sea for many years and respected the power of nature. Apart from the outer walls, most of the buildings inside were circular houses built with trees or vegetation. Many of these houses had been destroyed in the battle last night, and there were signs of intense fighting along the way. Chinrue quickly followed Finoa into the forest dwarves' palace. The temporary emergency room was set up in the palace hall. The palace was filled with injured dwarves and elves, and the emergency room was filled with seriously injured people. The first thing Chinrue saw was the old dwarf Bernd, who was wrapped in thick gauze and receiving magical treatment. He quickly walked up to him. Bernd. The person treating Bernd was an elven mage. She was about to reprimand this stranger when she saw him walk over so recklessly, but she saw Finoa waving his hand behind her. She immediately kept quiet. Is that you? Human boy. The old dwarf opened his heavy eyelids and forced a smile. Do you have any more wine? I want the best. Chinrue silently took out a bottle of wine, opened the cork, and handed it to the old dwarf. As soon as the cork was opened, the rich fragrance of the wine wafted out. The fragrance was so strong that the elven mage beside him actually felt dizzy when she smelled it. The dwarves who had been lying on the ground with serious injuries all perked up. Many of them sniffed, and someone couldn't help but ask, "What wine is this? It smells so good." "Huh, no matter what it is, it's mine. Quick, bring it over and let me have a taste." Bernd's eyes glowed. If he wasn't so seriously injured that he couldn't move, he would have already pounced over and gobbled it up. "This is my latest top-grade wine, but there's only this small bottle. Drink slowly." Chinrue took the small square bottle and moved it in front of Bernd. The elven nurse couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "He's seriously injured and has just applied herbs. How can he drink?" Before Chinrue spoke, the dwarves on the side who were still half dead started howling one after another. "What do you know, elf? Wine is the best thing. No herbs can compare to good wine. To be able to die in wine is the greatest happiness. Such fragrant wine. As long as I have a sip, I'll be willing to return to Mother Earth later." The elven nurse was so angry that her face turned red. For a moment, she couldn't speak. The elves who were injured could not stand it and quarreled with the dwarves. For a moment, it was so noisy that it didn't look like an intensive care unit at all. At this moment, Bernd had already taken a small sip of the wine. His eyes widened and he exhaled, his voice rising a few octaves. "It's so strong. I've never had such strong wine before." He didn't look like a dying, wounded person at all. However, Chinrue could see that the old dwarf's injury was extremely serious. Now he was just relying on the alcohol to support himself with a valiant spirit. Finoa asked, "Linwin, how are the injured?" The elven nurse, Linwin, shook her head. The elves are fine, but the dwarves have a special physique. Ordinary healing spells are almost useless, so they can only be treated with herbs. The situation is not optimistic, and this person actually gave wine to the dwarves. The elven nurse clearly didn't have a good impression of a certain fellow who interfered with the treatment. Chinrue shrugged at Finoa and smiled. Seeing his relaxed smile, Finoa suddenly had a thought and didn't say anything else. "Bernd, give me a sip of your wine." A black-bearded dwarf who was leaning on a chair yelled. "Ibeck, don't even think about it. Even my brother, the king of the forest dwarves, can't fight with me for this last sip of wine." Bernd snorted coldly. Only then did Chinrue know that the black-bearded dwarf was the king of the forest dwarves, Ibeck. He was actually Bernd's brother. He immediately walked over with the wine, and Bernd shouted anxiously, "Come back! I haven't had enough. This is the last bottle of wine in my life." Chinrue took a few steps and turned back with a smile. "Bernd, my friend, I can guarantee that this is definitely not the last bottle of wine in your life." Not long after, the wounded outside, under Finoa and Ibeck's summons, walked into the main hall and crowded together. This was naturally at Chinrue's request. Chinrue estimated the area and walked to the center of the wounded, a sparkling crown of thorns appearing on his head. A gentle white light spread out in all directions. Wherever the white light passed, the wounded felt their bodies lighten and their injuries began to heal rapidly. Even the dwarves, who were quite resistant to magic, were the same. Divine healing spell, the most powerful healing spell, does not overdraw the latent potential, fundamentally repairs the damage to the soul and body, promotes growth and regeneration, once per hour, can lock on to multiple targets. After the white light faded, the wounded all revealed looks of surprise, especially those who should have been seriously injured. Many of them actually stood up on their own, leaving Linwin and the other elven healers dumbfounded. Finoa was overjoyed and kept nodding. Chinrue really had a way. Chapter 968. In the hall, the dwarves were cheering, and the elves were also dancing in joy. The healing magic that the man had just used was simply incredible. He had pulled all the seriously injured people back from the brink of death. Although it would still take a long time for them to fully recover, at least their lives were no longer in danger. The biggest contributor, Chinrue, was not in the hall at the moment. Instead, he followed Finoa to the outside of the hall and saw 4 people. These 4 were all super rank masters. 3 of them were elves, and the last one was a dwarf. The strongest was a silver-haired and silver-eyed female elf. Her strength was SSS, and she was a demigod in the middle stage. The other 2 elves were at the peak of kingdom, and the other was at the early stage of kingdom, while the dwarf was at the peak of kingdom. "Did you just use the divine healing magic of the crown of thorns?" The female elf's first question was to the point, but her tone was a little arrogant. This was a common problem for most elves, especially since Chinrue had not even reached the master level. It was inevitable that he would be looked down upon. "Yes." Chinrue bowed slightly and did not show any special respect. Finoa hurriedly said, "Madam Chi Lanya, this is the 3rd prince of the Long Huang Empire, Arthur. His alchemy is said to be the best in the world. Even I am ashamed of my inferiority. His Royal Highness came all the way from the thick earth castle of the hill dwarves. In order to escape the pursuit of the assassins, he hid his identity. Now he is called Chinrue. Please keep this a secret for me." As soon as these words left his mouth, the 4 superclass experts all revealed looks of surprise. The way they looked at this weakling was very different. No matter which world it was, people with strength and ability would always be valued. Finoa had already gotten permission to reveal Chinrue's identity, so Chinrue's face changed. With Rala's help, he temporarily returned to the appearance of Arthur and explained his purpose of coming. Chi Lanya originally wanted to ask something, but her gaze fell on Rala, who was behind Chinrue. She suddenly frowned. So your highness was entrusted by the Hill Dwarf King to come and warn us. This time, it is all thanks to your highness' healing magic that many of our people have been saved. I, Lutka, represent the forest dwarves and express my heartfelt gratitude to your highness. You are a true friend of all dwarves. The dwarf at the peak of the kingdom, Lutka, said as he bowed deeply. Chinrue quickly returned the salute. It's just a coincidence. The delightful thing is that the elves have long noticed the power of corruption and launched it in time. Otherwise, the forest dwarfs may suffer unimaginable losses. Lute sighed. Yes, who would have thought that Ruhelm and Tun would become slaves of evil forces? They controlled the dwarf king Ibeck and secretly built an evil altar. The forest dwarves almost suffered a disaster. Although the altar was destroyed, the dwarves also paid a heavy price. My best companion, Agd, fell in the battle. Why is the crown of thorns in your hands? Kelsey asked. Are you from the Church of Light? I'm not a member of the church. I just happened to get my hands on the crown of thorns. Chinrue shook his head and changed the topic. By the way, the power of the crown of thorns' divine blessing can dispel the presence of evil to a certain extent. It can help those who are under control to get rid of the evil influence. I wonder if those fallen dwarves... Great. They are still locked up in prison, and we are worried about this. Lu Tej's spirit was suddenly lifted, and he hurriedly pulled Chenrue towards the prison. Rala, who had been silent all this time, followed behind them. Dwarves are all impatient fellows. The early-stage elf, Flit, shook his head. Lady Chi Lanya hasn't finished her question yet. It concerns the life and death of our people, so it's understandable. Kale, as they looked at Rala's receding figure, that woman has the presence of dragons. She doesn't seem to be weak. Dragons? Flit was taken aback. Are they the guardians of the human grandmasters? Fairy dragon. Chi Lanya snorted coldly, her silver pupils glowing. 3 sirs. Finoya hesitated for a moment and said, That fairy dragon is the daughter of the elf king Span. The moment these words were uttered, the 3 elven powerhouses were startled. Chi Lanya's eyes flashed with a hint of unusual sharpness. Finoya could only smile wryly in his heart when he saw this. With the experience in Thick Earth Castle, Chenrue quickly used divine blessing to rescue a considerable part of the dwarves who were not deeply corrupted. The rest could only continue to be imprisoned. Even so, it was enough to make Lute and the forest dwarves overjoyed. Chenrue naturally became the great benefactor of the Stone Fist village. Bernd was especially excited. Unfortunately, now that his life was out of danger, Chenrue put away the bottle of liquor that all the dwarves coveted, saying that he couldn't drink during the recovery period of his injury. This made the old dwarf itch unbearably. The king of the forest dwarves, Ebak, who had tasted the liquor, was equally itchy. After getting a lot of promises from Chenrue about the liquor, Bernd let Chenrue and the elves leave together. With the help of the elves, the crisis of the forest dwarves was resolved more easily than Chenrue had imagined. From the dwarves' mouths, Chenrue learned about the incident. Back then, 2 super-level powerhouses of the cave dwarves came to the Stone Fist village and told them the bad news of the collapse of the Golden Palace. They said that the cave dwarves could only barely make a living outside the Red Stone Mountains and wanted to seek help from the forest dwarves. Although the dwarves had split into 3 factions many years ago, they were still of the same origin. After a discussion between the king of the forest dwarves, Ebak, and the super-level guardian of the forest dwarves, they decided to take in the cave dwarves. They dug an underground cavern according to the other party's request and prepared to welcome the arrival of a large number of cave dwarves. Who knew that this would be the beginning of a disaster? The 2 fallen who had been plotting for a long time secretly controlled the king of the forest dwarves, Lute, and led the forest dwarves into the abyss of fear step by step. If not for the elves' rescue, all the forest dwarves would have followed in the footsteps of the cave dwarves. The reason why Chinrue didn't stay in the Stone Fist village was because he was invited by Fenoya to return to the Silver Moon immortal capital. The last time Fenoya was in the Jinyao territory, she had mysteriously said that she would give him a gift. In fact, she had already given him a gift at that time, but he could only redeem the gift when he reached the Silver Moon immortal capital, and that was the green leaf map. This green leaf map was not simple. Apart from being used as a map to find the Silver Moon immortal capital in the Jadeite Forest Sea, it also had a special function, and that was that it could be used as a token to meet the legendary prophet of the elves, Alucir. The name Alucir was not well known in this world. Many people didn't even know what this name represented. However, among the veteran practitioners and the races with inherited bloodlines with memories, this name could be said to be like thunder in the ears of the ears. This name had appeared in the key plots of many legends, some of which could even be traced back to the ancient times. The legendary prophet lived up to its name. Even Rala's father, Span, had mentioned this legendary figure of the elves in front of Chinrue. Span had received some pointers from Alucir and called him teacher. Alucir was also the teacher that all the super powerhouses of the elves respected the most. Similarly, Alucir was also one of the few elven kings in the history of the elves. Compared to him, Chinrue's father-in-law, who had lived for tens of thousands of years, could only be considered a junior. The green leaf map could be used to meet Alucir and receive a gift. This gift could be a treasure, or it could also be a prediction of the future. In short, it was definitely a great benefit. Chinrue could guess that the reason why Fenoya gave the green leaf map to him instead of accepting the legendary prophet's gift was that there might be some special restrictions and conditions. However, since the elven guru didn't say anything, Chinrue didn't ask much, because he believed that Fenoya would never harm a friend. Since the elves and the forest dwarves were allies, the Silver Moon immortal capital had a special teleportation circle outside the Stone Fist village, so it didn't take much time to return to the immortal capital. Chinrue and Rala went directly to Fenoya's Purple Heart treehouse to rest instead of the post house. His current identity as a prince was still a secret, so going to Fenoya's place was the most convenient and most comfortable. After resting in the Purple Heart treehouse for a night, Chinrue took Rala to the psychedelic woods where the legendary prophet was in the early morning. The psychedelic woods was located to the west of the Silver Moon immortal capital. It was an ancient forest, and there were actually treants in the forest. Chinrue learned from Fenoya that the treants outside the Stone Fist village were sent from the psychedelic woods by the legendary prophet to prevent the fallen from escaping. However, because the treants moved too slowly, even with the teleportation circle, the treants in the Stone Fist village had yet to return to the psychedelic woods. When they approached the psychedelic woods, the green leaf map had automatically turned into a leaf-shaped badge. It was somewhat similar to the sacred leaf badge that Chinrue had seen before, but it was more crystal clear, like an emerald. With the power of this badge, Chinrue and Rala didn't encounter any obstacles. Following a stone path that appeared under their feet, they went straight into the psychedelic woods. Soon, they came to the entrance of a circular forest, and they could vaguely see a house in the center. It wasn't a common tree house among the elves, but an ordinary thatched house. At the entrance of the forest was an unexpected acquaintance. It was the elven demigod Chi-Lanya, whom they had met in the Stone Fist village. Chi-Lanya looked at the two people who were walking hand in hand and said lightly, "You're here to see the teacher? Where's the token?" Chinrue raised the leaf-shaped badge in his hand. Chi-Lanya nodded, and her gaze fell on Rala. "You can go in now. This woman must leave the psychedelic woods. No, leave the Silver Moon immortal capital. This place doesn't welcome dragons, especially the annoying fairy dragon." Chinrue noticed the unfriendliness in Chi-Lanya's gaze, and he frowned. He had saved the severely injured elves yesterday, and Rala hadn't done anything to offend this beautiful elven powerhouse. Why was she so hostile? Leave. Chinrue looked at the fairy Miss Long, who was in a daze, and smiled. He put the badge in his hand on the ground. Since that's the case, I'll return this thing to you. Rala, let's go. Chi Lanya was startled. Finoya should have already told him about the benefits of meeting the legendary prophet. She didn't expect this weak human to turn around and leave. The female elf's eyes were sharp, and her voice sounded sinisterly. It wasn't easy to lure you here, and I haven't treated you well. How can I leave? Amidst the eerie laughter, Chi Lanya's body suddenly burst into flames. The originally dense forest quickly burned and withered. Waves of magma-like torrents quickly appeared nearby. The entire landscape turned into something similar to a volcano. The air was filled with suffocating heat. Chapter 969. This familiar and terrifying breath shocked Chinrue. Then he saw Chi Lanya's figure change. Her original white robe turned into a golden-red armor, tightly wrapping her curvaceous and sexy body. Her silver eyes had already turned blood-red, and her whole body was surrounded by flames full of destructive breath. She also had a long whip in her hand. When she waved it, lightning and sparks rippled. This is the abyss creature, the flaming sorceress. The demigod-level flaming sorceress must be the mutated strongest elite. Thinking of Chi Lanya's previous words, Chinrue's heart suddenly sank. This psychedelic forest is a trap? Could it be that the entire incident in the Stonefist tribe is a terrifying trap? The higher-ups of the elves have been completely eroded by the power of the abyss, including this demigod-level female elf and the legendary prophet that I haven't seen. Chinrue activated analytical eyes, but there was no information about Chi Lanya, who was not far away. It should be due to some kind of folded space. The actual distance was much further than the visual distance, beyond the detection range of analytical eyes. Pa! Chi Lanya waved the whip in her hand and hit the ground. A terrifying crack suddenly appeared on the ground and spread toward Chinrue at lightning speed. Her attack seemed to be unrestricted by space. When the crack reached in front of Chinrue, it had turned into a terrifying rift valley. The rift valley was full of blood-red magma that kept erupting. Rala blinked her eyes, and Chinrue's figure disappeared. He appeared in the sky at the same time as the fairy Miss Long Chi Lanya had already determined the direction of Rala's movement. With a shake of the long whip, countless whip shadows appeared around Rala and Chinru. They interweaved into a giant net in all directions, completely sealing off the two's dodging positions. Chinrue clearly felt the powerful destructive power contained in the whip shadows. There was even a trace of special hatred power. He was secretly shocked. Just as he predicted, it's not an illusion. This was the true power of the abyss. Chi Lanya's strength was that of a demigod, and the might of this kind of attack was extremely terrifying. The secret shadow wand appeared in Rala's hand, and circles of light rippled out. Those whip shadows that were condensed from energy suddenly froze as if they were solid objects, and they instantly exploded into pieces. Chi Lanya did not expect that her powerful attack would be forcefully blocked by a mere national-level Rala. Astonishment flashed past her blood-red eyes. It was not easy for Rala to receive this attack. Chinrue's figure had already appeared on the ground below. Obviously, Rala had moved him to a safe position. Chi Lanya did not intend to let the ant Chinrue go. She stomped on the ground, and a large number of terrifying figures came out of the flowing magma in the surroundings. Crevice Demon, Berserk Demon, Inferno Witch, Lord of the Abyss, and even various unknown abyssal creatures appeared one after another. They all swarmed toward Chinrue. In just a blink of an eye, the pitiful Prince Arthur in the center would not even be able to blink. At the moment when Chi Lanya released the abyssal army, Rala had already taken the initiative to attack. Her spectacles shone brightly. If one observed her eyes carefully now, one would notice that the fairy dragon's original purple pupils were rotating with 6 kinds of dazzling colors. At the same time, 6 rays of light also began to appear on the ground beside Chi Lanya. They rotated like the colors in Rala's pupils. Chi Lanya instinctively gave birth to a rare sense of crisis. She swung her long whip, and it turned into a ring that surrounded her like circles of protective rings of flames. The 6 kinds of colorful lights intertwined instantly and fused into a transparent color, which was also colorless. In the next second, a terrifying explosion occurred. The power of this explosion was simply indescribable with words. During the voyage of the Devil's Snare ship a few days ago, Rala was inspired by the principle of antimatter weapons that Chinrue inadvertently mentioned. She newly realized the strongest attack of the 6 elements kingdom. Chinrue named it Rage of Elements. For example, if the explosion power of a single element was calculated as 10, then in Rage of Elements, the power of 6 elements exploding at the same time was like the terrifying energy caused by the collision of matter and antimatter. It was not 60 or 600, but 10 to the power of 6, 1,000,000. In the blink of an eye, Chi Lanya was engulfed by a kind of soft light. This light looked peaceful and harmless, but all the surrounding abyssal creatures, whether it was the Inferno Witch or the Lord of the Abyss, were instantly annihilated under the spread of this light. This kind of impact was so strong that even Chinrue, who was wrapped in Rala's protective power, felt the terrifying impact. He was secretly horrified. The soft light gradually faded, and there were terrifying traces of destruction in front of him. The ground was full of exaggerated distortions and cracks, and all the summoned abyssal creatures had disappeared. Bang! It seemed that something invisible had burst open. Countless cracks could be vaguely seen in the void, and then it turned into powder and disappeared. This was the power of space. Rala's elemental wrath had shattered the space that was originally blocking the space. Although this attack showed a powerful power, Rala's expression did not relax at all. A figure gradually rose from the center of the explosion. It was Chi Lanya. The whip in Chi Lanya's hand had only a short handle left. Her golden red armor was also full of cracks, and there were a few shocking scars. With a whose sound, Chi Lanya's body was once again set ablaze with raging flames. These flames contained an intense hatred. As they burned, her injuries and the cracks on her armor gradually disappeared, and the whip in her hand returned to its original state. The flames kept spreading, and the whole space was burning. The air was filled with a horrifying, high temperature and manic breath. "I have underestimated you, fairy dragon," Chi Lanya said while clenching her teeth. Her whole body emitted a horrifying aura. Not only did her power not decrease, it became even stronger. "Next attack, I will make you completely." Before she could finish speaking, a strange light suddenly appeared in the towering flames. It was crimson and bright starlight. This starlight instantly filled her entire vision. Chi Lanya was shocked because this starlight did not come from Rala in the sky, but from the ground. Arthur! That ant with only the strength of a soldier. Before Chi Lanya could make the next reaction, a crimson meteor flew toward her. This meteor contained the horrifying power of a nation. This was not the fake nation of a nation-level powerhouse, but a real nation that contained the power of faith and the power of life. Even a demigod powerhouse like her could only look up to such a powerful degree of faith and life. At the critical moment, Chi Lanya unleashed the power she had been brewing toward the meteor without any hesitation. When this power landed on the meteor, it was repelled by a great force. In that instant, Chi Lanya instinctively felt an extremely dangerous premonition. This sense of danger was 100 times more horrifying than when she faced the fury of the elements. Even the flowing flames around her started to tremble. At the same time, Chi Lanya's will and soul were also trembling. For some reason, the figure of the meteor suddenly slowed down. Then, A streak of crimson light brushed past Chi Lanya's body for a fleeting moment. The light of the meteor quickly converged into a human figure. This was a figure wearing armor. That armor was shining brightly and magnificently like the stars. The figure maintained a punching posture, and his fist stopped at the left side of Chi Lanya. Right now, her chest and abdomen were wide open. However, Chi Lanya did not take the opportunity to attack. Her dull eyes seemed to be frozen in place. In the next second, a red line appeared in the space behind her, including the sky and the earth. The space suddenly tilted with this red line as the center, as if it was split into two halves by some power. Chi Lanya's frozen pupils contracted, and her body started to tremble slightly. Crack! A large crack appeared on the golden red armor on her body, and it completely shattered. Right now, her body felt as if it was pierced by countless sharp needles. What was more terrifying was that her soul and were intimidated by that horrifying force. She almost lost her will to fight. This was only the remnant force of the previous attack. If the opponent did not dodge in time, that punch would have turned her body into dust under normal circumstances. This was the true strength of Arthur. So everyone was deceived by this human. There was no need for any guardian at all. Even the strength of the fairy dragon guardian was far inferior to this protected person. Chi Lanya suddenly understood two things. First, Rala's colorful, big move just now was actually just to test it on her, a demigod powerhouse. Second, the reason why Arthur was placed on the ground by Rala was not to avoid being affected by the battle, but to kill her in one strike as fast as possible. "Why didn't you kill me?" Chi Lanya asked bitterly. The visor on Chun Rue's face was automatically opened, revealing his facial features. He let out a turbid breath and shrugged. "You're not a real abyss creature, Madam Elf. The power of the abyss is indeed realistic, but it's not real after all. If I guess correctly, I should be in the kingdom of a big shot. With his protection, even if I hit you with that move just now, you might not die. Psychedelic Forest, good name. I was almost bewitched. In fact, with the memory of the two alchemy civilization ruins, Chun Rue, who had a real confrontation with the abyss, had long felt that there was something wrong with the abyss here, especially when he approached Chi Lanya just now. The data displayed in Chun Rue's analytical eyes showed that this elf did not have any abyss attribute. The power of hatred was obviously an additional shell. It was a world of difference from Veronica's hatred, coupled with the spirit power illusion invasion warning in the super system. Chun Rue was more certain of the guess in his heart. "I'm sorry for my rudeness just now, Madam Chi Lanya." Chun Rue retracted his fist and took a few steps back. The star armor on his body gradually disappeared, and the voice containing the life of the kingdom spread far away. "I think I should have passed some kind of test. Legendary prophet, Madame Alucier." As soon as these words came out, the surrounding destroyed environment began to rapidly recover, as if a movie was being rewound. In the time of a few breaths, the blood-red and scorching heat had already disappeared, and the original lush and dense forest had returned. The emerald leaf abandoned by Chun Rue returned to his hand. As soon as the emerald leaf was in his hand, Chun Rue and Rala felt a change in space, and they appeared in front of the hut. The door of the hut opened automatically, and a hoarse voice came out. "The human who controls the future of the world, the daughter of Span and Melia, the light of hope of the elementals, welcome here." Chapter 970. Alucier's first word surprised Chun Rue slightly. "A human who controls the future of the world? For now, I can be considered to have controlled the future of the demon realm. As for the human world, after the promotion of magic games and other things, I can't say that I have complete control. However, I have some long-term plans for the war between the demon realm and the human world in the future. Could it be that Alucier has foreseen all of this? Also, Rala actually became the light of hope of the elementals. What does this sentence mean?" With uneasiness and doubts, Chun Rue and Rala walked into the hut. Similar to what they imagined, the small hut had another world. It looked spacious and bright. However, the appearance of a Lucier in the hall was far beyond their expectations. The elves that Chenrue had seen, including the dark elves of the demon realm, were all handsome men and beautiful women. However, the legendary prophet in front of him subverted his usual perception. His figure was not as slender and beautiful as the elves, but he was bloated. The black robe on his body was stretched out exaggeratedly. It was almost impossible to imagine the proportion of the figure below. What was even more terrifying was his face. The left side still retained some characteristics of the elves, pointed ears, and vaguely handsome facial features. However, the right side of his face was purely a strange, red-skinned monster. In particular, those dark green eyes gave people a chilling and terrifying feeling. Its claw-like hands held a withered wooden staff, and its whole body exuded an unpleasant smell of decay. Race, unable to determine. Comprehensive strength, unable to determine. This unable to determine display only meant one thing. This weird elf prophet, a Lucier, is a false god. No wonder even Span, who was known as the strongest of the elves back then, had to respectfully call her teacher. The test in the forest just now must be the power of a Lucier's kingdom. Chenrue didn't dare to be rude. He bowed together with Rala and said, "Greetings to Madame Alucier. No need to be so polite. Both of you, please sit down." Alucier's voice was hoarse and jerky. It could only be described as unpleasant, but it gave people a sense of tranquility. Chenrue and Rala sat down together, and Alucier said, "Let me introduce myself first. This so-called prophet of mine does indeed have some special talents. I can feel some of the main trajectories of fate, in other words, foresight. However, this foresight is rather flexible, which means that there are variables. I can only foresee, but not answer, unless it is a prophecy that has already been fulfilled." "Only prophecies, not answers?" Chenrue swallowed his questions, and Rala asked, "Lady Alucier, can you predict our future?" "As I said just now, the light of hope of the elementals. Whether the hope can become a reality depends on your efforts and the flow of fate. As the future of the world, it is the same for him. So, how do I change the future of the world?" Chenrue asked tentatively, "Can you determine the direction of my efforts now?" "I think you should already have the answer in your heart." Alucier's left eye flashed with wisdom. "I have had it since a long time ago. Why does this answer feel more and more like the fortune-teller at the entrance of the hospital?" Chenrue shrugged, but he did have the answer in his heart. As Alucier said, he always had it. Rala looked at Chenrue and cleverly changed the topic. "Lady Alucier, can we ask some other questions?" "Call me teacher. I am the child of Span and Melia, the owner of the 6 elemental kingdoms." Alucier looked at Rala, and the left side of her face showed kindness. "You carry many hopes, and you also face many difficulties. Fortunately, you're not lonely. Your lover is the same. So, look straight ahead and go on. This is your path. It's also your path. Understood, teacher?" Rala secretly glanced at Chenrue, and her eyes flashed with joy. "As for you, His Royal Highness, I will call you that for now. I can answer some of the questions in your heart." Alucier moved her gaze to Chenrue. "You have a special inheritance that I can't describe in words. In fact, I can't foresee your future, and I can't even perceive your past. The reason why I said that you hold the future of the world is only because I foresee the future outline of this world, not yours. In other words, your arrival has given me a clearer answer." Chenrue's heart couldn't help but jump. Special inheritance? Can't foresee the future or perceive the past. Does it mean the secret of the super system or time travel? It seems that the talent of this prophet is really terrifying. She can actually sense it to this extent. Don't be nervous. Everyone has their own secrets, just like the strength you have. Don't worry, I have no intention of prying into your secrets. Alucier felt the change in Chenrue's mood and shook her head. Let's change the topic. For example, the magic game. This is an amazing pioneering effort. Whether you can change anything or not, you are destined to be remembered in history. I sense the breath of the alchemy world from the magic game that the elves bought. You should have part of the inheritance of the alchemy civilization. So do you know about the main plane and the small world? Chenrue nodded. Alucier then said, the alchemy world is one of the many small worlds, but it is not the only small world with intelligent life. For example, the Magus civilization. Half of my current body is the high priest of the Magus. Like the alchemy civilization, the Magus civilization has been destroyed. It was destroyed by the terrifying abyss. Only a few people escaped, and this high priest was one of them. He was lucky enough to escape to the main plane where the gods once descended, and then he met me. On the verge of death, he chose to merge with me. I originally had some special spiritual talents, plus the incredible foresight ability of the Magus. This is the real reason why I became a legendary prophet. Chenrue and Rala showed a look of realization. Alucier sighed. There's a price to pay to peek into or change fate. As one of the prices, my power, and I can never leave this psychedelic forest. Moreover, every time I make a prophecy, my vitality will weaken in the distortion of fate and pain. Now I have almost reached the end. Chenrue was silent. Alucier looked very calm. I have been trying to use foresight to control fate all my life, but only now do I understand that even if I can foresee the future, I may not be able to change it. Every time you covet the trajectory of fate, in fact, it is also watching you. Perhaps there is no need for any foresight. Only by truly mastering yourself and surpassing yourself can you truly master and surpass fate. Hearing this, Chenrue suddenly thought of a line from a classic movie. About the future, every time you look at it, it will change because you look at it, and because of this, everything else will change. Even if you understand the plot and make corresponding adjustments, some changes in some things will cause a butterfly effect, causing the whole plot to have a chain of changes. In a sense, foresight could bring a lot of convenience, but this kind of shortcut would also cause more variables. It was better to be firm in faith, follow your own path, and go forward without looking back. Chenrue vaguely understood why this legendary prophet only prophesied, but did not answer. It seemed that her state of mind had a certain gain and change. All right, it's rare for you to come here, but you have to listen to this old fellow's tricks. Alucier revealed a smile. That little fellow Fanoa should have told you that everyone who comes here will receive my gift. Here is a stack of cards. Each of you can pick one. I need to remind you that if you draw the main card, you can directly receive a treasure. The higher the level of the card, the better the treasure. However, if you draw a secondary card, you have to complete a mission to receive the corresponding reward based on the degree of completion. You can also choose not to draw and directly give up the qualification to leave this place. With that said, a stack of cards appeared in front of Chenrue and Rala. The cards were somewhat familiar to Chenrue. It was the ancient magic card, Fate Showdown. However, the purpose of this deck of cards was obviously not to compare notes, but to draw a lottery. The cards automatically shuffled, and then floated in the air one by one, and then the patterns on the back all became hazy. Since they were here, they definitely could not enter a treasure mountain and return empty-handed. Chenrue glanced at Rala, and Rala revealed a moving smile. She stretched out her slender finger and pointed at a card. The card suddenly brightened and flipped over. On the card was a beautiful woman in a white robe, wearing a crown on her head. The strongest main card of order, second only to the Golden Emperor, the white-robed queen. Alucier nodded, and the white-robed queen. Main card fell into Rala's hand. It suddenly turned into a 6-colored halo, and the halo gradually condensed into an exquisite crown. "It's yours, child." Zola's eyes lit up. She could clearly feel the power contained in this crown. It was the power of the 6 elements. This wasn't any ordinary power, but the power of the origin, which was the same as the elemental source power. These 6 elemental sources were perfectly combined. This combination alone could give her great inspiration. It could even break through the current bottleneck in one fell swoop and enter the level of demigod. As a mechanic grandmaster, Chinrue judged the quality of this crown at a glance. His eyes couldn't help but show a look of horror. It's an artifact, a powerful artifact. The grade even surpassed my secret weapon, the Tower of Glory, an artifact far better than the Tower of Glory. Alucier actually gave it to Rala. Madam Alucier, this artifact, the crown of the elemental goddess. Alucier gently raised the wooden staff in her hand. It just found the most suitable master for itself. Rala, you have to remember that when you accept power, you also accept the responsibility given by fate. I know, teacher. I will follow the path I choose, no matter what lies ahead. It was rare that Rala didn't pretend to be stupid or perfunctory. I have a best friend who said that even if I'm fighting alone, I'm not alone. This is my luck, my happiness, and my greatest source of power. Miss Long's purple eyes showed strong confidence, wisdom, courage, determination, and perseverance. This is the real Rala. What I want to say is that your beauty is so moving, dear Miss Rala. Chinrue looked at Rala and didn't hide the affection in his eyes. What? Miss Long's heart was sweet. She pretended not to hear it clearly and only hoped that he would say it again. Alucier's indifferent voice sounded, "Take it to see the master of the elements. You will have an unexpected gain." Master of the elements. Elemental king? Chinrue nodded secretly and held Rala's hand. "Give me some good luck, my beloved lady!" As he spoke, the hand that held Zola's hand pointed at the cards, touching the hand of the lucky girl. Even if he couldn't get a special prize like Golden Emperor or King of Darkness, there should be a high chance of getting a first prize like Queen in White or Phantom Concubine. The card lit up and flipped over. Chinrue's expression instantly became interesting. The card was a pile of wood. There was nothing else, just a pile of wood. The resource card was wood, and it was the lowest level. This made someone have the urge to chop off his hand. Chapter 971. Alucier smiled and said, "Looks like you're lucky to have chosen a task card." "Lady Alucier, unfortunately I was chosen by it." Chenrue replied weakly. Why was there such a big difference between the two of them? Rala got the first prize, but he got a consolation prize, and he still had to complete some task. Could it be that there was some shady deal going on? It's like you were chosen by the leaf of nature. In fact, what Vinoa gave you was not only a gift, but also a choice. Alucier showed a knowing smile, although it looked a bit ferocious. Besides, there's no absolute luck or misfortune. It's just a different choice, and the two are interchangeable. Leaf of nature? Chinrue subconsciously looked at his hand, the token to enter the psychedelic forest. The emerald-like leaf lay quietly in his palm. Just like your long-term goal in the magic game, this task is related to the abyss. The word abyss made Chinrue's ears stand up immediately. It's been 20,000 years. The power of the abyss has been attacking the tree of nature. Span's seal of life has become weak and is on the verge of collapse. The elves have tried everything they can to repair the seal. Alucier took a deep breath and said, "Go to the tree of nature. You two go together and completely seal the power of the abyss there." The seal of life cast by Span 20,000 years ago was going to be broken? Chinrue and Rala were both shocked. This was no trivial matter. Back then, the Black Death Apostles controlled the Cloud Empire and staged the blood sacrifice tragedy in order to use the power of the sacrifice and the Tree of Nature as a medium to open the entrance to the Abyss Channel. If it weren't for Span and Maria leading a large number of strong people to break into the mortal capital in time, eliminate the Fallen, and resolve this huge crisis, the Abyss race would have arrived in the world and destroyed everything. now that the seal was on the verge of breaking. If they didn't find a way to seal the channel entrance and let the power of the abyss come directly, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if there was no so-called task or reward, they had to do this. How can we completely seal this entrance? The leaf of nature in your hand is the leaf of essence that the tree of nature condensed before it was contaminated. It's also the last remaining leaf, and it's the key to the seal. This time, we will be facing great danger. You must be mentally prepared. You will need great courage, determination, and wisdom to overcome the difficulties. When the time comes, you will reap rewards that are proportional to your efforts. Only now did Qinrui realize the origin and power of the green leaf map in his hand. He nodded and said, "I understand, Lady Elusier. Let's go to the Tree of Nature now. I will do my best to complete the task and report back when the time comes." "You don't have to come back. I don't have much lifespan left. This is the first time we meet, and it will also be the last time, sir, in terms of lifespan. Perhaps I can—" Before he could finish, Elusier shook her head and interrupted him. "My lifespan is depleted due to the backlash of the prophecy. This is an unchangeable fate. The longevity potion has no effect on me. Young Grandmaster, thank you for your kindness." Qinrui was secretly shocked. Even Fanoa only knew that he was a pharmaceutics Grandmaster, but he didn't know that he had the highest longevity potion and resurrection potion. However, Elusier already knew it. The power of prophecy was indeed terrifying. Fortunately, this prophet was not an enemy. Thinking quickly, Qinrui asked another question. "I would like to ask, sir, the demon realm and the human world. You can understand all wars as a game controlled by fate. As for the other questions, when the time comes, everything will be revealed." Elusier once again displayed her prophetic abilities, but her expression was one of exhaustion. She waved her hand and said, "Go find Fanoa and have him take you to the Tree of Nature. Oh, right, remember to bring your mission reward." The wood magic card that made someone vomit blood flew into Qinrui's hand. In the next second, the surrounding scene changed, and the two actually returned to the entrance of the entire illusory forest. After Qinrui and Rala were teleported away, Qi Lanya appeared in the hut. "Father, you actually gave the crown of the elemental goddess to the fairy dragon." Qi Lanya's words had a hint of questioning tone. It turned out that she and Elusier were actually father and daughter. There's no need to brood over the past, and you can't extend certain emotions to the next generation. Elusier glanced at her daughter. There's no right or wrong in feelings. Back then, Span chose the fairy dragon Maria instead of you or Belisme. It can only be regarded as a missed opportunity, not a mistake. Qi Lanya was silent for a while, but sister, Belisme's death has nothing to do with Span. The main reason is that she was seriously injured when she got rid of the control of the fallen Ivrit, plus the knot in her heart. In fact, from the moment Span risked his life to save the two of you from Ivrit, he no longer owes us anything. He sacrificed his life to seal the Abyss Channel. It's us, the entire elven race, that owe him. Belisme was the previous elf queen. Qi Lanya and this queen sister were both Span's admirers. Unfortunately, in the end, Span chose the former enemy of the Dragon Island, the fairy dragon Maria. After the elven catastrophe, Belisme died of depression, so Qi Lanya always had a grudge against Span and Belisme. After knowing that Zola was the daughter of the two, she naturally didn't have a good expression on her face. As for the crown of the elemental goddess, I didn't interfere with the outcome of the choice. Instead, it and Rala chose each other, just like how the leaf of nature chose that human. Wait a minute. Qi Lanya suddenly thought of something and exclaimed, "The fairy dragon who wears a 6-colored rainbow on her head, the caretaker of the Tree of Nature. Could it be that the person who saved the elven race and even the entire world from the crisis in the prophecy, that's right, Span and Maria, aren't the people I predicted?" Elusier's gaze fell on the place where Qinrui and Rala disappeared. They are. No wonder Father never answered this prophecy until today, when the prophecy came true. Chi Lanya's expression suddenly changed. In that case, even if he can succeed this time, the elven race will also face not only the elven race. Alusier's tiredness increased a little. The biggest crisis of the entire main plane has just begun. After saying that, Alusier's eyelids drooped, and the aura of decay on her body became a little thicker, as if she had fallen into some kind of deep sleep. Chi Lanya, on the other hand, stood rooted to the ground, still shocked by what she had just heard. Chinrue and Rala didn't know that they had become the male and female protagonists of the prophecy from 20,000 years ago. Chinrue glanced at the crown of the elemental goddess on his wife's head, his eyes full of envy. The crown of the elemental goddess and Rala were indeed very compatible. She had only fused the power of the 6th elemental kingdom for a while, and she could already faintly discern this powerful artifact on her head. Chinrue looked at the mission reward in his hand, wood, and was speechless. What kind of lousy reward was this? He was just about to put the wood into his storage, but this arrogant magic card actually couldn't be put in. Extremely speechless, a certain someone could only conveniently stuff the wood into the pocket of his clothes. At this time, the two had already arrived at the Purple Heart Tree House, and saw that Fenoya had been waiting there for a long time. Chinrue told him about the mission of the Tree of Nature, and Fenoya seemed to have already received some kind of information from Alusier. She didn't ask much, and only told the two to take a good rest for a day to recover to their peak state. The next day, the three walked out of the Purple Forest together and headed towards the immortal capital of Silver Moon. The three of them entered the palace of the immortal capital, and Fenoya showed a leaf-shaped badge, which was unimpeded along the way. This badge's shape and texture were different from that of Chinrue's leaf of nature. It shone like a gem, and was somewhat similar to the sacred leaf coat of arms that Chinrue had once given to the Elven Queen on behalf of the Hill Dwarves. However, the sacred leaf coat of arms was for allies, and this badge should represent the highest authority in the Elven race. Chinrue and Rala followed Fenoya all the way into the heart of the palace. The security was getting tighter, and the protection of the magical formation was getting stronger. They began to see familiar figures in front of them. The Elven Queen Liv, the first Princess Phyllis, Elder Patrick, Cherapan, the superclass experts, Plot, Kelise, and some experts that they didn't know. The cute little Elven Princess Michelle was not present. Seeing the arrival of Chinrue and Rala, the Elven Queen tilted her head slightly and bowed. The rest of the people also showed a corresponding high standard of etiquette. Chinrue and Rala had become the most distinguished guests. However, it was not easy to be a distinguished guest. It was obvious that he was just a labor. Chinrue suddenly felt that he had been schemed against. This sealed mission that he had been selected seemed to have been brewing for a long time, and it probably had nothing to do with his luck. Since he couldn't just stand by and watch, he might as well take things as they came. Thinking of this, Chinrue calmed down and bowed to Queen Liv with Rala. "Thank you, two friends who have come from afar." Queen Liv was still as graceful and outstanding as he remembered. Her beautiful voice was filled with a sense of intimacy. "Your Majesty, you're too kind." It was not Chinrue's first time interacting with the Queen, so he was calm and collected. Queen Liv gestured to Kale Lesse, who was standing to the side. Kale waved his hands and unleashed a special spatial energy. The scenery around them suddenly changed. In front of them was a region that was emitting a mysterious aura. There were more than 10 giant trees in the surroundings. They were the treants that Chinrue had encountered in the Stone Fist Village. They were all superclass experts and were one of the strongest trump cards of the Jadeite Forest Sea. The treants had obviously formed a joint formation that could overlap and double the power of their wards. In the central area surrounded by the treants, there was an ancient tree about 6 meters tall. This ancient tree was crystal clear. Be it the leaves or the branches, they all seemed to be natural and emitted a strange power. The highest sacred object of the elves, the Tree of Nature. The tree of nature was known as the tree of life of the elves. Not only was it a symbol, but it also possessed magical power. This power was closely related to the reproduction and growth of the elves. Once it completely withered, not to mention the power, the elves with low reproduction ability would completely lose the hope of reproduction and completely disappear from the stage of this world. The source of life of the dark elves in the demon realm was the 2 moons in the sky. In comparison, although their strength was far inferior to the forest elves in the surface world, they did not rely on the tree of nature to survive. What was shocking was that the ancient tree that should have been green now looked dispirited and listless. Whether it was the leaves or the branches, they all faintly emitted a blood-red, demonic color. It was completely different from the green of the leaf of nature in Chenrue's hand. The ground was crisscrossed with fiery streams, as if it was not a tree, but a volcano that could erupt at any time. Chenrue's first impression was that this was not the tree of nature, but the tree of abyss. Chapter 972. Queen Liv said, "Before the 2 of you enter, please listen to me for a moment. To tell you the truth, the current situation is quite critical. The elves are facing a life and death crisis. Since the disaster 20,000 years ago, the sacred tree has been eroded by the power of the abyss. The reproduction rate of the elves has been greatly reduced, and in recent years it has fallen to a terrifying level. We have tried everything to get rid of the power of the abyss, but we have all failed. Especially now, the power of the seal is weakening, and the power of the abyss is slowly seeping out, even producing the projection of abyssal creatures. This place had become an extremely dangerous and deadly place. I don't know how long the tree of nature can last, 100 years, a few decades, or even shorter." A look of shock flashed past Chenrue's eyes. The severity of the situation had exceeded his imagination. Queen Liv sighed. "In fact, for 20,000 years, the elves have been trying to completely seal the tree of nature, but unfortunately no one has succeeded. Just a few months ago, a few of our race's super powerhouses entered and wanted to join forces to strengthen or reset the seal. In the end, they were besieged by a large number of monsters projected by the abyss, and all of them died. The power of the abyss is still spreading, and the barrier of the tree people is barely delaying and blocking it." Chenrue was secretly shocked. He looked at the seemingly calm center of the barrier, thought for a moment, and asked, "Can the fountain of life save the tree of nature?" He remembered that Blanche once said that the fountain of life could save the tree of nature. At that time, Chenrue even gave her a bottle, which made a great contribution to the elves. The fountain of life can indeed play a certain role, but it can only be used as a kind of medicine to stimulate the potential of the tree of nature and strengthen the power of the seal. We have already used the fountain of life on the tree of nature. Even if we use it again, it won't have much effect." Saying that, Queen Liv showed a look of pity. The seal of life left by the Elven King's span is beginning to show signs of collapse, and the life force of the sacred tree has been overdrawn to the limit. It is extremely weak and on the verge of death. The landscape you see is caused by the overflowing power of the abyss, which means that the power of the abyss has directly eroded the most important root of the tree of nature. There's nothing we can do about it. The only possibility is to use the spring of resurrection, the spring of vitality, and the spring of life after removing the power of the abyss. Only then will there be hope of reviving the holy tree. The spring of resurrection, the spring of vitality, and the spring of life? The corner of Chenrue's eyes twitched. He was already sure that there was something fishy about his lucky draw. That prophet, who squatted on a small stool in front of the hospital to tell fortunes. "You're really good at finding people. With all due respect, why don't the elves try to seek help from the Church of Light? As far as I know, the 3 supreme angels are the most powerful false gods. With their help, they should be able to seal the abyssal power. 20,000 years ago, when the Cloud Empire was destroyed, the 3 high angels came to the immortal capital. They only had one way, and that was to destroy the entire tree of nature. Queen Liv smiled bitterly. That was tantamount to announcing the destruction of the entire elven race. Later, it was Lady Elusier and the three high angels who reached a certain agreement that the church stopped intervening. If the seal still can't be successfully sealed now, then we can only use this last method before the abyssal power breaks the seal. Chinrue had fully understood the cause of the matter. Queen Liv was right. The elven race was indeed at a critical juncture of life and death. Not only did they have to seal the abyssal power, but they also had to rescue the tree of nature. As long as one of them wasn't completed, the elven race would perish. It was impossible for the elven king's father-in-law to sit back and watch this happen. Moreover, the seal of the abyss also involved the life and death of the entire human world and even the demon realm. Chinrue took a deep breath and nodded. Since the elves trust us so much, we will do our best and live up to the trust of Teacher Elusier and all of you. However, if you see anything that surprises you, please keep it a secret. Don't worry, regardless of success or failure, the elves will be grateful for your kindness. Queen Liv looked at the elves around her. Every elf present here swears in the name of the Moonlight Goddess that we will never reveal any secrets of our two friends. Chinrue smiled slightly and glanced at the elven holy tree in the boundary. He secretly adjusted the power in his body, held Rala's hand, and walked forward. When they walked through the barrier of the tree, there was no hindrance. It was as if they were walking through a soft wall of water. The moment they passed through this wall of water, the scene in front of Chinrue and Rala suddenly changed. All they could see was blood red. The ground was scorched and cracked. There were no plants or animals. The only activity was the flowing magma. What was even more strange was that the sky was constantly collapsing. Hot blood rain poured down from it, and the air was filled with a suffocating aura of destruction. This situation was somewhat similar to the kingdom of the illusory forest, but it was more oppressive. Chinrue suddenly understood. Previously, Elusier had deliberately displayed the kingdom of the abyss. It was not only to test them, but also to let them better adapt to the battle in front of them. The tree of nature was in the distance. From this angle, the tree of nature appeared clearer and more strange. Even its leaves were faintly red. Chinrue and Rala looked at each other and cautiously walked in the direction of the tree of nature. The surroundings were very quiet. There was no other sound except for the sound of their footsteps. This kind of silence was filled with invisible pressure. Coupled with the suffocating heat, it formed a deadly silent and dangerous feeling. The longer they stayed here, the greater the pressure. If they were weak-willed, even if they did not encounter any attacks, their minds would collapse after a long time. The two walked for a long time, but they still maintained the same distance from the tree of nature. It was as if they were walking in circles. This should be a kind of spatial interference, similar to a maze. Chinrue had also encountered it when he faced the Tower of Glory at the bottom of the Sea of Death. At that time, it was Dragon Emperor's father-in-law, Augustus, who used violence to dispel it. However, the spatial maze here was far better than the one at the bottom of the sea. Strictly speaking, with Chinrue's strength, even if he used the polar star transformation, he was still quite a distance away from Augustus. It would not be easy to break it like Dragon Emperor's father-in-law. Rala stopped in her tracks. The mysterious shadow wand appeared in her hand, and blue runes appeared around her. In the blink of an eye, they had merged into circles of ripple-like light. With the fairy dragon as the center, they rippled and disappeared into the blood-red world. The blood-red color gradually solidified, and a crack appeared in the void in front of them. This crack quickly spread, and then a hole was shattered. Rala used the method of breaking through force with skill. When they were walking forward just now, she had been calculating the structure of this space. Using the skill of breaking through the surface with lines, she broke through this spatial maze that even Augustus might not be able to crack. The broken hole gradually closed automatically, but Rala and Shinrue had already used teleportation to pass through the hole and enter the real area of the Tree of Nature. The real Tree of Nature was not in front of them, but inconceivably suspended in the air. This situation was similar to the altar they saw in the underground mine of Thick Earth Castle. As soon as the two entered this area, a terrible pressure hit them in the face. The fiery aura was 10 times stronger than outside, and there was a special spiritual power in it: hatred. This hatred was so strong that even the souls of Rala and Shinrue trembled involuntarily. Shinrue had felt the same terrible hatred in the Purple Garden Palace, so it was obvious what kind of enemy they were about to face. The river of blood on the ground began to surge up and down, and the magma condensed into a large number of terrible figures that appeared in the sight of Shinrue and Rala. Abyssal creatures. Moreover, there were countless of them. Outside the barrier, a huge crystal ball showed the situation inside. Seeing this scene, the elves could not help but look nervous. Last time, several elven powerhouses died under the siege of abyssal creatures, and none of them were spared. Due to the weakening of the seal, the number of abyssal creatures this time was much higher than the number of elven powerhouses who entered last time, and their strength was also much stronger. These two people, were they among these abyssal creatures, the violent demons and the crevice demons were the most numerous, followed by the flaming sorceress. At least, there were hundreds of lords of the abyss. These were not ordinary abyssal creatures. In addition to their powerful destructive power, they were also surrounded by a strong aura of hatred. Obviously, they were elites who had received some Dominator-level control, and their combat power was far greater than those that Shinrue encountered in the underground mine of Thick Earth Castle at the Fear Altar. This was not the drill in the secluded forest, but a real enemy. Apart from the illusionary trial, this was the first time that Shinrue faced a real abyssal army. This moment came faster than he had imagined. Although he was a little nervous, he was more determined and eager to fight. Shinrue took a deep breath, and his eyes suddenly glittered like stars. The elves in front of the crystal ball saw the dazzling crimson starlight. After the intense light disappeared, a figure in dazzling armor appeared in front of them, and a powerful aura surged out. The abyssal creatures at the front were all blown away by the powerful impact, and the weaker ones turned into smoke and dissipated. That familiar armor. The hearts of Elf Empress Liv and the rest jolted as they thought of someone at the same time. What was even more surprising were the insiders who had seen the crown of thorns in the Stone Fist village. The third prince of the Long Huang Empire, who owned one of the 3 holy relics of light, was the mysterious powerhouse who killed Icyril, the 4-winged angel of the Church of Light. What on earth was the mystery behind this? Mother, this person. First Princess Phyllis could not help but say, "No matter what your judgment or speculation is." Queen Liv turned around and glanced at her daughter. As the first princess of the elves, you should remember the promise that the elves made to their friends. All the elves calmed down. This was the most crucial battle, which concerned the survival of the elves. As for other things, they could ignore them. Chapter 973. While Queen Liv and Princess Phyllis were talking, the starlight in the crystal ball shone brightly and instantly filled the entire space. Star-like spheres rotated in a mysterious rhythm. Although these stars spread out and seeped into the army of abyssal creatures, they were like phantoms and were easily pierced through by the crazily charging abyssal creatures. Although the color of the starlight and the style of the armor were slightly different from the last time, this domain, kingdom, was the unique skill of that mysterious expert. Phyllis was completely sure that this Shinrue, the elf princess, did not know the identity of Arthur, was the mysterious expert wanted by the Church of Light. Even if this empress friend has the strength of a Supra, the power of this illusory kingdom cannot compare to a demigod's real kingdom. Kaelisé sighed. He was one of the witnesses to the fall of the elven powerhouses. 2 of them were demigods who couldn't resist the power of the abyss, let alone this national-level powerhouse. You are wrong. That is a real kingdom. A voice sounded behind him. It was the daughter of the legendary prophet Elusir, the younger sister of the former elf queen, and the only demigod expert left in the silver moon deity, Chilanya. Chilanya held a charred wooden staff in her hand. Some people recognized that it was the one that the legendary prophet Elusir often held. I am not this person's match. In my father's test, he defeated me with one strike. These two sentences shocked all the elves, killing Chilanya in an instant. This meant that he was at least a demigod. Even Queen Liv was moved. 2 years ago, that mysterious person was only a national-level expert. At this moment, the Abyssal army in the crystal ball had already surrounded them like a tide. Before the melee monsters could get close, a large number of long-range attacks whizzed out like a dense hail. Finoya's heart was immediately in her throat. She stared closely at Chanrue and Phyllis in the crystal ball. Chanrue and Rala appeared in the air in the blink of an eye, avoiding the rain of long-range attacks. At the same time, the stars in the real kingdom began to rotate at a high speed. In the blink of an eye, streaks of high-speed red stardust appeared, and the image became blurry. For a moment, the inside of the crystal ball was completely gray. The only thing that could be seen clearly were the streaks of light that moved at high speed, drawing countless dazzling arcs of death in the void. Phyllis and the others, who were relatively weak, felt dizzy after watching for a while and couldn't even stand steadily. Crimson Polaris Storm. After a long time, the roaring star storm gradually stopped, and the image in the crystal ball finally became clear. The ground was distorted by the power of the storm, and all the abyssal creatures within the range of the Polaris kingdom had disappeared, including the strongest abyssal lords. The elves looked at this scene in astonishment, but Chenrue's expression did not relax in the slightest. Although Crimson Polar Star Storm had destroyed a considerable number of enemies, this space was very large, and this attack had not even destroyed 1/5 of the entire army. What was even more frightening was that the number of abyssal soldiers in the distance was constantly increasing due to the influence of some kind of power, as if there was no end to them. The annihilation of their own kind, just now, did not make them show any signs of retreating. Instead, they surged in this direction even more crazily. Chenrue did not intend to use a big move right from the start, because Crimson Polar Star Storm consumed a lot of power, and he could not use this move again in a short period of time. However, in the face of the surging abyssal army and the dense attacks that were like hailstones, there was no time to think at all. Crystal light spots began to appear in the magma, which were the flowers of abyss. Once the abyssal army was enhanced with the power of the flowers of abyss, their fierceness would double again. The next round of attack would be even more terrifying. Chanrue had seen the battle images in the ancient alchemy civilization, and he knew that these abyssal creatures were like an ocean of man-eating ants. If they fought head-on, even the ferocious beasts that were far stronger than them would be drowned in the terrifying tide. He raised his head and looked at the tree of nature in the sky, which was emitting a strong power of hatred, which was the source of the abyssal power. The abyssal army in front of him was obviously a projection projected by the weakened seal gap. As long as the source of the power was cut off, the army would naturally collapse without a fight, just like in the underground mine of Thick Earth Castle. Rala also realized that the tree of nature in the sky was the key. She and Chenrue were connected telepathically, and only needed a look to understand each other's meaning. She nodded without hesitation, and the secret shadow wand already appeared in her hand. "Leave the ground to me." Chenrue did not say any nonsense. He pointed at Rala, and a shadow of armor appeared on Rala's body, and then quickly retracted into her body. This was the Armor Soul skill of the Angry King armor, which could give a specific target a strong defense armor soul, with half of the attributes of the Angry King armor, which was equivalent to a super strong defense equipment. The flowers of abyss in front of them had shattered one after another, and the destructive breath in the space suddenly increased. The abyssal creatures mutated one after another, and their momentum became more ferocious. They rushed toward the two of them. Rala's speed was faster, and she had appeared above the abyssal army in an instant. She immediately became the target of countless attacks. The mutated Gap demons leaped high and pounced on her, the mutated Berserk demons ejecting energy bombs from their mouths, the fire whip of the fiery sorceress, the sword aura of the abyssal lord. They crisscrossed like a giant net of death, enveloping the fairy dragon overwhelmingly. It was not the first time that the fairy dragon faced such a situation. In the magic game training room specially made for her in the Rainbow Valley, there were dungeons of various difficulties specially customized for her. Among them, there was a similar abyssal siege. The difference was that it was just a game at that time, and she could respawn infinitely after death. But now it was a real battle and she only had one life. If she failed, it would be a complete game over. Whether it was a dungeon trial in a game or a real battle, the fairy dragon was by no means a rookie. Although she held the magic wand in her hand tightly, her mind was indeed surprisingly calm. Rala's figure suddenly turned into several overlapping images as he made incredible movements in the air. The raindrop-like attacks that came from the surroundings actually missed him. At the same time, lightning flashed and circles of abyssal creatures on the ground were instantly turned into charcoal. The annihilation of their companions did not make the abyssal creatures feel any fear or retreat, and they continued to rush forward. Rala had displayed a powerful attack power, destroying a large number of them with a single attack. However, under such an endless attack, it was inevitable that he would be exhausted. After a few rounds, all of the phantom images were completely swallowed by the ocean of the abyss, causing the elves in front of the crystal ball to be greatly shocked. That's just a mirror clone of the water element. Chi Lanya's voice sounded, and the fairy dragon's figure appeared on the ground in another direction. She waved her magic wand and created a few circles of blue arc-shaped light. The abyssal creatures in several fan-shaped areas with her as the center were annihilated. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Kale, who was proficient in water element magic, showed a look of amazement. Mirror clone was generally used to confuse the enemy. Although it was realistic and had some combat power, it would collapse as long as it was hit. As far as he was concerned, even if he could control so many mirror images at the same time, it was absolutely impossible to control the mirror images to make such almost unconventional dodging movements under such intensive attacks like Rala and launch a powerful attack at the same time. Moreover, the real body was facing a terrible attack at the same time. Just this move alone was enough to convince him. Rala didn't know the evaluation of her outside. She still devoted herself to the battle. The blue light of the secret shadow wand instantly turned into a light cyan, wind shadow body. At this time, Pross couldn't help but exclaim. He saw that Rala's figure in the crystal ball became a little blurred, but whether it was long-range, close-range, physical, or energy attacks, before they could touch her, the fairy dragon's body seemed to be triggered in advance, and she floated away in shock like an impermanent breeze, untouchable. This was an extremely brilliant use of the wind element, using the power of the wind to form some kind of prediction. But in the face of such intensive attacks, Pross estimated that he could only hold on for 10 seconds. But Rala had already floated for nearly 2 minutes without showing any signs of fatigue. Not only that, the bodies of the abyssal creatures along the way were all lingering with electric sparks, and they couldn't move for a while, unable to launch any attacks. This was not the real killer move. After Rala floated away, the abyssal creatures all emitted strong electric sparks, connecting their nearby companions and instantly exploding. From a distance, it looked like several huge electric snakes swaying in the group of monsters, and a large area of emptiness suddenly appeared in the tide-like group of monsters. Before these emptiness could be filled, Rala's figure had already appeared in another direction in an instant. The power that had been brewing in the dark burst out, and all the abyssal creatures within dozens of meters nearby were blown to pieces. This series of attack methods, changed at will, like moving clouds and flowing water, and was done in one go. Strength, position, timing, attack methods, and other factors were actually combined almost perfectly, making the elves who were also good at the elements gasp in amazement. The fairy dragon is indeed a natural mage. If it were me, I'm afraid I would have already fallen under the siege of the abyssal creatures, Kale sighed. He was also a magic practitioner at the peak of the kingdom, and he who had always been arrogant had long lost his temper after seeing the strength that Rala had shown. Although the rest of the elves did not speak, 2 words emerged in their hearts at the same time. So strong! She hasn't used her strongest strength yet. Chi Lanya thought of the terrifying, colorful ultimate move, Elemental Fury, yesterday, and she secretly muttered in her heart. Although the knot in her heart was still not solved, Chi Lanya had to admit that Rala's aptitude was far superior to Maria and even Span. Although she had not broken through to the demigod level, she already had the cross-rank strength to threaten her, a middle-stage demigod. She had also obtained the elemental goddess crown, so her future was limitless. Even the elven powerhouse, who had already reached the demigod level, had fallen in that day. How long could these 2 people last? Could the prophecy that Father made 20,000 years ago be fulfilled? The elves, and even the entire world, rumble. Thunder came from the sky. Chi Lanya raised her head and saw that dark clouds had completely swallowed the sun, and it was drizzling. Chapter 974. In the face of almost endless enemies and fierce attacks, although Rala seemed to be at ease, the pressure she was under was actually far greater than what was seen on the surface. The monsters strengthened by the Flower of Abyss were quite terrifying, especially the Lord of the Abyss, whose strength had reached the peak of a nation. The attacks launched by them were extremely fierce, and they did not care about their own people at all, which posed a huge threat to Rala. Even if the Flower of Abyss had a certain time effect, it was enough to kill Rala many times during this period. What was more troublesome was that some of the killed monsters would burst out a mist of blood, further enhancing the strength of their companions. Therefore, Rala had to maintain a state of mobile warfare, avoiding the weak ones and attacking the strong ones. She had to reasonably control her strength, rhythm, and tactics. She couldn't stop moving, consume too much power at one time, or advance rashly. If she stood still, even if she used a big move and eliminated a large number of monsters, she would be overwhelmed by more enemies coming from behind. She had encountered such a failure in the trials of magic games before. This was not a trial or a game, but a real battle of life and death. One mistake would mean death. This kind of control was definitely not an easy thing to do. It could be described as walking on thin ice. If she made a slight mistake or was exhausted, she would be drowned by the tide of monsters. Rala's large-scale attack successfully attracted the firepower of the abyssal monsters. Chen Rui's figure had already rushed to the tree of nature in the sky like a meteor. The fiery sorceresses who tried to stop him along the way were all turned into ashes by the powerful power of the stars. In the blink of an eye, he had appeared in front of the tree of nature. When he approached the tree of nature, Chen Rui suddenly felt that everything was quiet. Except for the heartbeat, he could not hear any sound, including the abyssal monsters. There was only the heartbeat between heaven and earth. No, there was more. The tree of nature's, a very special rhythm, like a strange music, made people unconsciously indulge in it. Suddenly, Chinrue found that his heartbeat also involuntarily palpitated with the rhythm. Thump, 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 thump. Thump, 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 thump. The heartbeat was so strong and fast that Chinrue immediately felt that something was wrong, but he could not slow it down. Bang! Blood spurted out from his chest, and a bloody heart actually burst out of his chest. The aura conversion prompt in the super system made Chinrue wake up. He looked at his chest with lingering fear. The star armor was still intact. There was no abnormality, but the feeling just now was so real. If he didn't wake up in time, perhaps that scene would really happen. What surprised Chinrue even more was that he was now wearing the Furious King armor, which could make him immune to mental corruption. This meant that the power that the other party used was no longer a simple mental corruption, but the power of a kingdom that was mixed with some kind of power. It was just like the kingdom in the illusory forest, which was similar to the kingdom in the illusory forest, and its power was even greater than the illusory forest kingdom. There was no strict distinction between real and illusory. There was only the difference between life and death. If he could survive, it would be an illusion. Otherwise, it would be real. Chenrue seemed to have realized something in his heart. He slowly closed his eyes, and countless stars suddenly appeared around him. The stars flashed with illusory and real brilliance. His entire spirit seemed to be scattered into the galaxy and integrated with the entire Red Pole Star Kingdom. This state was somewhat similar to the wonderful state of unity of man and nature, described in the novels he read in his previous life. After entering this state, although the heartbeat of the tree of nature was still strange, it could only be equivalent to ordinary noise. It could no longer shake his mind or the little universe of the star. The heartbeat of the tree of nature gradually weakened. It wasn't the end, but another beginning. Countless red smoke began to appear around him, like many arms that could entangle him at will. They swept towards Chenrue like lightning. The seemingly soft red smoke contained extremely terrifying and violent power. When the smoke brushed past his back, cracks appeared on the surface of his star armor. Chenrue didn't dare to slack off. He concentrated and quickly flashed away, avoiding the entanglement of the arms. But he soon discovered the problem. Wherever the arms passed, the space was divided by a strange force. Although he dodged the arms several times, the space that he could move to was getting smaller and smaller. It was as if he was in a house that was constantly shrinking, and there was nowhere to hide. The power of the arms was not limited to just that. The breath of the smoke constantly seeped into the Polar Star Kingdom, as if it was building a special kingdom of its own. When the Polar Star Kingdom rejected and consumed the invading power of the kingdom, its power was also weakening bit by bit. Chenrue could no longer maintain the unity of man and nature state, and the previous fatal feeling of heartbeat began to surge in his heart again. If he continued to be passive like this, failure was only a matter of time. Chenrue's eyes suddenly opened, and layers of strange light appeared in his pupils. The surrounding environment turned into a combination of various colors in his sight. It was somewhat similar to the image produced by thermal infrared aiming. This hot spot was naturally the strength of the power, deep analytical eyes. In the state of deep analysis, the analytical eyes constantly changed various colors, combining into a strange image that could not be seen by the naked eye. It was like a pattern that was decomposed into countless color pixels. As long as he squinted his eyes slightly, he could see its full appearance. In the analytical eyes, he saw that behind the red smoke was the phantom of a face. It should be a female's face. The facial features were not particularly clear, but the proportion was perfect. The eyes were closed. When Chenrue saw the phantom of this face for the first time, his soul involuntarily trembled, as if he saw something extremely terrifying. In fact, it was Chenrue's first time seeing this face, and his vision was still very blurry. The reason why he had such a strong fear was the spiritual imprint of the ancient alchemy civilization. To be precise, it was the fusion imprint of the alchemy fortress under the Lobe Mine and the alchemy city on the Storm Island. This kind of spiritual imprint was different from the real fusion memory of Arthur. It was just a foreign object, so it had a limited impact on Chenrue. He calmed down immediately, but it made him more certain of the origin of this face. With this thought in mind, the stars in the Polar Star Kingdom began to shine with a strong light, and the star power began to compress at a high speed. The entire Polar Star Kingdom gradually shrank and faded, and all the power was concentrated in his right arm. The light of destruction bloomed in Chenrue's eyes. All the compressed star power burst out, and a straight red light rushed toward the tree of nature. wherever the red light passed. Even the weak smoke turned into particles and disappeared without a trace. The partition space also cracked. No matter what it was, everything was destroyed without a trace. The power of destruction. It was also Qinrui's strongest attack, red extinction. The purpose of this attack was not just the smoke or the space, but that face. The elves did not know what Qinrui had experienced. They only saw the red light in the sky, and it was directed toward the tree of nature. They could not help but be shocked. This human was actually going to destroy the tree of nature? Especially Qi Lanya. She knew the power of this attack best. Judging from its power, it was far more powerful than the attack in the quiet forest kingdom. It seemed that this was an all-out attack. Even if the tree of nature was not an ordinary object, it would not be able to withstand it. Under the horrified gazes of the elves, the terrifying red light that tore the space in its path suddenly stopped. The space in front of the tree of nature distorted strangely, and a blood-red color appeared. The blood-red color slowly formed a huge facial feature. This was a face, and it almost covered the entire tree of nature. The eyes that were originally closed slowly opened. The moment this pair of eyes opened, a crack suddenly appeared on the crystal ball in front of the elves. An entire image was split into two halves. Immediately after, the entire ground began to tremble, and the barrier created by the trance began to crack. The expressions of the elves changed drastically. The barrier created by the trance had been easily penetrated. Qi Lanya's figure flashed, and she instantly appeared in front of the barrier. She gripped the withered wooden staff with both hands and forcefully slammed it into the ground. The long staff was inserted into the ground, and it emitted spots of fluorescent light that entered the barrier. The trance bodies suddenly turned green, and the power of the barrier suddenly multiplied. The cracks began to quickly heal, and the trembling of the ground also stopped. The elves all heaved a sigh of relief. No wonder Qi Lanya would come here with the withered wooden staff that the prophet Elusier often held. It turned out that the prophet had already anticipated some unexpected situations. However, that pair of eyes still made the elves shudder. What kind of eyes could have such terrifying power? For a moment, the elves' gazes fell on the cracked crystal ball. The focus was no longer on Rala, who was fighting in the abyss tide, but on Qinrui, who was in the sky. Qinrui bore the brunt of the terrifying power of the eyes, and the pressure he suffered was far greater than that of the elven audience outside. The moment that pair of eyes opened, Qinrui felt that the unstoppable, true red annihilation was suddenly frozen by some great power. Immediately after, that terrifying heartbeat from before sounded again. Thump, 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 thump. With every heartbeat, the straight line of the true red annihilation would tremble. In just a few moments, Qinrui's strongest attack under the state of Crimson Pole transformation, which was fused with Crimson Pole Kingdom, was reduced to nothingness in this terrifying tremor. Just the power of opening the eyes had completely shattered the true red annihilation that was enough to kill the peak demigod. It was also the power of the origin of destruction. Perhaps Qinrui's origin of destruction had faintly approached the opponent in terms of quality, but in terms of quantity. If his origin of destruction was a drop of water, then the eyes in front of him was the Yangtze River. Not only that, the moment that Qinrui looked into that pair of eyes, he felt that his heart began to beat uncontrollably again. In an instant, his chest was already filled with a strong feeling. Hatred. Hatred for those who were willing to harm others for their own selfish desires. Hatred for those who were rich and powerful, who squandered their money and power and trampled on the lives and dignity of others. Hatred for those who were lucky and could reap without sowing, while he had to work hard to make a living. Hatred for those in love who eventually got together. His only relationship in college had ended because of family problems. Hatred for those whose parents were still alive, because his parents had passed away in a car accident, and even his grandfather, who had raised him, had passed away due to illness. Hatred for everything. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. The flames of hatred in his heart seemed to be burning and burning his entire soul.